Good morning, bonjour, quoi, everyone. So just before getting started officially, we are going to start the day in a good way today. Every day we start in a good way, but today I'll have the chance to and the honor to invite Marsha to the stage because we'll have a little activity. We'll learn some sign languages as well today. So, hello. We'll learn that later, but hello everyone. And I just want to say that you do remember that when to applause in sign languages, it's like that. So let's not forget that when we'll thank Marsha after her lesson class. So once more, we're excited to have the accessibility champion, Marsha Ireland, and Debbie Parliament and her team to join us today. Thank you for being here today. For those newly joining us, yesterday we had the honor of introducing Marsha Ireland from the Oneida Nation of the Thames. She's an advocate for sign language and Oneida Sign Language. Marsha and the team will now share with us how we can learn some basic sign language together. We'll have a 3 to 5 minutes interactive interactive sign language together. And on that, I welcome Marsha on the stage.
Oneida Nation of the Thames. Hello? Okay, there we go. I'll start again. Sagoli, Tehum, Dagwegum, Dayan, Mugets. Oneida Nation of the Thames. Turtle Clan. In ASL, hello. My name is Marsha Ireland. I'm from Oneida Nation of the Thames. Turtle Clan. So this morning, I'm going to teach you a few signs. I'm really happy to see all of you here. Sagoli. Do you remember Sagoli? Can you copy me? Can I get you to do what I'm doing up here? There you go, Sagoli. Shkoli. In ASL, it'd be hello? Hello. I'm going to teach you a new one. How? How? You? So maybe you want to ask someone how they are. So I'll clarify you will use your left hand and point out or glide your hand out. In Oneida Sign Language, that would be how are you? On your left hand, you would move that for Sagoli to say hello. So it's kind of Sagoli, like hello with ASL. It really depends on how you want to greet the person that you're seeing this morning. Maybe you want to check in and see how they are. So in Oneida Sign Language, how are you? Yonko. Oneida Sign Language, Yonko. ASL, that would be thank you. We also see miigwech. And in the western parts of these lands, we'll see it like this. Yesterday we learned chief.
Thank you.
So you would use these 3 fingers, chief. Can I see all of you do it? All of the chiefs here today, everyone who's a chief. Chief.
Sometimes it changes from ANIDA and ASL because there are three: ANIDA sign language, ASL, and then it's
Yanko. I have a special bit of information to share with you. Everybody knows Weena. We see her quite a bit at these AGAs. She has a big responsibility. And because we've worked together as much as we have, I have given her this name sign that you'll see where it's, and I've given it to her because of her long earrings. She always wears her long, long earrings. So Yanko, for all that you do. You got it, yes. Yanko, everyone.
Miigwech, Marsha, and the team, Debbie and all your team. And this activity is always very appreciated because it's, Marsha is such a warm person, and we all like to learn that way with her teachings. It's so interesting, and I can see that on the floor in the assembly. Every time she's on the stage, everyone appreciates that. So thank you, Miigwech, from Weena. Okay, so on that, it is now 9:12, and we now call this assembly. This assembly is now called to order. Alors, la séance est ouverte. La rencontre est officiellement commencée à 9h12. Et pour ce faire, je vais maintenant passer la parole à mon collègue Cédric pour faire une revue de ce qu'on va faire aujourd'hui. Alors, une revue de l'agenda. Et je vous souhaite une superbe journée, beaucoup de travail à faire, mais je suis certaine qu'on va y arriver tous ensemble et tout ensemble. Bonne journée.
So good morning again, William Sikpug. Bon matin à mes cousins, cousines, frères et sœurs françaises. I just want to take a few seconds to go over the new agenda for today, again with some delays that do happen at these assemblies. Today we will start with the AFN Council reports and have a few plenaries, including one on policing, on the Clean Water Act, as well as on specific claims. We have a few guests also coming with us. So we have Minister of Cernak, Minister Ananda Sanagari, who will be here, as well as the Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister. We will then be getting into resolutions. Again, I will mention it, this is the Assembly with the most on-time resolutions ever. We got through 7 of them yesterday, as is prescribed in the rules and procedures in your conference booklets. We started with our charter amendments, went to our organizational, and then had a few others, such as the emergency resolution. We still have 61 on-time resolutions remaining for the rest of the Assembly, as well as 10 late resolutions. And a little word on that, you have until today at noon to submit a late resolution. So those are due again today at noon. Since we do have such an amount of resolutions, we'd like to remind you guys maybe a bit of the process, which once again found in your conference booklets on omnibus packages. So it's been practice, as per the resolutions procedure section, to group resolutions by subject matter so that we may be able to pass them as a single omnibus package. The AFN Resolutions Committee has been reviewing all resolutions with considerations to which ones could or should be grouped into these packages, and then goes and seeks approvals from the movers and seconders of each resolution before having them grouped together. Given the significant amount of work that still needs to be accomplished, the Resolutions Committee typically recommends any resolutions that do not provide significant new mandates or policy direction to the AFN to be put into an omnibus. As with any motion, a mover or seconder are needed to present these omnibus packages, and they will be able to use their dedicated speaking time to address one or more of the resolutions within the packages. We will then go through the therefore be it resolved of each resolution within the package, and we will then go also to amendments within the packages as well. Once the proposed amendments, the regular process has been followed, we will then vote for the resolutions as a package. We try to get to every resolution that is submitted, especially the on-time ones, but it can happen that we do not get to that. If we run out of time, then the remaining resolutions will be referred to the executive committees for decision or deferred to a later assembly. So again, regular process, but we just wanted to take the time this morning to remind you of it and say that we will be doing our best to keep tight. There's a lot of work to get through, so let's get it done. And I want to take the time also to thank you guys for yesterday. We had good discussions, we had respectful discussions, and I just want to commend you all. We got some good work done yesterday. And now I will move over to our chair, Véronique, for the next part in our agenda.
Good morning again. We'll start the day with the council reports as we haven't had the time to do them yesterday. Bonjour tout le monde. Ce matin, on va commencer la journée avec les rapports des conseils de l'APN, comme on n'a pas eu le temps de les faire hier. So I just remind every council that you have 5 minutes maximum for your report. We'll have a little timer on the screen in front of the stage so you can know where you are at. It's important. We have a lot of resolutions to go through, so we don't want to take more, to be more late in the schedule. I will first invite our first council who are just in front of me. So it's the Knowledge Keeper Council. We have Dr. Gwendolyn Point, Gwen Point, and also Chuck Hume.
Yes, good morning. I'm the Chuck Hume, Yukon Territory, and one of the co-chairs for the Knowledge Keepers, along with Gwendolyn Point here. And I was actually born in the bush in the Yukon Territory and raised by my grandparents, and then off to residential school, which I spent a while there. But I'm from the Haines Junction area, and I belong to the Champagne and Asiac First Nations. And I sit with the Assembly of First Nations as the Elders Council. And also, I sit as the Elders Councillor for the Champagne-Asiac First Nations. And each area is made up of 3 knowledge keepers from each of the AFN affiliated regions across Canada, representing male, female, and 2S LGBTQIA communities. The Knowledge Keepers Council function is to offer assistance, advice, and support to the National Chief, the AFN Executive Committee, and First Nations in Assembly. Each member of the Knowledge Keepers Council oversees at least one AFN sector and portfolio. And the Knowledge Keepers Council is currently comprised of the following members across Canada. I'm from the Yukon. I sit with Lorraine Nitro. I believe she's in here. And she sits with the Knowledge Keepers Council. From British Columbia, we have Dr. Gwendolyn Point, co-chair, along with myself, and Robert Joseph, and Simpelin Gonzalez. Northwest Territories, Grace Blake and John Bacall. Alberta, Ivy Rain and Lawrence Correll. Saskatchewan, Joe Quinzans. Manitoba, Mike Muswagan. Ontario, Barney Batiste. Quebec and Labrador, Bill Sunday. Prince Edward Island, Judy Clark. New Brunswick and Prince Edward Island, Eldon Bernard. Nova Scotia, Newfoundland, who just elected their new Knowledge Keepers Council, Dr. Calvin White and Barbara Celeboy. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome our new Knowledge Keepers Council member, Barbara Celeboy, who is representative for the Nova Scotia and Newfoundland alongside Dr. Calvin White. I welcome you to the council and look forward to looking and working with you both. I will now hand over the mic to Knowledge Keeper and Council Member Gwen Point, who will provide you with the rest of the Knowledge Keepers Council report, and I thank you very much.
Acknowledge our national chief, our regional chiefs, to all our leaders here and online. E latis, shashkoet te homo te squi and halkamel de homo te stalo. My traditional name is Shashkoet. The language we speak is Halkamelum, and I'm Stolo from British Columbia, representing as one of our knowledge keepers with my counterpart, Simplian, to check for providing the first part of the report on our knowledge keepers' behalf. I'm going to provide you with the activities and accomplishments this past year. The knowledge keepers have re-engaged with portfolio discussions and have ensured that each AFN portfolio has an accompanying knowledge keeper to provide the guidance. The AFN continues to update the knowledge keepers on their portfolios at the annual General Assembly and at the Special Chiefs Assemblies. The Council continues to meet to ensure it is updated on current events impacting First Nations across the country. The Council continues to advocate for First Nations languages, traditions, and ceremonies, ensuring they thrive as a foundation for creating and maintaining stronger nations. And I really believe it's part of who we are as a people that we start and acknowledge who we are and making a strong connection to the Creator in all that we do. The Council is essential to the AFN's day-to-day activities, keeping First Nations traditions, values, languages, and histories at the forefront. And we work to ensure the success and well-being of our youth. And we're so proud of our newly appointed youth to the table, to the executive. The Council continues engaging, supporting, and sharing information with elders throughout the regions. We've been busy updating our terms of reference. The terms of reference enables the Council to continue to provide the assistance and support of the AFN Secretariat, the AFN Executive, the Chiefs Committees, and the Councils. And this last year, both Chair of the Knowledge Keepers Council attends the AFN executive meetings. These updates allow the Council to advance its work and continue to meet to review and update protocols, traditions, ceremonies, roles, and responsibilities. The Knowledge Keepers are assigned portfolios to each Council member, ensuring that each AFN portfolio is supported by a Knowledge Keeper who provides the necessary guidance and participates in sector meetings. For example, my background is education. I've done that throughout my life, throughout BC, and been involved locally, regionally, provincially, and nationally throughout the years. So it's my pleasure to sit with our Chiefs Committee on Education. We've worked alongside the First Nations Veterans Council, and the Knowledge Keepers publishes and distributes the Council flyer, a biannual newsletter designed to promote and share information about the Council's progress, activities, achievements of the Knowledge Keepers Council to the First Nations Assembly. In 2024-2025 fiscal year, the Knowledge Keepers will continue to provide support and guidance to the AFN Chiefs Committees, the AFN Secretariat, the AFN Executive Committee, ensuring that all activities move forward in a good way. The Knowledge Keepers will continue to meet as required, including at the AFN Special Chiefs Assembly in Ottawa, Ontario in December 2024. And as a good example, and I appreciate those that are up for the early morning ceremonies. We've always been spiritual people, and I really believe that the guiding force and our strong connection to who we are is one of the reasons why we've been able to continue, in my view, sometimes against all odds, to do the good work. Asking special blessings on each and every one here today. Hi, Chepsia.
For the next council, we'll welcome the chairperson, Percy Joe, for the First Nation Veteran Council.
Good morning. Oh, that light's bright. Good sign. Good morning. My name is Percy Joe, Chair of the First Nations Council. I'm from Merritt, British Columbia. I represent in British Columbia. I'm standing here with the veterans Tim O'Lone from Northwest Territories and Al Knockwood, a veteran representing Nova Scotia. As established in the AFN Charter, the AFN First Nations Veterans Council is a vital organ of the AFN. The First Nations Veterans Council is established during the Special Chiefs Assembly in December 2020, where the First Nations in Assembly passed the Resolution 02-2020 AFN First Nations Veterans Council. The Council's role and function is to promote the recognition and contributions of First Nations veterans in Canada made in all conflicts and allies of Canada. To educate the First Nations about the history of First Nations veterans. Develop and maintain a database recognizing First Nations veterans. The role of the function and also include engagement with Veterans Affairs Canada to advance the reconciliation and healing. The Council is comprised of all First Nations veterans of Canada from the United States, as well as the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, the Canadian Department of National Defence, First Nations Peacekeeper Societies, First Nations police forces, and First Nations who have served other law enforcement agencies. First Nations veterans membership and representatives. The Council includes the membership from each of AFN's affiliated regions across Canada. Currently, the Council is comprised of 13 First Nations veterans, including Tim and myself, and Al Knockwood. Tim representing the Northwest Territories, and of course Al from Nova Scotia. The only region we don't represent, which is not included, is Nunavut. The First Nations veteran has the following members. British Columbia, it's myself as a member. Northwest Territories, Tim O'Lone. Yukon, Carl Sidney. Alberta, Henry Rains. Saskatchewan, Emil Highway. Manitoba, Chief Lawrence Latundre. Ontario, Wendy Jocko and Gerald Jerry McGregor. New Brunswick, Eldon Bernard and Chief Terry Richardson. Nova Scotia, Al Knockwood, and also Debbie Essen. Newfoundland, Ken Bennett. Quebec, Omer Vallant, who's apparently absent at this time, attending the rodeo in Calgary, from what I understand. We would like to take this opportunity to welcome the three of our new Veteran Council members, Ken Bennett, who is the representative from Newfoundland, Debbie, the representative in Nova Scotia, along with Al Knockwood, and Omar Vallant, who is also now the new representative from Quebec. I welcome you to the group. We're looking forward to working with you and your input as knowledge of the veterans from your areas. I would like now to turn the mic over to member Tim O'Lone to give the remainder of the report. Tim?
Masicho. Masicho, Percy. As Percy mentioned, my name is Tim O'Lone. My traditional territory is the Sahtu region of the Northwest Territories. I'm humbled and honored to be here. I'll go through key activities and accomplishments from our council. Number one, updating the Assembly First Nations AFN Charter. We'll provide through the Veterans Lens feedback to the Chiefs Committee on Charter Renewal. We are developing a terms of reference dedicated to our ongoing work. This terms of reference will ensure there's a unified voice for all of our veterans raised by veterans to ensure that concerns raised by veterans suffering from trauma of service and the impacts on their families. We're going to advance priorities through a new letter of understanding with Veterans Affairs. On April 3rd and 4th, as well as November of 2023, we met with Veterans Affairs to discuss and identify priorities, best practices to push forward on progress through this letter of understanding. We've also met with the Atlas Institute on Veterans and Families, the former Centre for Excellence on PTSD. We also met with the Last Post Fund and also with the Department of National Defence. Each discussant highlighted the need for First Nations-led approach. Indigenous peoples, we also need our culture to heal, and Veterans Affairs has failed us on that front. First Nation Veterans Council is currently drafting Phase 2 of this LOU, which aims to ensure the development of tangible outcomes and service delivery to effectively address the needs of First Nations veterans, families, and communities. And my coffee just kicked in, I think. We have begun a new project, a storytelling project called Stories of Our Veterans, that allows each of the council members to share their experiences during service. And the Assembly of First Nations has created a legacy board that showcases the council members' experiences at the office in Ottawa. We're also doing information sharing. We celebrated 75 years of peacekeeping missions. We developed an article, a shared history, shared responsibilities. And this article highlighted the importance of recognizing and honoring the contributions of First Nations veterans. Again, they have failed us in not doing so, and aims to ensure that all Canadians are included, especially First Nations veterans. Research update. We have researched and developed a historical record of First Nations veterans and soldiers who served in time of war, military conflicts, peace, and sadly, again, the Crown has not documented that very well. This research project is one of 4 pillars. The AFN has identified over 15,000 Indigenous individuals using reliable sources from Library and Archives Canada, the Canadian War Museum, Veterans Wall of Honour, and many other sources as well. Lastly, my colleague Alan Knockwood had the privilege of going to the 80th anniversary of D-Day, the commemoration just last month. Veterans Council will continue to guide the AFN as needed throughout the next fiscal year, including Special Chiefs Assembly in December. We will continue to review our outreach activities, continue to work with establish a national record of First Nations soldiers who enlisted and served, and we will continue to conduct meetings between the Veterans Council and Veterans Affairs to develop further work implementing the 4 pillars. And we will continue to plan our commemoration for 2024, 2025. I want to say Masicho. Thank you very much.
My name is Alan Knockwood. I am from the Sibignickety Reserve, our community in Nova Scotia. I am one of the regional representatives to the AFN Veterans Council. I'm here to speak on behalf of the AFN First Nations Veterans Council regarding our resolution number 69. We agree that First Nations veterans require additional support that is culturally relevant. Our First Nations Council acknowledges that we are not unanimous in our vote for this resolution. For years, the Council has worked with the Minister of Veterans Affairs Canada. In April of last year, we signed a letter of understanding establishing our formal relationship. The First Nations Veterans Council has immense concerns about the Burns Way partnership. Partnership is working. In our opinion, Burns Way will diminish the fiduciary obligation of the Crown to First Nations veterans. First Nations Veterans Council has meetings with Burns Way, and they have provided the presentations to the Council. However, we have raised our concerns with them. but Burns Way did not address our concerns. The First Nations Council leaves you with these words. The Veterans Council will respect the vote of the chiefs so all of us can move forward. Ladio. Amsidnogoma. Ladio.
We've received a notice that it can be hard to understand what people are saying on stage when there's a lot of noise in the room. So we kindly ask you that if you have side discussions that you must have, either do it very quietly or maybe take them outside the room. On a reçu une petite notification que ça peut être difficile d'entendre ce que les gens disent sur scène quand il y a beaucoup de bruit de fond dans la salle. Donc, si vous voulez prendre vos discussions que vous devez absolument avoir, soit très, très silencieusement ou sinon à l'extérieur de la salle. On vous remercie pour ça. We'll now continue with the next council, which is the Women's Council, First Nations Women's Council, and we will welcome the Grand Chief Anna Betty Ashnipainskum. As well as all the council.
Wache. Good morning. My name is Anna Betty Yachnibaneshkam, and I serve as a Deputy Grand Chief for Anishinaabe Nation. First of all, I want to acknowledge the sacred items that are amongst us as we gather here in the Kahnawake territory. And also I want to acknowledge our knowledge keepers and our LGBTQ council, our Veterans Council, and all of you as chiefs and proxies. Chimingwech for being here and all those that are watching. Before I begin, I would like to have each of our council members come up to the mic to introduce themselves.
Good morning, chiefs, Grand Chief, National Chief and Regional Chiefs. My name is Brenda Vanguard. I'm the Treaty 6 rep from Alberta. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Chief Joanne Miles. I'm from the Flat Bay Mi'kmaq Band representing Newfoundland. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kursawa. My Northern Taishoni name is Eke meaning caribou hoof noise. I belong to the Kwanlidun First Nations in Whitehorse, Yukon, and I represent the Yukon region.
Good morning. I am Brenda Goche, and I represent the Northwest Territories.
Willexipouk, Nadia Robertson, porte-parole pour la région du Québec.
Gray Ninda Lewis and Mudland Sark, or Madeline, Mudland Geech, as my elders would call me at home. I represent the Abegwed territory, but I'm also band counselor for Lennox Island First Nation.
I'm Melissa Moses, Women's Representative for the Union of BC Indian Chiefs, but I'm first here as proxy for BC AFN Woman Rep Louisa Hoosty-Jones.
Wiliexikbu Nindelo is Diane Delewit Sabaganagadik. I'm a proxy chief for Sabaganagadik. I'm a counselor for my community. It's an honor to be here. Thank you.
And I also wanted to mention Chief Connie Big Eagle, who represents the Saskatchewan region, and she's unable to be with us this morning. Okay, in our council, we have certain items that we have as highlighted as our priorities. First and foremost, of course, is the work that we do with the MMIW-2S. And it's very important for us to ensure that we have those international relationships. So we have a trilateral table that we are working with Mexico and the United States. And so it's so important for us to build those relationships to gather support, and as well as to learn and teach each other. We also continue to work on this initiative within the homelands that we are from. We also, in terms of a national table as well, we continue to advocate for implementation of the calls for justice. And we take these initiatives and priorities back to our homelands as well, whether it's you know, looking at and working on the policing and health. Like, those are also important, and we make those a priority in terms of the work that we are fulfilling within our regions. The other priority that we have is to promote and to support our sisters who are in leadership. And we are grateful for the support that we get from our AFN technical team. We have a great working relationship with them. And moving forward, we want to encourage the AFN executive to work with us and to support us and to come and talk with us. We're always willing to do that, because we know that the work that we have within our priorities is also a priority in the regions that you represent. Our Women's Council also shares the message of ensuring that we are inclusive of all peoples. And we ensure that within the dialogue and within any documentation that we have that inclusive vocabulary within those documents and those tools that we utilize. I just wanted to mention that there is a resolution that we have placed as an emergency resolution, and we're hoping that it will be able to be brought to you as leadership, and that is to criminalize the forced sterilization of women. It is not something that has just taken place in the past. It continues to happen at present day, and we are hoping that this resolution will be presented through this forum. If not, we will ensure that it comes to the forum in the future. So those are our comments in our presentation at this time, and we're always very grateful that we have an opportunity to present and also to be part of your gatherings. It is so important that our women be able to gather and have their resources to be able to fulfill their mandate. And we encourage, again, the leadership, U.S. leadership, and also the AFN executive to support us. It's miigwech, can I ask Martin?
And now, as a former member of this council, it is my great pleasure to introduce the new co-chairs of the AFN National Youth Council, Véronique Picard and Isaiah Bernard, who are also accompanied by the rest of the members.
Gwe, Dalia, Deluisi, and Isaiah Bernard, Delawe, Bulodek, and Luegari. Hi, I'm Isaiah Bernard from the beautiful First Nation of Bulodek First Nation. I am the newly elected co-chair of the AFN National Youth Council. I'm really happy to be here. Thank you. I'm going to pass on to my co-chair.
Hi again. I'm Véronique Picard, and I'm the youth co-chair. I've been elected with Isaiah on Sunday. As newly elected co-chairs, we feel privileged to continue the work that has been done by previous co-chairs and hold the space for youth representatives to give their perspective in order to contribute to the intergenerational discussions on significant matters within our First Nations. That's very important to us, and we want to recognize the dedication of our youth members who consistently show up to exercise our inherent rights by advocating with respect and strength towards self-determination. So thank you to all our youth members that are always there on different committees. And we also want to take a little moment to recognize the work of Rosalie Labillois. She was a youth co-chair for 5 years, and we want to take the time to recognize what she's done to the council. And we'll quickly go through our what we've done throughout the year. So there was an AFN Languages and Learning Youth Gathering in Wendake in March that was organized. So that was a very big event for our youth council, as it gathered First Nations, youth First Nations that are not necessarily part of the Youth Council from everywhere around Canada to discuss education and languages, especially in kindergarten, grade 12, and post-secondary education. So that was a very inspiring event. Afterwards, there was also the United Nations Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues, to which I attended as a representative for the AFN. This year, for the UN Permanent Forum, the main focus was on enhancing the perspectives of youth, of Indigenous youth. So that was part of the process. I brought up an issue that was very important to me and to as well the AFN. Concerning food sovereignty, and I won't take more time. I will pass on the mic already.
Sorry about this. Technology is not my friend today. Great. So back in October 2023, the former interim national chief, as well as the current Right Deadly regional chief of New Brunswick, along with the former co-chairs, went to the One Youth Summit that was held in Belfast, Ireland. While they were there, they passed motions and solutions and opinions there, and this resulted in an executive AFN committee moving to accept AFN Resolution 103/2023 to support a One World Summit 2024. Supports the AFN's participation in the One World Summit in Montreal, Quebec, scheduled for September 18th to the 21st. Along with that, back in the February 13th, another colleague of ours, Taya, who is not here at the moment, she participated in the First People's Wellness Circle hosted a national wellness gathering by Indian residential school survivors in Vancouver. And when she has a lot of good stories, so if you ever see her, ask her about that. She can tell you all about it. So next steps for this, our council is during the 2024-2025 council, we're continuing to review our TOR that we just recently passed. We recently passed a code of ethics. We want to give our youth a voice at the table with you guys and give you guys our opinions, because I'm going to go a little off script here, and I got asked by chiefs before, how can we get youth involved? And I just say to them, it's like, well, first thing you do is listen. That's the easiest thing you can do is listen. Don't throw money at the solution. Just listen to them and let their voice be heard. And I know, for example, in my area, a lot of youth suffer mental wellness issues and mental health, and we need more mental health support in our areas, because in my area alone, in the last 2 months, in my small community, we lost 2 youth because of the lack of mental health support. With that being said, Walalio, Namotas, and I hope to see you guys all. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out.
So we'll continue with the last report. I welcome the 2S LGBTQAI Plus Council with Chief Alan Polchis.
Tanse, Miyogi Zagao, Gakyao Nawakiam Kamandik Kitamaskatanawao, Head Person Tyler George Nitsigasan, Ochapwes Kakshue Nation, Treaty for Territory Ochinya, Nanaskamatin Kichimanatu, Nanaskaman Kitayak, Oskayak, and Okamau. Hello, good day. All of my relations, I greet all of you. My name is Head Person Tyler George. I am from Ochapwes Kakshue Nation on Treaty 4 territory. I'm grateful and thankful for the Creator, grateful for the Kitayak, the elders, the youth, and the leaders today. I'm currently an elected leader for Ochapwes Kakshue Nation, and I currently serve as the AFN National 2S LGBTQIA+ Council for the Assembly of First Nations. Nanaskaman, I want to start by acknowledging the territory of the Mohawk Nation. It's an honor to be leading the AFN 2S+ Council and advocating for the Two-Spirit and gender diverse community. I want to acknowledge our interim co-chairperson, Dwayne Gaston Acoin, and all the current members of the council that are up here standing with me today. Some of the work that our council has been doing is, as we know, the AFN 2S+ Council was established by resolution passed unanimously by the Chiefs in Assembly in 2021. The realities and lived experiences of the 2S+ First Nations people are unique, and we require our own safe spaces, our place in community, and our voice within the decision-making structures and the processes within AFN. Each and every one of you have a Two-Spirit plus person, a part of your family or community. As leaders, it's important to be unified, to stand together, welcoming your Two-Spirit people back into the community. The 2S LGBTQIA+ Council is a vital organ within the AFN. The history is important, and we must reflect on that. As First Nations people, we know as Indigenous people, we have shown so much resiliency towards all the hardships that our people have faced, the discrimination, the harm our ancestors, our Cookums, Mushums, parents, relatives that have been through. You know, the laws the government that created, the laws the government created against our people, not being able to ceremony, not being able to get an education, not being able to hire a lawyer to defend ourselves. We know that story. And you know, being First Nation and now being Two-Spirit, we must continue to show that resiliency together. Our kids, our youth, and the 7 generations ahead, Two-Spirit people continue to face discrimination to this day. The marginalization and the violence because of the government legislations that are passing that violate not only our human rights, but our inherent rights as Indigenous people. Today, we stand together to confront these injustices, to create those safe spaces where Two-Spirit people can thrive without fear, where our kids can see leaders like these people on the stage today. Alongside the former National Chief, Joanne, we have publicly denounced the New Brunswick, Alberta, and Saskatchewan harmful anti-2S LGBTQIA+ policies. We publicly put out a statement. The AFN 2S+ Council has and will continue to make progress in being advocates for our young people. Some of the work that we've been doing, we've been a part of the federal provincial roundtable discussions on MMIWG2S. We've been advocating for our youth within the education systems, advocating for the calls to justice. In March of 2024, our council gathered in St. John's, Newfoundland to develop our strategic plan. Our plan outlines the vision, values, and the principles that will guide our work, and we identified 4 key priority action items, including truth-telling, to address the role colonization has played in the marginalization and displacement of 2S+ people, the laws that have been created to hold down 2S relatives. We're moving forward the AFN 2S Council, ensuring the council has the tools and resources necessary to make effective change. Collaboration and relationship building. The AFN councils, governments, regional organizations, and First Nations communities need that relationship. Education, truth-telling transition to combat the intolerance movement in Canada, and we have our oral traditional stories that solidify our place within communities that need to be told. The strategic plan will be a living document that is responsive to the unique and dynamic needs of the 2S+ community. Looking ahead, we're wanting to fill the vacant positions. Currently, we have Ontario, Newfoundland, and Prince Edward Island that need appointments. We've assigned portfolios to the council members within the AFN areas. In embracing Two-Spirit people among us, we celebrate the diversity and richness of our culture. We recognize inclusivity is not merely an aspiration, but a fundamental aspect of who we are as Indigenous people. It's our duty, your duty as leaders, to ensure that every member of your community feels seen, respected, and valued. The AFN 2S Council remains committed to its efforts to support initiatives concerning missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, and 2S+ people, and advocating for the calls for justice with a specific focus on the 2S+ community. As we move forward, we're committed to supporting Two-Spirit people in every way we can, advocating for funding so our communities can create the safe spaces for our youth. This means providing and promoting understanding, education, and advocating for their rights and well-being. Our communities are stronger and more vibrant when we uplift and support all of our members. We hope our Okamaus, leaders, chiefs will stand unified with us and the work that we're doing in creating meaningful change. One of the items we wanted to see as a council was representation on this stage. We got confirmation with the next AGA, our 2S relatives will be visibly represented up here. So I want to thank you for the time and the opportunity to address this assembly of the work being carried out by our 2S+ Council. With that, Kinanaskmatin Ikose Hai Hai.
So thank you to all of our chairs, co-chairs, for their presentations of the council reports. It's important to know what work's being done by our brothers, sisters, and cousins in advancing the rights of our people. So thank you for all your information and your knowledge sharing. We will now be heading into a 30-minute plenary on First Nations policing. We have a few guests with us, but to start us off, I would turn to Regional Chief Picard for opening statements.
Merci beaucoup, Cédric. Bon matin à toutes et à tous. C'est un extrêmement plaisir de vous revoir ce matin. Et je vais sans doute, d'entrée de jeu, indiquer que nous sommes extrêmement heureux de pouvoir compter sur une aussi belle participation à cette Assemblée qui a présenté des défis importants sur le plan de l'organisation, sachant que notre région n'a eu à peine que quelques mois pour préparer ces 3 jours. Good morning, everyone. To the chairs and members of the 4 councils who are also represented at the executive level. To the National Chief, my colleagues of the Executive, to all of you chiefs and delegates, certainly want to acknowledge that we are on traditional Indigenous unceded lands again this morning. Very important to serve that reminder. I had notes prepared, but I'll put those notes on the side and just maybe share a few words. I totally, fully respect the duties that I have to as a regional chief, and certainly want to commend my colleagues from the executive. And I'm certain that no one here at the head table is looking for, come to these jobs looking for rewards, but yet they come on their own. And it's certainly true on the issue of justice and policing, and certainly want to acknowledge my colleague from British Columbia, Regional Chief Terry Teegee. And we both share the portfolio on justice and policing. Rewards come through what I see as the commitment and dedication of a number of individuals. We've been putting much effort and energy in setting up a task force over the last 3 years, comprised of leadership chiefs, but also experts and representatives of different associations across the country, both regional and national, on the issue of policing. And they're probably better suited than I to present the issues at stake with regards to policing services and having those services recognized as an essential service. We have one resolution, 42, in the package, very straightforward, and a resolution that intends to reaffirm previous positions that you took as an assembly. I think it's very important, and that resolution would only serve as a reminder of the positions that we have to acknowledge and respect and deliver in the face of what I would call opposition from all levels of government. If the remarks from Minister LeBlanc, the minister responsible for public safety at the federal level, could demonstrate the kind of challenges that we have, then I think the presentations that you will hear shortly will only serve yet another reminder of the challenges before us. So I think it's very important that we pay close attention to the various positions that will be presented. And I have no doubt that the resolution put forward as a follow-up to the presentations is very clear in terms of the journey that we have to pursue on policing services as essential services. So I want to be, in closing, be thankful to the members of the task force, a number of individuals deeply dedicated and committed from across the country. And one more thing, I know this is streamlined proceedings, and I certainly want to be my respect and greetings to all of those citizens from their respective territories following the agenda this week, the AGA this week. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Merci, Chef Régional Picard. Now we'll be moving on to a First Nations policing update, and we have two speakers. We have Kaya Lu, Executive Director for Indigenous Police Chiefs of Ontario, as well as James Killeen, Vice President for the same organization.
Good morning. My name is James Killeen. I'm the Police Chief for the UCCM Anishinaabe Police Service out on Manitoulin Island. I'm also the Vice President of IPCO, which is the Indigenous Police Chiefs of Ontario, and I'm a member of the Mohawks of Akwesasne. I'm here with Kaya Lu, who is the Executive Director of IPCO. He's also the previous Chief of Police for Treaty 3 Police Service, and he has an expansive career in policing. IPCO represents the 9 self-administered Indigenous police services across Ontario. We serve 86 communities, including some of the most remote in Ontario. IPCO was founded in 2019, and the reason that IPCO formed was to act in unity on community safety. In the past, there was a divide and conquer approach with the Indigenous police services across Ontario, and IPCO looked to rectify that in bringing us together. I'm going to give you a brief update on our Canadian Human Rights Tribunal challenge that we have and our injunction update. So IPCO has made major progress combining advocacy and using the court system to get what we need, not just for our police services, but for the communities that we serve. We are seeking justice for decades of chronic underfunding of Indigenous public safety. Last year, IPCO launched a human rights complaint against Canada. Also last year, we successfully won a federal court injunction, which forced Canada to continue funding 3 Indigenous police services after we refused to accept discriminatory funding under the First Nation and Inuit policing program. So prior to me being the Chief of Police of UCCM, I worked for 23 years with Greater Sudbury Police Service in a municipal setting, and I can tell you that my entire time in municipal services, I never felt threatened that our funding would get cut off. And it was a first for me, and it was actually terrifying, not just for me as the leader of the police service, but for all of my officers and my civilian staff, and for the communities we served. So no other communities across Canada that are policed by provincial or municipal or federal police ever have the threat of having their funding cut off and their police service disbanded. But we did face that. And that was as a result of us filing that human rights complaint. As you know, Canada has a long pattern of refusing to negotiate funding for Indigenous community safety. These bargaining tactics are central to our human rights complaint. And these are going to be heard within the next 6 months in January 2025. So it's coming up very quickly. It's always the same with the government. They come to our communities with pre-written funding agreements, and they threaten that if we don't sign, they'll cut off funding. Coincidentally, last week, UCCM Police hosted a fish fry, and we invited our past employees, which included 2 of our previous chiefs of police. And as I spoke with them, they spoke about repeated stories of having threats of having the funding cut off to the police service. And they lauded IPCO for its push forward and said they wish that they had that back in their time as chiefs of police so that they could have pushed the issues that needed to be pushed forward. So last year it was Anishinaabe Police Service, Treaty 3 Police Service, and UCCM that all said no to signing those agreements because of those discriminatory terms and conditions. We did so with the benefit of our strong political leadership. People such as Grand Chief Abram Benedict from the Chiefs of Ontario, UCCMM Tribal Chair Patsy Corbiere, and all of my chiefs from my area all supported me. That also included Grand Chief Linda Dubosky of Anishinaabe Nation, who at the time was the Chief of Chiging, as well as Ogidjita Kavanaugh at Grand Council Treaty 3. And all of the chiefs of police from those 3 different police services and their territories. Thanks to their support, we stood strong, and the federal court sided with us and restored our funding. In May, we marched with the Chiefs of Ontario regarding the new Police Services Act, which is the Community Safety Policing Act. In this new act, it had the exclusion of First Nation laws enforcement. So we are holding that is the same right, that we cannot support one side and then switch it over to the other side. So we are saying that we have to stay with that. We have to keep supporting our inherent jurisdiction and pushing for that for our community safety. The courts recently extended its order for our funding until next year. That means Canada must continue funding UCCM, APS, and Treaty 3 Police Service and suspend the most restrictive funding terms which block us from getting funding for legal costs and infrastructure financing. As mentioned, IPCO's human rights complaint against Canada goes to a hearing in January 2025 at the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal. We are cautiously optimistic. As last year, the federal court judge, Judge Gasco, said that we had a high likelihood of winning our case. I miigwech for this opportunity, and I'm going to turn it over to Kai Lu.
Good morning, Chief Killeen. Thank you. I just want to take a moment to acknowledge and recognize the Eagle staffs that are up on the stage here and the sacred items, and as well as my distinguished panelists and the regional chiefs. My name is Kai Lu. I'd like to talk a bit about our relationship with our communities. I know there is a resolution coming up for a vote here, and I can tell you the resolution reflects what we have consistently been hearing from our communities and leadership. 2 points. 1, Indigenous community safety can only be guaranteed if Canada recognizes your inherent jurisdictions over your own safety. 2, that in Canada, for the province to decide what is right for you is exactly why communities have struggled for so long. I have over 37 years of policing, 4 years as Chief of Police for the Gananoque Police Service located in Ontario, 7 years as the Chief of Police of the City of Cobourg, and then the last 4 years as the Chief of Police for the Treaty 3 Police Service. In all my years of policing, I have never seen anything like the discriminatory underfunding of Indigenous public safety. These services are asked to do more with less. In fact, at times they're asked to do more with nothing. And communities must live with the profound risk caused by the lack of resources to address challenges like the opiate crisis and street gangs. For example, last year, when IPCO went to court to force Canada to change the First Nation Inuit policing terms and conditions that prevented us from having specialized units, basic units that non-Indigenous police services or communities take for granted, such as drug units, organized crime, K-9, and others. Canada only lifted these restrictions after we sued in federal court. And it's unfortunate that it takes court decisions or human rights complaints for government to change policies and directions. Now we're hearing that Canada, as you did yesterday with Public Minister LeBlanc, wants to remove inherent jurisdictions over the safety of Indigenous people out of the proposed policing legislation. Every leader that I speak to are saying the same thing, in that inherent jurisdiction over community safety is non-negotiable. We heard Minister LeBlanc yesterday promising our police services will be designated essential service, promising that the legislation will include sustainable funding. Of course, these are important. We all agree that essential service designation is long overdue. We all agree that Canada needs to improve funding. But I keep hearing the same thing from my communities and community leaders. If Canada moves ahead with legislation that fails to recognize your jurisdiction over your own safety, then you will not have the policing you deserve. So to conclude, at IPCO, our job is to listen to the communities and our leaders. I can only tell you what I hear. Inherent jurisdiction over community safety is non-negotiable. If jurisdiction is removed from legislation, if it is moved to the Department of Justice, as we've heard yesterday, then communities must be afraid that Canada and the provinces will continue to dictate what model of policing you are allowed to have. Our commitment is to deliver adequate, effective, and culturally responsive policing. To do that, we listen to you. And today, I was asked to share with you what we're hearing from our communities about your right to determine your own path forward on community safety. We just want to deliver the policing you deserve, like any other non-Indigenous community take for granted. Thank you.
So thank you, Kai and James. And just as a point of a comment, a resolution's been mentioned. We will be going through these resolutions in the afternoon. Our next speaker to update us on police litigation is Julie McGregor, AFN Senior Legal Counsel. Julie.
Thank you and good morning, chiefs and leadership. My name is Julie McGregor. I'm from Kitigan-Zibi. I'm a Algonquin from Kitigan-Zibi, and I'm the Senior Legal Counsel at the Assembly of First Nations. You just heard from the two speakers before me a lot about the litigation that's ongoing in Ontario with the Indigenous Police Chiefs of Ontario. And there is similar litigation going on throughout the country. There are 36 self-administered police services. And it's not a lot, but I will tell you the majority of them are also in litigation with Public Safety Canada over their funding. It's remarkable how similar the litigation for the policing is turning out to be, how similar it is to the child welfare litigation. And as we know, as we talk about child welfare at this assembly, all of that work was 20 years of battling it out, 20 years or plus of battling it out at the tribunal, the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal, in the courts, in the systems, to have our equitable funding and recognition of our rights. And it's the same thing for policing. You've heard Kailu speak about this, about how we have to have jurisdiction over our policing because we need to be able to determine for ourselves what we need in terms of community safety. It's been, I don't know how many years since we've had either the RCMP or the police or provincial police services in our communities, and it's all mostly led to violent and tragic incidences occurring. We know that Indigenous police services, First Nations police services have been around for 40 years, and their record is much better in terms of community, culturally appropriate policing that serves our community, that listens to the people, and that ensures the safety of our communities. So as I say this, just to do a quick, I don't want to recap what's already been said about the litigation, but just to say that there is the majority of First Nations self-administered police services have now filed complaints with the Canadian Human Rights Commission. IPCO's complaint has been referred to the tribunal for a hearing. And also in Quebec, the Quebec Chiefs of Police Association have filed a complaint, and we heard just this week that the Alberta First Nation Chiefs of Police have also filing a complaint with the Commission. There's also litigation working its way through the court system as well, because tribunal decisions have been made in Quebec with respect to funding of the police services. Specifically, the community of Mistouiash brought a Canadian human rights complaint, which was referred to the tribunal, and the tribunal found that the funding of that community's police services was discriminatory. The human rights complaint and the tribunal decision is being appealed by governments currently, but also just recently, the Supreme Court of Canada heard the appeal from the Quebec Court of Appeal for Mistouiash's case on a contract issue that the Quebec government appealed the fact that they believed they didn't have a duty to uphold the honor of the Crown with respect to funding of First Nations policing. And they don't believe that the First Nations have an inherent right or a constitutional right or a treaty right to self-governance over policing. Again, this is very similar to what we saw in the Child Welfare C-92 reference, where provinces and territories don't want to respect or uphold First Nations rights. So we're waiting for a decision of the Supreme Court, should be coming down within the year. So those cases are also winding their way through the courts. I don't want to take up too much time. I know we have a hard stop at 10:30, but just to say that in terms of what you heard previously, we have a resolution going forward to support jurisdiction. We heard from the minister yesterday, as he said that they're proposing what they call a two-track process, where the issues surrounding jurisdiction, self-governance rights would be left to another day, and they would focus on essential services. But I would urge you to look at Public Safety Canada's publication, which they call the Essential Services, Essential Elements document. This is a document that they've created, which they intend to turn into drafting instructions for legislation. And it's not just a matter of not willing to deal with our rights. It's a matter of the provinces having jurisdiction over certain matters, including the creation of future First Nations police services, future First Nations police boards, and funding. So if you want to take a look at that document, we have copies downstairs at the trade show. And I would urge you all as chiefs and leadership to take a strong look at that, because it's a misnomer to just say it's an issue of one track being essential services and one track being jurisdiction. It's a bit more issues with bringing in the provinces and the territories. And I would tell you from the litigation perspective, the provinces and the territories are fighting us tooth and nail on this issue. So if they are granted any further delegation of power under this legislation, it will be very difficult for First Nations police forces moving forward. So, Miigwech, I'm going to turn it over to Grand Chief.
Thank you, Julie, for that update. So that'll bring a term to this part of our agenda. And now for our next section, I would like to invite my co-chair, Weena.
Thank you, Cedric. And thank you very, very much for this panel. And thank you very much for adapting your time, because we have a guest, so we had a hard stop at 10:30. for our guest speaker. We'll have 30 minutes with Gary Ananda-Sangari, Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations. He'll speak to you for a certain period of time, and then the remainder of the 30 minutes will be for question and answers. And I want to remind you quickly here that it's not because you're in line at the microphone that we'll have time to get to you, so thank you very much for your understanding of that. And after Minister Ananda-Sangari, we'll have the guest speaker, Terry Duguid, Parliamentary Secretary. And so for 15 minutes. So on that, I want to now invite Minister Ananda-Sangari to the stage to speak to you for the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup, everyone.
Sego, Kwe, Bozo, Ainin, Tanzi, hello and bonjour. Welcome everyone, and I would like to thank the Gane Genaka for hosting us on their traditional territory this week. I want to acknowledge the knowledge keeper, Shan Kichikake, for his work and for the powerful remarks and the honesty and insight that they've given us. Thank you. I would like to thank National Chief Cindy Woodhouse Nepinak for this invitation and for her hospitality, and I'm also truly grateful to be here with all of you today. Let me acknowledge some of the colleagues that are here joining us. Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister, Terry Duguid, Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations, Jaime Batiste, Jamie Schmale, Member of Parliament, and my opposition critic for the Conservative Party, as well as Senator Michel Audette, who represents Quebec. Je tiens également à remercier le chef national Woodhouse Nepinak pour son invitation et son hospitalité. Je suis vraiment reconnaissant d'être ici avec vous tous aujourd'hui. With this year's theme of the Assembly, it is clear that we have a valuable opportunity to strengthen our relationship, advance solutions to affirm rights, and improve quality of life for First Nations. Together, we're entering a new era of Indigenous relations, and we're building true nation-to-nation relationships. As many of you know, the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples has guided our department's work, especially since the passing of the United Nations Declarations Act. Some of the specific efforts reflected in the action plan include working with First Nations partners on our shared priorities. This includes reforming the specific claims process for addressing past wrongs, redesigning the process for adding lands to reserve, and creating viable alternatives to the Indian Act to advance reconciliation and First Nation self-determination. We've been collaborating with Indigenous partners to put the Declaration into action, to respect and uphold Indigenous rights and advance Indigenous visions of self-determination. Just 2 weeks ago, I was in British Columbia to take important and historic steps to further nation-to-nation relationships. With the Kitsum-Kalem and Kitselas First Nations, along with the federal government and the province of British Columbia, we initialed draft treaties, a large step forward in reestablishing the right to self-determination and self-governance. And we will do this again in 2 weeks with the Comox First Nation. We signed a memorandum of understanding with the Cloquet First Nation to address community priorities, including an unfulfilled 2003 land transfer agreement. This MOU was about working to do the right thing and earning the community's trust. And we are committed to doing that. We celebrated the 10th anniversary of the Chakotay Nation's historical decision on title, and we renewed our agreement with $39 million in new funding. We're listening, taking action, and working to address historical wrongs in partnership with your nations. In November 2022, the Assembly of First Nations and the Government of Canada formally launched the co-development process for specific claims reform. This is built on the groundwork laid by the Assembly of First Nations. As part of the reform process, I'm pleased that both the AFN and my department recently posted a discussion paper on a proposed independent center for the resolution of specific claims on their websites for comments and feedback. And I hope many of you provide that valuable feedback. Another example of us working together is a redesign of the addition to reserve policy. We're reviewing your feedback, and we will continue to pursue meaningful engagement that fits your needs and priorities. This includes welcoming the discussions and decisions you make at the AGA in regard to co-developing policy options. Strengthening our relations is a theme that resonates because it speaks to the core of the federal government's work with the Assembly of First Nations. Renforcer nos relations est un thème qui résonne parce qu'elle est cœur de l'action du gouvernement fédéral auprès de l'APN. We've done a lot of work together in the past 9 years, and this includes securing funding to communities to address colonial legacy of residential schools and working towards healing, establishing the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation, ensuring that much overdue people apology, and advancing child and family services and those who should oversee it. We are moving towards real long-term reform based on the notion of self-determination. This means doing the hard work on our end to make sure we're listening, working in true partnership and getting it right, so we can see solidified change in the future that no one government can ever roll back. Reconciliation and our renewed path of working together only moves forward. We cannot go backwards. Over the past 9 years, our government, various ministers and ministries have set joint tables with the AFN and community leadership to work through our shared challenges and priorities. Last month, several federal cabinet ministers and I met with the national chief and regional chiefs to identify and prioritize to improve the quality of life for First Nations and to close long-standing socioeconomic gaps through the permanent bilateral mechanism. This meeting provided a chance to discuss critical issues that will guide our relationship, including First Nations policing, closing the housing and infrastructure gap, child welfare, education, climate leadership, and economic reconciliation, among other things. I look forward to continuing this work at the next leaders' meeting in the fall of 2024. Last year's announcement of Canada's collaborative modern treaty implementation policy marked a major milestone and a new phase in our relationship as well. It set the direction for making progress on shared priorities, including establishing the Intergovernmental Leaders Forum and co-developing the independent oversight mechanism, the Commissioner of Modern Treaty Implementation. Consultations with modern treaty partners on the draft legislative proposal to establish the Commissioner is well underway. These efforts will go a long way in ensuring that we live up to our commitments and responsibilities made under the modern treaties. Moving to another critical milestone reached, this year marks 5 years since the release of the final report of the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls. We all agree that this is a national crisis. Every Indigenous woman, girl, two-spirit, and gender-diverse person in Canada deserves to be safe, honored, and live free from violence. Since the launch of the inquiry, we have made efforts to advance the federal work outlined in the Calls to Justice. On June 3, 2024, the latest Federal Pathway Annual Progress Report was released and highlighted progress over the past year, including 47 emergency shelters, 52 community safety projects, reliable internet for over 3,000 Indigenous households, and improving midwifery services and infrastructure in close to 100 Indigenous communities and organizations. While we continue to review progress with partners, the majority of calls to justice in which the federal government is involved have been actioned. An example of this is a mobile birth center program in 6 nations of the Grand River. We will continue to be relentless in our push to see these calls to completion. Budget 2024 is building on this tangible progress through additional proposed investments to address the calls to justice in areas such as housing, health, addressing anti-Indigenous racism in healthcare, culture, and First Nations and Inuit policing. The Government of Canada and Manitoba recently announced a partnership to co-develop a pilot red dress alert system with Indigenous partners. This initiative is supported and identified in Budget 2024. And we're providing funds towards the Government of Manitoba to support its search of the Prairie Green landfill for 2 murdered First Nation women. This too was long overdue, but we are so pleased to now have a willing partner in the new Manitoba government who are committed to doing the right thing. We acknowledge the grief and pain of families who have been missing or their lost ones. Personally, since becoming minister, meeting with frontline workers, local support organizations, and families and survivors and advocates, I'm motivated by their strength and resilience. Our priority, as outlined in the federal pathways, to provide assistance in services for the healing journeys of individual Indigenous family members and survivors in whatever form that is meaningful and helpful to them. While federal investments are important, honoring our legal obligations to First Nations and working together to renew relationships are key to addressing historical wrongs with Indigenous peoples in Canada. In June, the Federal Court of Canada approved the distribution protocol for the first claims process for the First Nations Child and Family Services, Jordan's Principle, and Trout Class Settlement Agreement, marking an important milestone towards compensating children and families who are harmed by the discriminatory undertaking of the First Nations Child and Family Services Program and those impacted by the federal government's narrow definition of Jordan's Principle. My colleague, Minister Haidu, continues to lead the critical work of child welfare reform and will continue to work together with First Nations leadership to ensure the rights of their children and communities are respected and upheld. As we continue to address the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to action, we are guided by the strength of survivors and their families, including those who continue to live with the painful legacy of residential schools. I note just this week, Cross Lake becomes the latest community in which the search for their loved ones have materialized. The shared journey of reconciliation continues to evolve, but one aspect will never change. We must ensure that this significant part of our history is never forgotten. Ce parcours commun de réconciliation continuera d'évoluer, mais un aspect ne changera jamais. Nous devons veiller à ce que partie importante de notre histoire ne soit jamais oubliée. We will implement the calls to action and the principles set down by the Truth and Reconciliation Commission through political will, joint leadership, collaboration, building trust, accountability, and transparency. I want to emphasize here in front of all of you that I, alongside our Deputy Minister, Valerie Gideon, who is here in the room today, are committed to doing the work needed to see our relationship grow stronger and create outcomes for First Nations. In a time where the system still isn't working quite right, racism being live and well, and appalling claims of denialism have broken into the mainstream. It is in this moment where we must reaffirm our commitment and continue to strengthen our relationship. It wasn't that long ago when First Nations did not have a willing and honest partner in the federal government. That will never again be the case in our relationship, and I promise you that. It may not always be easy, and it certainly hasn't been perfect, but we will be here to work in true partnership in order to make real progress and advance reconciliation. And we cannot let anyone take us backwards. Thank you once again for welcoming me to your annual General Assembly, and I look forward to strengthening our relationship. Welali o ni wa miigwech. Thank you. Merci.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. Okay, so for the remainder of this session, so for the next 14 minutes, we have time to take questions. What we propose is to go and to take 3 at a time, so three at a time, and then we'll have a response from the minister. We'll go to microphone 1, 2, and come back to 1. So over to microphone 1, please.
Good morning. Vera Mitchell, Chief Poplar River First Nation. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for coming to see us today. But I want to express my disappointment in your statement of reforming child and family services. Because I don't know if you're aware, but in Manitoba, child and family services, all the agencies are mandated by the province. They are not accountable to our First Nation communities or people. They own the agencies, and they're directed. We don't have a mandate in child and family services. So why do we want to assist the province in reforming a child welfare system that is broken? We have been talking about this for the last 20 years. We're never going to be able to reform child welfare unless the jurisdiction is given to our people. I want you, if you may, go and read the Indian Act. You have the capability as the Indian agent to give us jurisdiction of child welfare. And while you're at it, give us gaming too. Thank you.
Miigwech for that. Microphone number 2, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Gisukyokiat Kapiniskit, who Sukasukni Nelson Mietki, Cheryl Casmer, proxy for Nasukan Joe Pierre of AGA in British Columbia. Minister Ananda Sangari, it's good to see you again, and thank you for providing us with the update. However, I have to disagree with you on a certain matter, and that's in relation to progress that you've stated has been made on the calls to justice. There are 231 calls to justice, and from what we understand and what we've been updated on is that only 2 of those calls to justice have been completed. And to me, that is a shame. That is shameful. Indigenous women and girls continue to go missing, continue to be subjected to discrimination, and continue to be subjected to violence. And when we have only 2 calls to justice that have been achieved of the 231, that just sends a message to the rest of Canadians that Indigenous women and girls continue to be seen as disposable. And that is totally unacceptable. And I know that you can't do this alone, so I'm calling on you to call on your other partners, the other ministries, to ensure that there is a whole of government approach to implementing these calls to justice. Because when it comes time to next year, when we have the next annual report, I certainly hope that there is going to be a heck of a lot more progress and a heck of a lot more to report on so that we can see what's happening to realize those changes on the ground in our communities. There's too many reports of murdered and missing Indigenous women in this country, and it's shameful. I can't think of another word to say other than it's shameful, and we need to stop that. And you need to work with us closely in making sure that we can work towards the implementation of those recommendations and to make sure that we are actually making a change in this country. Because without that, this is going to continue to happen. Thank you.
Miigwech Chief. So if a technician, if you can please put 4 minutes for each chief, and thank you for not using all your minutes, but I'll manage the period of time, the remainder of period. So microphone number 1, please.
Wajik, so we are starting with Talwaban in Shinahasan, not Dobskin, First Nation Dostin. And then ask one of us when I go to Bijitian. Nestabshi Chamahayano Gagi Bagatinakote Moon Dandi Winston Shabbat. I am honored to be here today, what you Minister. You know, the report you just did, it sounds too good because it doesn't reflect what you say about my community. You know, I'm situated in the remote north. We live in a half square mile of land. And we're packed like sardines. And we've been at this ATR process far too long. And it's been too long. And now we got to the point where I get really frustrated, and I told government in Ontario, do what you need to do to release some land so we can develop. We need land. We need infrastructure. We need housing. You know, the state of my community shouldn't be living in this condition. And I urge you, you have to do better. You have to do better with our relationship, the relationship we're supposed to have as nation to nation. And it's just not happening fast enough. You know, we need to build, we need land. And it's really disrespectful and shameful that I have to go through this process just to acquire more land when it's our land to begin with. You know, it's shameful. And we need to do better as and I don't understand why you formed 2 departments of serving Indigenous people. One is the program and one is relations. And I get frustrated when I try to make a call to you directly. You're no special to me than I am, you know? We're supposed to be equal. You guys say you work for us. We need to be answered. And I came here I came to the assembly just to have our voices heard, the one in the remote north, the one that are trying to get out of poverty and meet the basic needs for their people. There's a lot of us communities out there, and we have to do better. We have to do better, people, all the chiefs. Mingesh, thank you.
Miigwech Chief. We'll go back to Minister. Over to you. If you want to take the microphone over there, it's up to you, or you can come here as you wish. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and let me just try to answer some of these questions. I think with respect to Chief Mitchell about child and family services, it's an area that we have worked a great deal on together with the Assembly of First Nations as well as many other partners, and fully recognize that there's work to do. And as we finalize agreements and finalize discussions, I think it's important to keep in mind what this is all about. This is about ensuring children are left in their communities and stay in their communities. At the same time, the communities themselves have self-determination over this issue. And I think since the decision of our government to bring in, or of the Supreme Court rather, to reiterate our ability to enter into C-92 discussions and ensure that there is self-determination, I think the pace at which we're moving towards agreements has really speeded up. But we know that there's still a lot more work to do, and we will continue to work. Chief Casimir, I know the issue around missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, I think, is something that, that really, it's been a very difficult conversation. It's been a difficult journey for many in this room, many who have been fighting for decades for governments to act. And while I fully recognize the frustration you have, and I too share that frustration, I just want to assure you that we are in the right track. We are working together. This February, we had the second Indigenous Provincial Territorial Federal meeting on missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit individuals. This is the second of its kind, and we bring everyone together who are impacted and who are working in the front lines to sit down with governments and to come up with solutions. And I think as we're progressing, and while the pace of progress may be frustrating, make no mistake that we are going in the right direction. And one of my commitments is to make sure that we put an end to this tragedy. This is not something in 2024 is acceptable to have Indigenous women and girls and Two-Spirit individuals feel unsafe. This is a priority for us. We need to work together. We need to continuously engage each other and to understand each other. And one of the things that I realized is that what happens in northern British Columbia is very different than what happens in downtown Winnipeg, or what happens in Ottawa or other major cities. We don't have one crisis, we have multiple crises in different areas. But the underlying reality is that it's rooted in racism and systemic racism, whether it's be the police, the justice system, or the lack of basic services, and also the gap that exists between First Nations and non-First Nation people. But I look forward to working together with you, Chief, and to all of you here. This is something we will get to the bottom of, and it will require sustained efforts. To Chief Sylvie, I think on the ATR, there will be a lot of discussion has taken place, and I know we've done a lot of work. And I think we're close to the end on this, and we're close to having a process that is a lot more accessible, and with some policy changes coming down the line. The work that's been done by the Chiefs of Ontario as well as AFN, I think, has been very, very important. And the next step is for us to develop and get that policy through Cabinet, and it's something that we will work towards. I also recognize that in remote communities particularly, it is much harder to access resources, much harder to access supports, especially on issues like healthcare, and the gaps are actually much larger. So we do need to continue to sustain those efforts to close those gaps. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Minister, thank you very much, Chiefs. And Minister has agreed to, because it's already 11, so the period of time would be ended at this time, but he agreed to take three more interventions, so three more chiefs. So the quickest way, as I mentioned, would be to hear the three of you and then go back to Minister, and then this will end the session. So, because our other guest is already arrived, so we'll go to microphone number 2, then microphone number 1, and we'll go back to microphone number 2 for the three last speakers. Microphone number 2, please. Over to you.
Right. Election 1 in Jawa and Squash Lise Behan Cook Bevan Seletku in the Cup Nation, British Columbia, Canada. Good morning, Lise Behan, Chief Cowater Band. This morning I have a contingency beside me to support me, Chief Dan Manuel, Upper Nicola Band, Chief Jordan Spinks, and Chief Pamela Robertson, as well as members of Council of Cowater Indian Band. I thank you for your report, Minister, and you know, one of the things that you talked about was the historical wrongs that Canada has done. And I want to talk to you about the Trans Mountain pipeline, the existing one, the one that was put in 1950. And what Coldwater has a problem with, and you know, we met with your predecessor, Minister Mark Miller, in January. And Minister Haydu committed to obtaining Coldwater's consent moving forward. And for the time dealing with the trespass in terms of Coldwater, and the consent is now. Failure to do so creates financial and reputational risks for Canada and any potential pipeline purchaser regarding the Trans Mountain Expansion Pipeline. And I tell you this because, you know, Canada has not committed to cold water. And we hope with you being here today and listening to the commitments that you're putting forward, that you go back and you talk to Minister Haydu and Minister Freeland and tell them to come and meet with Coldwater Indian Band. And we hope that, you know, you look at all the chiefs here. In the past, we've had more than 5 questions. We're down to about 2. So I hope as a federal minister, you know, you take the time to listen to all the chiefs, because we've traveled a long ways to come here and listen to your report, and then hopefully we don't get pushed away and not get our questions answered. Guksham, thank you.
Miigwech, Chief. So we'll go to microphone number 1, please.
I just want to take the time to thank the elder for the prayer, and I thank the Creator for another day. But I have troubles when you talk about modern treaty, and you include Métis with the modern treaty, but you're disrespecting the historic treaties. There wouldn't be a Canada if it wasn't for our treaties. You know, you talk about nation to nation. There's a troublesome resolution. I don't even know if you look at all the resolutions. Resolution 35 dealing with treaty. We want to talk about nation to nation, you come talk to me. You don't come talk to this AFN table or whatnot. You want respect, you got to treat us the same. At least say hi on the street when I pass you. You know, and the Natural Resource Transfer Act. No, we shouldn't be struggling in our own lands. We should be the Saudis of Canada. Why are our people sleeping on the streets? If that's not right. Our people are suffering with addictions and everything. My community's being overlooked. You know, even the structure of AFN, how it's set up. You know what? It's troublesome when the big bands have the same vote as littler bands. Even the formulas with the monies handed out, it's very troublesome. And we got limited time here to talk, you know, so I'm going to give my time, the rest of my minutes, to my brother here from Beaver Lake. You know, we're holding a treaty meeting, 1 to 11 in Cold Lake, August 26th or 30th. You're invited to come. The Governor General will come. And if the King, if you're listening, come. And if Trudeau, if you have balls enough, come to my territory. But I'm going to pass it to
Chief Gary Lehman, Beaver Lake Cree Nation, Treaty 6 territory. Once again, we are co-hosting this Treaty 1 to 11 gathering on the shores of Cold Lake, beautiful Cold Lake. And again, an open invitation to all to talk about everything treaty and our sacred treaties. What I wanted to mention was the opioid pandemic. I think there needs to be more energy put towards our opioid pandemic that's going on here and destroying our people at an alarming rate. Minister, you know this, and we've talked about this before. I just want to talk to you about putting more energy, resources, funds towards our this opioid pandemic. The evolution of addiction is it's alarming, and we need to keep up with this. So our First Nations, we need to have the resources to fight the way this addiction problem is going. So I ask you to start talking to the other ministers, talk to the Prime Minister and tell him, okay, let's start putting some muscle towards this, some financial muscle and resources. Thank you.
Miigwech, Chief. So just chiefs and proxies, just want to remind you all that maybe to make sure that language is appropriate, respectful at the microphone. But on that, we'll go to our last speaker, microphone number 2, please.
Good morning. My name is Regina Crowchild. I'm proxy for Chief Roy Whitney at Tsuut'ina Nation. To back up what Chief Daco just said and Chief Lehman, I want to notify you, Mr. Minister, if you listen, quit being on your phone or talking and listen to us. That's what you're here for. That to inform you that we have international treaties with the Imperial Crown, not with the state of Canada. The state of Canada is only in our territory because of our treaties. You have a responsibility as given to you by the Crown that you implement the promises of treaty, not make us subordinate to you. We are sovereign nations like Great Britain. The state of Canada gets their authority from Great Britain to legislate. We have our authority from our Creator, same level as the Crown. So why are you trying to do away with our treaties where you have no business trying to terminate our treaties with the Imperial Crown? It's time, and it's time, you know, that you come and talk to the rights holders. In early March of 2016, your Prime Minister came to our nation. At that time, we invited him to come and meet with Treaties 1 to 11 rights holders. He has yet to come. Your ministers come for 2 hours and then they take off. And the same thing looking on their phones while we're trying to address our issues with them. There's got to be respect. And the reason why our peoples are living in poverty, they're on the streets, they have addictions, they have all those mental health issues, is because what Canada has done to our peoples. You want to correct it? You need to talk to us. You need to provide us with the resources so we can correct the wrongs that you did to our peoples. We are tired of you coming to this assembly where our consent is manipulated. So if you want true reconciliation, you want to have a better government-to-government relationship with us, come to Cold Lake and meet with our chiefs, who are the rights holders, not AFN. Thank you.
Miigwech Chief. So once again, a reminder to you, all chiefs and proxies, kind reminder to please be mindful of your language when we are at the microphone. But on that, it's my first. Thank you for this. First boo. Okay, so on that, I want to go back to the minister to give him a chance to answer to you, chiefs and proxies. And I'm turning the floor over to you. Okay, perfect. So, Minister has agreed to go for 2 more. So as you know, we'll go for the next, and the next speaker will be 1, and then we'll go to the last. This one, it's for real. Last speaker at microphone number 2. You can share your time if you want. You have 4 minutes, and if you can be the more precise and concise, brief as possible, would be appreciated for the rest of you. So over to microphone number 1, please.
My name is Anna Betty Echnebeneshkam. I serve as a Deputy Grand Chief for Anishinaabe Nation. I'm proxy for Ganoguming. I'm going to keep my comments very short because I respect that I have other leaders here behind me to speak. Minister, you know, you used the words such as self-determination and treaty, and you know, you need to ensure that when you're using those terms that you're respecting what they mean and what our definition is. You also mentioned that your government has been part of implementation of the calls for justice, but unless you come to Attawapskat, unless you come to Sandy Lake or any of our remote communities, you will see that the report that you have is not true, that we are still deprived of you know, adequate policing services, safe places, and also to the resources and services for us to help our families. 20 minutes ago, I was on the phone trying to acquire secure funding for a family who are searching for their daughter or sister who has been missing for 13 months. And I have nothing. But yet you pride yourself on saying that you are implementing the calls for justice. I urge you to review that again, and unless you come to Attawapskat, Sandy Lake, or Fort Severn and other communities, and then you assess again. Chimingwech.
Miigwech, Chief. The reminder for you, Chief.
Shorting, Little Saskatchewan First Nation, Councillor Hedman for my First Nation in the North Interlake of Manitoba. I'm here to talk to the Indigenous Services Canada here. Meaningful consultations. I don't want to repeat what the other leaders have already spoke about, nation to nation, ATR. My question to Canada would be, meaningful consultations need to take place in the area of ATR. We're giving away our lands at an alarming rate to foreigners, and that includes our crown lands of this country called Canada. We're losing Iskunigan in my First Nation is called leftover land. We need to add more lands to our lands that we have so we can share and live off the resources that Canada is enjoying. They're enjoying these resources to their benefit. How many homes they're creating for the foreigners that they're bringing in, and without proper registration, without proper identification with these foreigners that are coming into our country. Why is that? We are all surveyed out, Minister. All of our country here in Canada, our First Nations are surveyed out, and we also say every child matters. Why are we excluding the children that were brought up in the provincial CFS system? Why are we continuing to avoid them from receiving any benefits from that $40 billion that's coming? It wasn't my children's fault when they were removed in 2011 due to the man-made flood in the North Interlake. A man-made flood that was not our fault. Our children were placed in the provincial welfare system. Now, because that happened, now my children from my community that were purposely removed are not entitled to that $40 billion that's coming. So, Minister, correct the wrongs. Correct our youth. We say every child matters. Let's make every child matter. Count them in. Thank you.
Miigwech, Chief. So the last 4 minutes. Microphone number 2, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chief Marcel Head from Shoal Cree Nation. Not too long ago, we entered into a self-government, self-determination with your lead negotiator. But there's, you speak of words like, working together, collaborating together, strengthening the relationship. That relationship is weak in terms of the negotiator. There's an unwillingness to, charter into a process that we call that's unchartered and unique. And that is going back to the original spirit and intent of treaty, to right the wrongs. Not the government to right the wrongs, but will teach you how to right the wrongs. There's so many injustices that have happened throughout the years since the day after treaty. And today we have a process that we tell the government of Canada that this land called Canada is still our land. It was never given up when we signed treaty. It was never given up, nor the resources that are within the traditional territories. I'd stood before 3 prime ministers, Mr. Minister, and I've told them exactly the same thing. It's time that First Nations in Canada take their rightful place in Canada to take back what was taken and stolen from us, the lands and the resources that still belong to us. Now, this process in regards to self-determination, you got to straighten out your lead negotiators. There is an unwillingness there to negotiate self-government, self-determination processes. We're telling Canada to push aside all your policies, your legislations, and listen to a process that dates back what should have happened the day after treaty. And you've heard chiefs here today, speaking of treaty. There is a relationship that was broken right after the day of treaty. And we have to, reconcile that process. And I'm talking about, going back to the spirit and intent of treaty. So I want you, Mr. Minister, to talk to your lead negotiators, specifically with Chris Durand, who's unwilling or unprepared to listen to what the process means to us. And that is going back, like I said, going back to the original and spirit intent of treaty. That's all we asked for. And I understand, there's a councillor from James Smith that wants to address the minister in the last few minutes. Thank you.
Miigwech, Chief. So the reminder of the time, you share it between yourself. Over to microphone number 2, Chief.
Good morning. My name is Alvin Mostus. I'm from James Smith Cree Nation. I'm here on behalf of Chief Kirby Constant, new elected Chief of James Smith. I'm a proxy for Chief Constant. I think what's very important to us is that I want to ask the Minister to rescind the NRTA transfer agreement. It's destroying it's keeping us poor as people. I don't know why the provinces don't want to share with the First Nations. Yet back in Saskatchewan, we have lots of reserves back home, and nobody wants to share. But the federal government, the provinces don't want to work together. How are we supposed to move ahead if the provinces and the federal government don't work together? That's setting everything back. So we have to see, the federal government has to start working with the provinces, and the provinces working with the federal government and the First Nations to bring all our people to the table. Right now, we can't even get the province to the table. We always have to come to Ottawa for talk to ministers, and I don't know what's going on there, so something's going to happen. So I like to see the provinces, federal, and the First Nations people working together to move this country forward. So with that, thank you very much.
Chief, can we have 30 seconds? 30 seconds.
Yeah, no, thank you, Minister. We're asking a simple question. We're also asking the AFN to support the treaty, the 3 Western nations there, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and Alberta. We continue to work on this Natural Resource Transfer Act. We want that support. But, Minister, what we said last spring with the Assembly here, we ask you to work with your minister, your Attorney General. We ask that question again, to repeal and rescind the Natural Resource Transfer Agreement Act. We ask that, Minister. We will continue saying that, and say that also to the Prime Minister. We want revenues. We want our land back. We want part of our resources. We agreed with the treaties to share the land and share the resources. We never ceded anything. We never gave anything up, Minister. Very simple question, okay? Thank you very much.
Miigwech, Chief. Miigwech, Chief. So okay, because of the boo a bit earlier, I got a deal, and we will have time to the last 4 minutes. So please share it between yourself. I trust you. So microphone number 2, please.
All right, I appreciate it as the host nation, or Kanien'kehá:ka, so I'm going to share it with my colleague from Kanesatake. So, Minister, I mean, we had a conversation not too long ago, and you had mentioned about looking at pathways to correct injustices, and the topic was about membership. And my pathway that I thought about, but we had to get cut off in the caucus room, is simply enough that turn membership over to the communities and we will determine who our people are, and not for the federal government at all. The federal government needs to be out of membership altogether, and we will determine our people and who they are.
Thank you, Chief.
I am the Grand Chief of Kanesatake and Mohawk Territory. My question is to the Minister and Minister Haju concerning the illegal dumping in my community of Kanesatake and the characterization and the dictatorship choice that your office has made to my community rather than letting my community decide who's going to do the characterization of that. And that bill is upwards of over $100 million. Yet you refuse to listen to my community and my office, my elected office, but you're listening to 5 ousted individuals who were ousted in non-confidence vote from my community twice in October and November of 2023. But you're ignoring my emails and my letters and my text messages to your own cell phone number. So I want to know why you're not listening to my voice and my community's voice, which I carry. And when are you going to meet with my community to discuss this issue of illegal dumping and toxicity in my community of the illegal dumping and the wastewater and the characterization of a large site and other dump sites in my community. I'm tired of being ignored. My community is tired of being ignored. When are you going to start listening to my community? You say you're here to listen to communities, but you're not. You're listening to 5 ousted individuals who are running on the Indian Act when my community is a custom band. You're not listening to us. You're not listening to community. You're not listening to people. Start listening to their voice. We know what we want. We know how to fix it. We've made you guys survive here for hundreds of years. We know how to fix our problem. Listen to us. Give us that chance. Give us the opportunity. Come to my office and talk to me and my community. Yango.
Miigwech, Grand Chief. The reminder of the time, microphone number 2, please.
It's probably very apropos that I say these words today on Haudenosaunee traditional territory. I'm flanked here by other Mohawk chiefs. In the 1600s and 1700s, the English were always on our doorstep, looking for a strong military ally to oppose their imperial opponent, the French king. Our people sided with the king to be the king's ally, and we have fought in every war since that time, over 300 years. The Crown entered into historic treaties with our people. The Crown is not honoring those treaties, and all I heard you say is that you wanted to honor the modern treaties. What about the historic ones? Our land was supposed to be protected from trespass. The Crown failed in its responsibility. All they can ask us for is to offer us money and to extinguish the rights to our land that we never surrendered in the first place. The Crown accepted the claim because it was never surrendered. When we file claims, your staff lose our files. You lost the claim for the middle third of the Tyndall tract in 2020. I had to deliver another box to Mark Miller. This is no law, and it was through the help of our people that the English asserted sovereignty, but with the help of the English, the imperial crown in historic times. Otherwise, there would be no Canada. And so I want to know what you're prepared to do to honor the historic treaties that go beyond the modern, that date back beyond the modern treaties. I never heard you say anything in your speech about that this morning.
Miigwech to all chiefs. So the session, the Q&A session is now closed, and we'll go for final comments by Minister Ananda Sangari. Over to you, Minister, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. There's a lot for me to cover, so I will be very, very brief. Let me just start off with the questions around Trans Mountain. First of all, I will speak to Mr. Haidu. I'm not personally involved with it, but I will be more than glad to have a conversation on this with you as well, Chief Spahan. With respect to historical treaties, and there's a number of questions around historical treaties. No, Canada has not done a good job in honoring historical treaties. I think it's one of the reasons why a lot of disparities continue to exist. And I think we're working through many of the past wrongs, and we are trying to address them. We have some very concrete examples of progress. So agriculture benefits, for example, in Manitoba and Saskatchewan have been fast-tracked, so we are trying to get resolution on that, and we have already resolved many of those claims. The Robinson-Huron Treaty discussions have concluded with an unprecedented $10 billion towards failed annuity increases. And we're continuing to work on many of the outstanding issues. It's not a perfect fix, and it's certainly not the way I think we should have done this from the outset, but here we are. We are trying to correct the mistakes. It will not bring back the losses you have and the failures that have existed, but it does bring us to a better place, and I look forward to working towards that. Chief from Beaver Lake, I'm sorry I didn't get your name. The opioid crisis is a national crisis. It's impacting many communities, but particularly northern and remote communities, and I've heard this over and over and over again, and the impact on families, on communities, and nations is severe. And it is something that, that I think we're, as all levels of government, are grappling with to see what the best course of action is. And I don't think we have a simple solution. I think we have multiple solutions. Some of them are attempts to look at new ways of doing things, and treatment facilities are a critical part of that. I know there's some discussion around treatment facilities in many communities, and the folks I met this week have reconfirmed that. But it's a crisis that I think many in this room are on the forefront of. I know many chiefs, when I was in New York for the UN PIFI, many chiefs told me about what they lost just that week, and it is just absolutely heartbreaking to see. In terms of Chief Betty, I think she was talking about the loss, and I think the challenges she's facing in her community, and the need for reform on policing and making sure that there's localized policing and supports that are self-determined. And I know Mr. LeBlanc talked about this as well when he was here. And we will work together towards ensuring that there's First Nations policing that is available to all. In terms of ATR reform, I think this is Councillor Shorting was talking about ATR reform, and some others talked about this as well. People spoke about land back, and that is definitely something that I believe in as well. Returning land is an essential part of reconciliation, and whether it's through modern treaties or through ATR reform or through any of the other processes we have, the return of land is crucial. And I will work with you on that. I know with the NCTR, it's a little bit more difficult for us because these are agreements that were done many years ago, and unfortunately the nature of the Federation does limit us from just saying we cannot continue within the NCTR. So it is a conversation I've had with many of you in this room, many of you as I visit your communities, but it is something that I think we have some limitations on. In terms of, I think Chief Cody Diabo's comments with respect to membership. Look, I have no business defining who and who is not a member of your community. The Indian Act does not have business defining who and who is not a member of your community. Canada does not have that, should not have that ability, but unfortunately, we're here where that is one of the root issues around the Indian Act and the systemic failures and discrimination that exists within the Indian Act. So we've had a number of temporary band-aid solutions, whether it's the second generation cutoff or sex discrimination within the Indian Act, where we are constantly doing patchwork to keep up. But ultimately, I think we need to get to a place where membership and citizenship is defined by you in your communities, and I do want to get to that point, and I can make that commitment to work with you to that effect. If I missed anyone, I will, I'm around for the rest of the afternoon as well, and my team is here. Thank you all for your candid comments and conversations, and of course, this is a way for you to keep me and the government accountable, and we will continue to be here and to work. Whether we can advance as fast at the pace you want may be difficult, but we will continue to be there to have these conversations. Thank you. Sorry, NRTA, you're right. NRTA. That's correct. Natural Resource Transfer Act. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you so much, Mr. Minister Ananda Sangari. Yep. Your time was very, very appreciated, as we can see by all the chiefs and proxies and the delegation. And National Chief has a gift for you. And yep.
Thank you, and I know that I really appreciate you staying longer. I know I've been muscling you here to stay a bit longer, but it's so important that we hear from our people. We have a small gift for you on behalf of all of us, the Assembly of First Nations, as well for your daughter. Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. And on that, we will navigate to our next speaker because we're a bit behind schedule. So on that, I want to first thank a big thank you to our next guest speaker for his understanding. We're a bit late, but I'm sure you understand that. And I will now invite the next speaker, Terry Duguid, Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister and Special Advisor on Water. Welcome on the stage, and thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you. Bonjour tout le monde, c'est un grand plaisir d'être ici avec vous ce matin. Thank you for having me as your guest today on the traditional territory of the Kahnawake AGA people. And I've had the opportunity in the past to speak to various fora on water that AFN has hosted, but it's a great honor for me today to speak at your annual General Assembly on a topic that I know is of great interest, essential to the life of your communities, essential to life on this planet. And if you'll cast your minds back to 2015, there were at least 105 water advisories in effect for over a year. You know more than anyone how this happened. Decades of successive governments, including governments led by my party, ignored the needs of First Nations and chose not to invest fairly. This peaked under Stephen Harper and Pierre Poilievre when your calls were ignored and you had to take it to the streets to be heard. In 2015, Prime Minister Trudeau promised to repair that relationship. 9 years later, there is still a lot of work to do, but significant progress has been made. Today, 30 long-term water advisories are still in effect, down from 105. There are plans in place and work being done to eliminate those remaining 30. And I know it is no consolation to those 30 that remain. I had just about 45 minutes ago a meeting with Grand Chief Fiddler and Chief Monius from Niskandaga, and which really brought home to me the reality that many First Nations still face in terms of health impacts and mental health impacts of these boil water advisories. But the progress that has been made, First Nations communities across the country made this happen. First Nations water operators, water walkers, water keepers, and water carriers worked tirelessly to get us there. They did their job and got the work done. They just needed a government to do its job and invest in them, realizing that there's much more work to do. Now, we can never let reckless cuts and indifference of the Harper era bring us back to where we were in 2015. That's why we tabled Bill C-61, the proposed First Nations Clean Water Act. It has the potential of ensuring access to clean drinking water and better water management for generations to come. Pendant trop longtemps, trop de Premières Nations ne pouvaient pas faire à l'eau qui sortait de leur robinet. C'est injuste, surtout dans un pays qui se veut égalitaire. L'eau potable est un besoin de base. For too long, too many First Nations didn't have confidence that the water they got from their taps was safe. This is a fundamental injustice, especially in a country that prides itself in supporting equality. Clean and safe water is a basic need. Bill C-61 would recognize and affirm the inherent right to self-government, including First Nation jurisdiction in relation to water, source water, drinking water, wastewater, and related infrastructure on, in, and under First Nations lands. Aligned with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, C-61 is the result of historic consultation and knowledge sharing with First Nations partners. Since 2018, we have been engaging with First Nations rights holders through institutions like the Assembly of First Nations on legislative reform. Indigenous modern treaty and self-governing partners have also been engaged on a bilateral basis. We also shared 2 drafts of the bill with First Nations across the country and posted them online for review. And we know some First Nations feel that they were not adequately consulted, and we're taking steps to remedy that. As you know, even though the Conservatives held up the bill for 7 months in the House of Commons, it is now moved to committee, and in the fall we'll be hearing directly from many of you in committee, and we are open to making changes to that bill so it better meets the needs of First Nations communities. But we cannot do this alone. We need your leadership, and we need you to make it clear to Conservatives that they cannot further delay this bill in committee. Parce que vous savez pourquoi il faut avancer, trop de communautés n'ont pas leur mot à dire dans la protection de l'eau, et elles souffrent de leur contamination. Because you know why it is important we move forward. Too many communities don't have a say in the protection of their source water and suffer from its contamination. Take the Mikisew Cree Nation in Alberta. In November, there was a 3rd spill upstream of communities at the Curl Mine. According to Chief Billy Joe Tucaro, who I spoke to personally at committee, people are scared to drink the water. The provincial Conservatives refuse to acknowledge this failure. In fact, a week after the 3rd spill, Provincial Minister Brian Jean called the company's commitment to environmental protection top-notch. We also know the situation that the people in Grassy Narrows are facing. People's health is on the line. All governments cannot continue to do more of the same. That's why we've created the Canada Water Agency. It is the focal point for fresh water, working in collaboration with all partners, including Indigenous peoples, to keep water safe, clean, and well managed. Bill C-61 will focus on water and related infrastructure on First Nations lands. On its part, the Canada Water Agency is focusing on improving water outcomes more broadly in the country, which includes modernizing the Canada Water Act, Canada's major water protection law. It has been over 50 years since the Canada Water Act came into force, brought in by Pierre Elliott Trudeau in 1971. And during that time, since then, much has changed in our environment, our society, and legislative framework. For example, freshwater challenges have increased due to factors such as population growth, industrial development, and agricultural intensification. Climate change, of course, is with us, amplifying freshwater impacts. The United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act, UNDA, also came into force in 2021, requiring the Government of Canada to take all measures necessary to ensure that the laws of Canada are consistent with the Declaration. In 2021, the Prime Minister mandated Minister Stephen Gilber, our Minister of Environment, to, following the establishment of the Canada Water Agency, advance the modernization of the Canada Water Act to reflect Canada's current freshwater reality, including climate change and Indigenous rights. As a first step, the Canada Water Agency has started a and I emphasize this, pre-engagement phase of this review process. During this phase, the agency will seek input from Indigenous partners on how they want to be engaged during the Canada Water Act review. This will culminate in meaningful and well-funded plans for the next engagement phase. The Canada Water Agency will also lead on the delivery of freshwater ecosystem initiatives under the Strengthened Freshwater Action Plan by investing $650 million to strengthen the protection and restoration of major watersheds such as the Great Lakes, Lake Winnipeg, Lake of the Woods, the St. Lawrence River, the Fraser River, the Wolastoq-St. John River, the Mackenzie River, and Lake Simcoe. For all of those initiatives to work, they need to respect your self-determination, because Ottawa knows best solutions are not only disrespectful, they simply don't work. When he was Minister of Housing, Pierre Poilievre oversaw a paternalistic, one-size-fits-all housing fund of $300 million for First Nations, but he did not consult you, did not let communities take the lead, and the result, he got exactly 99 homes built this way. The same can be said about the Conservative approach to water. They did not follow the lead of communities, so more and more advisories appeared, and they were not addressed. This changed when we decided to work with First Nations partners and follow your lead. When communities have what they need to take the lead, we see results. Take, for example, Star Blanket Cree Nation, who just last week celebrated the opening of a new water treatment plant, state-of-the-art. It is providing clean water to all homes and community buildings. This is a crucial step in lifting their long-term water advisory. Greater self-determination also means communities have what they need to address issues as soon as they arise. Mushua Innu First Nation, Mishki Gogamang First Nation, and others all were able to recently address issues quickly and lift their short-term water advisories before they became long-term. Self-determination also means that communities have the resources to hire and train local technicians to manage and maintain water systems. That includes water operators like Warren Brown from Lytton, BC First Nation, who won the National First Nations Water Leadership Award in 2023. He operates 13 drinking water systems and has led work to lift 6 long-term drinking water advisories. When First Nations communities are responsible for their own water, and when they have the resources they need to build infrastructure and train the staff, the gaps close. The work being done for Bill C-61 and through the Canada Water Agency is also aligned with efforts to combat environmental inequities. This includes efforts to address environmental racism. I know a topic that comes up commonly in the House of Commons, and we now have Bill C-226, an act respecting the development of a national strategy to assess, prevent, and address environmental racism and advance environmental justice. As you know, environmental racism has a long history in Canada. For decades, certain communities have been disproportionately affected by environmental hazards such as pollution, toxic waste, landfills, and dumps. The experience of Indigenous peoples in this space is particularly pronounced given the history of colonialism and relationship with the Crown. This new law acknowledges the ongoing inequities across the country and that the communities bearing these burdens are often members of an Indigenous, racialized, or an otherwise marginalized group. It also begins to chart a path forward towards environmental justice. So just concluding, through Bills C-61 and C-226 and the work of the Canada Water Agency, we are doing our best to follow the lead of Indigenous partners. These bills are meant to advance equality and justice across Canada with First Nations communities, and fundamentally, they're about fairness. We know there is still a lot of work to do, Centuries of colonialism will not be fixed overnight. But again, following your lead, we can protect the precious fresh water of this land for this and future generations to come. I know I'm looking forward to sitting in on the plenary session on C-61 and listening to how you think the bill can be improved and how we can continue our journey of partnership together. So thank you very much, and thank you, National Chief, for the invitation, and I hope you have a great assembly. Thanks so much.
Secretary Terry DeGood, and National Chief is giving him a gift, as we do for all our guests. So thank you very much. So on that, we will now turn for announcements before the lunch. And I'm going to turn the floor over to my colleague Cedric. Thank you very much.
So I know I'm right between you and lunch, but we do have a few announcements to make. The first one regards that it's come to our attention that there is a proposed draft resolution that's being distributed on the floor with number 00-2024 that's not been finalized or gone through the AFN resolutions process. As you know, the official on-time resolutions packages with the updated numbers was posted in advance of the assemblies and again is available at distribution, which changed place since yesterday. If ever there are any proposed changes to the sequence of resolutions or new emergency resolutions that are approved, the chairs will notify you. On the topic of resolutions, you have 13 minutes left because the deadline for late resolutions is today at 12, again with our resolutions committee. And finally, all resolutions, as you know, are reviewed in accordance with the policies that you can find on page 15 and 16 in the conference booklet, including potential emergency resolutions. Finally, once the process that is led by the Resolutions Committee is complete, any updated resolutions and new resolutions will be distributed through our distribution team. Rapidly, just to inform you that during our lunchtime, there is going to be a meet and greet with Chuck Hughes, not to be mistaken with our knowledge keeper, Chuck Hume. He's, as you all know, a Montreal chef who has a show called Chuck and the First People's Kitchens, where he visits our communities and learns about our ways. So he's in the Circle of Trade. As soon as you go in, he's on the left. There was already a lineup, just warning you. As we come back from our lunch at 1 o'clock, we'll be starting with a plenary on justice, as well as one on First Nations Clean Water Act, as mentioned by Mr. Terry DeGood. But before we go, we do want to take a moment of silence for the passing of a Treaty 6 elder, an artist, and an original member of the Group of Seven. We were informed that Alex Janvier from Cold Lake First Nations has passed to the spirit world to be with his family. And we'd like to take a moment of silence to recognize all the work he's done. So thank you all for that moment of silence in honor of Alex Janvier. And finally, as we head out to lunch, I would look towards our technical staff. If you can play the Aboriginal Financial Officers Association video, it's a quick video, so as you're on your way out, you'll be able to see it. Thank you and have a great lunch. We'll be back at 1. Welcome back, everyone. Good afternoon. As we get people coming into the room, we just have a few, again, little notes to give. The first one is related to our agenda for today. So there's been a few changes, obviously, with the delays. We will start with a specific claims plenary, as is in the agenda. We will then be moving on to different resolutions, including Draft Resolution 65 on the MMIWGs, as well as Draft Resolution 42 on policing. After that, and we'll get into the details again a bit later, we will be going through different omnibus packages, including one on lands and specific claims, one on justice, as well as a short presentation on the Indigenous Justice Strategy. We'll then be going into Bill C-61, the Safe Water Drinking Act, plenary, and different omnibus packages on fisheries, environment, and rights. For those of you who were here, you do know that Draft Resolution 35 was asked to be moved to today. However, the Resolutions Committee no longer has a valid mover for Draft Resolution 35. If someone would like to move the resolutions, they can go see the Resolutions Committee here on the side. If there are no movers, then we cannot discuss this draft resolution during the Assembly. Quick reminder on one of those resolutions that was handed out, not by our team. Again, it didn't go through the regular process, so it is not a resolution that will be addressed at this Assembly. And again, for resolutions, the late resolutions deadline has passed, so if you had one, it is too late. You can still address for emergency resolutions to our resolutions team, but no longer for late resolutions. And finally, with the plenaries that we have and with the 61 resolutions that we have left, each plenary usually has a resolution that is attached, so we will not be having question periods, as those can be addressed directly during the resolutions process. Quick reminder then, there will be a few omnibus packages as we mentioned. There needs to be a mover and seconder for each. We will then go through the regular process of reading the therefore be it resolves, the mover, the seconder, and the name into the record, after which we will open it to discussion. There can be amendments made to specific resolutions in the packages, but the package must be voted on as a whole. If ever there's a motion to remove one of the resolutions from a package, that may be done with a motion, but if that happens, that resolution is not guaranteed to pass before the end of the Assembly tomorrow. Quick reminder also that we do have the Circle of Trade downstairs. They'll be there all day today, and tomorrow I believe they end at 1. So if you want to go buy some stuff, support our artists, or meet new organizations, I invite you obviously to go see them down there. And with that, we will slowly begin with our plenary on specific claims. So I would invite my guests to join me on the stage. As they are coming up, I'd like to introduce Jesse Donovan to present a brief overview of what we will be talking about today.
Good afternoon, First Nations and Assembly. Thank you for creating this space on your agenda for us to provide a brief presentation on specific claims reform. My name is Jesse Donovan. I'm the Acting Director of the Assembly of First Nations Land Sector. Before I begin, I'd like to acknowledge that we're gathered here today on the unceded Kanien'kehá:ka territory. I will open this plenary session by providing a brief overview of Draft Resolution number 12, ensuring access to justice for specific claims through policy reform. I will then turn to Kathleen Lickers, External Legal Advisor to the Assembly of First Nations, who will provide remarks on the ongoing specific claims co-development process. Next, Stephen Augustine, Hereditary Chief on the Mi'kmaq Grand Council and member of the AFN Council of Experts in Indigenous Laws, will provide remarks on the transformative potential of recognizing First Nations laws in the resolution of specific claims. Finally, Candace Metallic, Principal of Metallic Law and Legal Counsel for Chippewas of the Thames First Nation, will provide further remarks on the challenges faced by Chippewas of the Thames in securing access to justice for their specific claims. Draft Resolution number 12, Ensuring Access to Justice for Specific Claims Through Policy Reform, recognizes the critical need for the elimination of the Government of Canada's conflict of interest in the specific claims process. This resolution also acknowledges the urgent need for policy reform while the generational work towards full independence continues. Finally, this resolution calls for adequate funding to fully meet First Nations needs related to the research and development of their claims. We expect this draft resolution to be presented to First Nations in Assembly this afternoon in the Omnibus Lands package. I will now turn to Kathleen Lickers, who will provide remarks on the AFN Canada Specific Claims Co-Development process. Thank you.
Scano, Sego, good afternoon. Minister Anand Sangari's remarks to us this morning, reconciliation that cannot be rolled back. We are going to hold him to those words. When the AFN technicians appeared before you last on specific claims, we promised to return and report back on our progress. So long as treaty obligations go unfulfilled, so long as unlawful dispositions of reserve lands and flooding of territories, unfulfilled promises over reserve lands, mismanagement of our lands, or our banned funds and assets by federal officials are not resolved, there will remain specific claims. Canada recognized this reality in the 70s and was prepared to formalize its process, but its recourse and its process came with a price. It would remove reliance on technical defenses and provide funding to access its services, but it would judge claims against itself. It would control the scope and the pace of settlement, and it would cement its current conflict of interest, which has remained so, even in the face of claim settlements today. So, the search for a fully independent, true, fair, impartial process remains. In 2009, Justice at Last prompted the creation of the Specific Claims Tribunal. And while we championed that success, we saw for the first time a measure of independence introduced into the process, but at the end of the process, and with a financial limitation on its access. And so, we continued to search. In 2016, Canada adopted the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, and the articles contained within it gave expression to a new vision. And in 2021, Canada committed to reviewing its laws and policies to align with the UN Declaration, and that has given rise to our current ambition. The AFN's developed a proposal. We've had it available. We developed it originally in 2019, and now we've been at the table with the Government of Canada's representatives since 2022. They secured a cabinet mandate to reach the resolution with us on the creation of an independent centre for the resolution of claims. And we have agreed and reached consensus on many key functions, creating an independent centre away from the specific claims branch that takes the registry and filing of claims outside of the department's own function, creating a resource hub that supports First Nations developments of claims with capacity, removing the funding of claims to an independent process, and not one that's confined by eligible activities along discrete silos of events, but rather that represents the true efforts that we engage in along a continuum from the filing of claims to the settlement of claims. But most importantly, and this we really want to truly emphasize, that we are wanting to hold Canada to the vision that it promised in the 70s, that it repeats rhetorically in some measures, that their preferred outcome is claims settlement negotiation tables, that they're not wanting to force us into litigation, and we want to hold them true to that promise. We want to maximize every effort to reach negotiated outcomes in early opportunities and before Canada takes a position on lawful obligation that confines the scope of that negotiation. We want them to do that as early as possible and with the involvement of expert facilitators and mediators wherever they're needed to resolve disputes. But what that means practically is a greater interaction with the tribunal, which means we have to examine the cap, because when the financial limitation of the tribunal operates as a barrier towards access, are we really truly holding to the promise of the UN Declaration, and particularly Article 28. Article 28 that the courts are giving expression to for the creation of equitable compensation. Well, you can't have it both ways. We can't have Article 28 expressing the availability of the restitution of lands, and if we can't have our lands, equitable compensation, and then provide a pathway to the tribunal that caps that aspiration at $150 million. So we have reached agreement on those elements, but there are challenges, and those challenges are real. Maximizing the access of who can file specific claims. We want to open that doorway. Securing the more structural elements of independence in all of its assets and removing the cap. But most importantly, how to incorporate Indigenous laws. And the greatest challenge that immediately confronts us is time. To secure true independence requires legislation, and the life cycle of this current government's mandate is closing. But that does not mean we are abandoning the effort. On the other hand, we have to recognize that all of this work is happening in the face of real negotiations, First Nations that are involved in every element of the process, that need to see Canada make policy changes that are real and have an impact now. And Canada can do both. They can make the kind of policy reforms while advancing legislation with us, and we want to hold them to those promises. In creating this vision of the centre, we have recognized that the inclusion of Indigenous laws has to be done with an expertise that isn't confined to Western common law, to support and guide and shape and inform a new way of resolving claims. And to do that, the Assembly of First Nations created a Council of Experts on Indigenous Law. Stephen Augustine has been a member of that council, and he's going to speak to you now about their guiding efforts. Now I go up for listening.
Well, Arlene, Kathleen, mi wadam dandel wigmiyo nigela giskuga edlewistu. The Council of Experts in Indigenous Laws was appointed by AFN in the spring of 2023. Chief Wilton Littlechild, Saugich Henderson, Sarah Morales, John Burrows, Darcy Lindbergh, and Heidi Stark were appointed to the Council of Experts on Indigenous Laws, and I'm the recent appointment. CEIL is responsible for providing expert advice on recognition of Indigenous laws in claims resolution in the Specific Claims Implementation Working Group in the Chiefs Committee on Lands, Territories and Resources. Recognition of Indigenous laws is supporting the recognition of the laws, legal orders, and dispute resolution mechanisms as articulated by participating First Nations. The recognition of First Nations laws may impact the conduct of adjudication, dispute resolution, and negotiations. One of the ways Indigenous laws is explained is in the work of John Burrows and Aaron Mills, with other Indigenous legal scholars like Saugich Henderson, Darcy Lindbergh, Isaac Murdoch, Kerry Sloan, and non-Indigenous legal scholar Jane McMillan. Focused on rooted constitutionalism, this group of legal thinkers have analyzed the structure of Indigenous communities and laws, creation stories, and oral histories of Indigenous peoples in Canada, and how they derived their morals, values, and principles of living together and sustaining their lives on the land prior to and after European contact. Succinctly put, we obtain our necessaries for life from the birds, plants, animals, and fish, combining water, wind, fire, and soil. We are able to negotiate our survival from Mother Earth, using ceremonies to appease the spirits which are ever present around us. We are still trying to survive on the land today, but we are getting resistance from Crown agents when we are exercising our Indigenous Aboriginal rights. The Crown is also using British common law systems and property laws to evaluate our lands for restitution, but they are overlooking our Indigenous relationships to the land and ignoring our Indigenous legal perspectives, our spiritual, ceremonial, and medicinal valuation of our lands. We need our Indigenous laws to be recognized and implemented in the specific claims process. Thank you. And our next speaker is Candice Metallic. Walalio. Thank you.
Good afternoon. There are several features of Canada's specific claims policy that require immediate reform in order to comply with the Supreme Court of Canada case law and the United Nations Declaration, both of which require Canada to provide First Nation claimants with equitable compensation for historic Crown breaches of its fiduciary duty. In my short time today, I will briefly review 3 of those areas, and you'll find in your resolution packages, resolution number 12, that will provide some detail to that as well. The backdrop of my presentation and my talk today is the principles of equitable compensation, and there are several of those, but one of them is that First Nation claimants need to be restored with what they lost due to the Crown's breach of its fiduciary obligations. The first area of policy reform that we're advocating for relates to the disruption of the cultural and spiritual connection that First Nations have to their land, the very thing that Stephen just briefly spoke about. The specific claims policy since the 1970s has provided that compensation shall not include any additional amount based on special value to the owner, unless it can be established that the land in question has a special economic value to the claimant, over and above its market value. This clearly does not reflect what claimant First Nations lose when their lands are unlawfully taken. The Supreme Court of Canada, in several decisions going back several years, has described First Nations lands as sui generis, and that is a fancy word meaning it's unique because it has special properties that First Nation peoples hold dear. And by describing lands as sui generis, it drew a really important distinction between fee simple lands and how they should be treated. In the most recent Supreme Court of Canada decision in Southwind, the court again reiterated the special nature of reserve lands, recognizing that Aboriginal lands have an important cultural component that reflects the inherent and unique value of the land to the community, which is central to their identity and their culture. So, according to the courts, when First Nations lands are being valued in the compensation process, rather than being afforded the bare minimum, First Nations should be entitled to the full potential value of their lands. considering the nature of the First Nations interests, the impact on the community, and the value of the land to the project in question. So what does this mean for the assessment of fair and equitable compensation for specific claims? In our opinion, it means that Canada, which allowed the disruption of the First Nations relationship and their sacred connection to the land, should pay a premium to account for that special value. This approach would satisfy the principles of equitable compensation by acknowledging the unique loss endured by First Nations when their lands were unlawfully taken. And the United Nations Declaration supports this as well, and Kathleen made mention of Article 28. So that we have two legal foundations that Canada is currently not following. But even more importantly, there are examples of outside of Canada's resolution process that provides premiums for when third parties access First Nation lands. We've seen other entities pay First Nations between 3 and 5 times above the market value for their lands. There's no justifiable reason why Canada shouldn't be doing the same. Valuing First Nation lands equivalent to fee simple lands as part of Canada's compensation criteria for specific claims is neither equitable, nor does it accord with Canada's jurisprudence, the United Nations Declaration, and we strongly believe that it's about time that the specific claims policy be changed for this reason. In other words, Canada ought to pay for the special value to the owner. And these policy changes are things that can happen right away. We don't need to wait for legislation. We simply need the government to act. The second area of policy reform relates to providing First Nations, particularly those with really large claims, with interim restitution pending a final settlement. The bottom line is that outstanding claim settlements are debts that Canada owes to First Nations. Currently, Canada does not have a policy that provides for interim restitution for these types of claims. And they can take the form, any form. They can be advance payments or they can be other type of financial instruments. For those First Nations who are involved in the claims resolution process, understand how long the process takes and how costly it is to achieve a settlement. It can take up to 5 years and sometimes much longer for complex claims. Providing advance payments on financial settlements or other types of financial arrangements would enable Canada to reduce its debt, including the interest that will accrue on the total settlement payable. And it would also enable First Nation claimants to mitigate its losses, to get a jump start on addressing urgent community needs, such as critical infrastructure projects, economic and land back opportunities. The Government of Canada ran a very limited and exclusive pilot project on providing First Nation claimant with an advance payment pending a settlement. And we know of one, but it's not made available to any others. And when the Chippewas of the Thames requested it, we were denied that opportunity. The Chippewas of the Thames believes that Canada must be open to explore a process to incrementally reduce its debt while a settlement is being negotiated. Finally, the third area of policy reform that we are advocating for is to remove the financial cap on the acquisition of replacement lands. The specific claims policy imposes a 10% financial cap on the acquisition of replacement lands, which, once again, we believe prevents a fair and just resolution of claims. The actual costs to purchase replacement lands far exceeds the 10% of the appraised value of such lands. And at the end of the day, First Nations have to pay out of pocket for those costs that are over and above that 10%. We believe that this criterion is contrary to the principles of equitable compensation, because it doesn't fully compensate the First Nation. It leaves the First Nations to use its own funds to acquire those lands back. Later in your package, under Resolution 12, you'll see all of these issues identified and laid out in some detail in the whereas clauses, and we invite you to ask questions and consider it favorably. Wulali Oak.
So Wulali to all of you for that presentation. As mentioned, we will not be going into a question period as we have a resolution on this theme, so the discussion will happen during that. But I would like to take the time to thank Jesse Donovan, Kathleen Lickers, Stephen Augustine, and Candice Metallic. And now we will be getting into the resolution part of this day. So as my colleague is getting ready, we will be moving on to Draft Resolution 65 on the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls file. And I will be turning it over to my colleague, Weena.
Congratulations to our panel. Very, very interesting, and thank you for your work. Merci, Cédric. Alors, nous sommes maintenant rendus à la partie des résolutions, des projets de résolution, et nous allons adresser aujourd'hui le projet de résolution numéro 65, qui est intitulé « Appel à une enquête indépendante sur les décès de Rebecca ». I'm sorry, I would need to please enlarge the text because even though I have glasses, it's too small to read. Oui. So, thank you very much. OK, on continue. Alors, le projet de résolution numéro 65, il est intitulé « Appel à une enquête indépendante sur les décès de Rebecca Comtois, Morgan Harris, Mercedes Maron et Mashko de Bichikwe. » Ce projet de résolution numéro 65 a été proposé par Chef Betty Kennedy. Chief Kennedy, are you present in the room? If you can just raise your hand to let me know that you're the mover. Thank you very much. The mover is at microphone number 1. I'm going to now verify if the seconder is in the room. So this draft resolution number 65 has been seconded by Chief Heidi Cook. Hi, Chief Cook, are you present in the room? Okay. Both mover and seconder are at the microphone number 1. We'll come back to you. Just after we will read the therefore be it resolved section together. Thank you very much, technician. So I'm going to read it in French. Pour ces motifs, les Premières Nations en Assemblée, 1. Demande à la lieutenant-gouverneure du Manitoba d'ordonner la tenue d'une enquête provinciale sur le décès de Rebecca Comtois, Morgan Harris, Mercedes Myron et Mashkodi Bezikwe. And thank you very much, and sorry for your if I mispronounce a name. En mettant l'accent sur les efforts initiaux et continus du service de police de Winnipeg et de la province du Manitoba pour enquêter sur les femmes disparues et les retrouver. 2. Demande à la lieutenant-gouverneure du Manitoba de nommer des commissions des Premières Nations pour mener à bien l'enquête indépendante en tenant compte des recommandations de l'Assemblée des chefs du Manitoba sur le choix des commissaires. 3. Enjoigne à la chef nationale de l'Assemblée des Premières Nations d'écrire une lettre à la lieutenant-gouverneure du Manitoba pour qu'elle appuie la mise en place immédiate d'une enquête publique et indépendante sur les décès de Rebecca Comtois, Morgan Harris, Mercedes Myron et Mashkodi Bezikwe. 4. Enjoigne à l'APN de collaborer avec l'Assemblée des Premières Nations du Manitoba en vue de formuler des recommandations sur la portée de l'enquête, sur les circonstances entourant les décès et de mener une enquête approfondie comprenant les éléments suivants. A. La méthode et l'exhaustivité des recherches. B. Les protocoles suivis pour la gestion et la conservation des ressources. Pardon, la conservation des preuves. C. Les actions et la disponibilité des parties officielles tout au long de la procédure d'enquête. Et finalement, D. L'intersection de ces questions avec la crise des FF2E plus ADA en examinant comment les préjugés systémiques ont potentiellement influencé les résultats de l'enquête. So, this draft resolution number 65 has been moved, seconded, read, and entered into the record. We will now open the floor for discussions. And I would now like to invite the mover, if the mover wishes to introduce this draft resolution number 65. You have up to 4 minutes. Microphone number 1, please.
Good afternoon. Kagiragita tamiskatna waniganiwak. Mr. Eskamiguchi, itagape mamawiak. Minagitsagagon, epis anemutamaganutska, is Minagitsaga, Gisanaskumwan. I'd like to thank all the leadership that are here today to be able to support our resolution in terms of our MMIWG, in terms of the women that are missing across Turtle Island. And it's not only in Manitoba. I'm sure that it touches each and every one of us that are in leadership in our nations. So the resolution is, I have family with me, and they're the daughters of one of the women that were found in the landfills in Winnipeg. And so they're with me here today to be able to, I'm going to give them time to speak, and that they're going to speak to what is being presented here. So I'd like to do that, Chair.
Of course. Yes, you're allowed to share your time. Sorry for the delay. Yes.
Okay, thank you so
Chief.
much.
Miigwech.
Bonjour, Anin. My name is Cambria Harris, otherwise known as West Flank Sparrow Woman. I'm a MMIWG2S Plus advocate for my mother, Morgan Harris, as well as 3 other Indigenous women who are currently lying in a garbage dump, a city dump at that, and our women are being told that they're trash. That's what happened over the last year, and there was a sad precedent set with the decision to initially not search the landfill and the lack of action towards searching it. We're asking for an inquiry to look into the circumstances of the lack of action towards the search of the landfill, and also an investigation into the policing and their decisions surrounding not to search. When you don't search a landfill, you're setting a dangerous precedent that our women are trash and that they're going to stay there forever. You're sending that to an entire community, and you're sending that to a nation at that. So we're taking back that precedence, and we're taking back our value and our power by searching the landfill, which we have fought hard for over the last 2 years. 2 years ago, I sat here at AFN, and I was begging and crying for all levels of government to find and search for my mother, Morgan Harris. And now I can finally say that we're doing it.
I just wanted to say that I wasn't able to question the minister when he was here earlier. And what happened was there was a commitment from the federal government of $20 million. There was a commitment from the provincial government of $20 million. The federal government gave the province the $20 million, so they're doing the work. The province is doing that work on behalf of the families and whatnot. And so what we would like to do and what we have presented in our resolution is to call on the Honourable Anita Nelville, the Lieutenant Government of Manitoba, to establish a commission and that the Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs be a part of that process, that we be able to assign commissioners to the inquiry, and that it should reflect across the nation to all other provinces, to all our relatives across the nation, should be able to ensure that this process be implemented as to the request of the Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs. Negusane kinaraos komit nawao, isin tutawiak.
Miigwech, Chief. I would now like to invite the seconder. And seconder, if you can please, I just want to make sure that I got your name, full name correctly. If you can please state your name and you have 4 minutes. Thank you.
My name is Annie Valentine. I'm the counselor from Mississippi Cree Nation. I am proxy for Chief Heidi Cook. And I support this resolution because it is something that touches every First Nation community, every First Nation member, and their relatives. So
Miigwech, Chief. Someone else would like to use the time left. Otherwise, I'm going to go to microphone number 2, but there's no one. Microphone number 1.
Anine, my name's Melissa Robinson, and I am cousin to Morgan Harris. I'm here to talk a little bit about our Winnipeg police and how they failed us as a family and the many other families that are out there. They failed us as women, and they failed us as Indigenous people. I think back to December, back on December 1st of 2022 was the day that they sat down with us after us searching for 7 months. And they let us know that my cousin was murdered and that she was in a landfill. And at that time, they told us that nothing could be done. It wasn't feasible to go and locate my cousin so that we could bury her properly. Instead, they wanted us to leave her there and them not do anything about it and wash their hands of it. Well, here we are 1.5 years later, now doing it when they said they couldn't. So I think back over the last 1.5 years, the heartache that we've had to go through, how my nieces have had to grieve in front of everybody across this country. And for what? When the police should have done their job. They should have at least tried, and we wouldn't have had to have gone through all this heartache. So I thank you everyone for your time, and I thank you guys for having us here today. Thank you.
I just wanted to mention as well with the woman that Morgan Harris, Mercedes Myron, Muscude, Benesi, Square, we were never able to identify this young woman, where she came from, or where her relatives came from. And so that was a name that was given to her by the elders in the case we ever find her identity, as well as Tanya Nipinak, which goes back years before. So there are our women are missing each and every day, and that we be able to ensure that this work is done, and that tomorrow will be the day of the verdict, where the judge is going to come down with a verdict in terms of the serial killer that we have in the province of Manitoba. So I hope that whatever comes down, that it will be something that he will have to live with for the rest of his life in a little cell in some corner somewhere. Yagusane.
One last thing, there's 10 last seconds. So I just want to say that regarding the landfill search, if you want to move forward in a proper way for our people, educate and reform. But you can't have reform without education, and you can't have reconciliation without either of those. Otherwise, it's pointless.
Miigwech, and just want to recognize also the delegation there. Thank you for being here. And yes, you're recognized. And on that, I would like to check just to make sure that anyone else wishes to speak to that. Otherwise, we'll go to a vote. So we'll go to a vote at this moment. And so I will put the matter to a question, and I will ask, is there any opposition to draft resolution number 65 entitled Call for Independent Inquiry into the Deaths of Rebecca Comtois, Morgan Harris, Mercedes Myron, and Mashkodi Bizikikwe? Any opposition? Seeing none. Any abstention in the room? Seeing none, I now declare that draft resolution 65 is carried by consensus. Congratulations. And on that, I just want to note here that Larry will prepare smudge for people that needs it. So smudging is available, and I am going to find out where at this moment. So it's going to be available, and I'm sure we will all see that when it's available. So Larry, I don't know where you are, but smudging is available, and we will continue with the next draft resolution. And on that, I will turn the floor over to my colleague, Cedric, but we'll go slowly just to recognize the moment. So thank you very much.
And thank you to our speakers for the actions that you are bringing forward and helping save our sisters. So I want to recognize you too for that, and recognize the work that you've done and everything you represent by being here. We'll move on slowly to draft resolution 42, support for recognition of First Nations jurisdiction over policing. If I can have those set up on screen. So there's been an update to the movers and seconders. So I would look towards the crowd and see if we have Chief Jerry Jack. Is Chief Jerry Jack present with us? In the back, thank you. And seconded by Chief Dylan White Duck. Chief White Duck, I see you at microphone 2. We will now move on to the therefore be it resolved. Therefore be it resolved that the First Nations in Assembly, 1, call upon the Government of Canada and Public Safety Canada to introduce federal legislation that recognizes First Nations' inherent treaty and constitutional rights over policing and guarantees equitable funding to First Nations police services. 2, reaffirms the following conditions for the Assembly of First Nations to re-engage with PSC
and the co-development of federal First Nations policing legislation. Subpoint A, the Minister of Public Security Canada agrees to meet as soon as possible with the AFN Policing Task Force. B, the Minister of PSC commits to appointing a ministerial special representative who has experience engaging with First Nations and possesses an understanding of First Nations rights and policing to engage with the AFN and act as an intermediary between the Minister of PSC and PSC officials. PSC commits to co-development of guiding principles that recognize First Nations' inherent rights, treaty rights, and constitutional rights, as well as sovereignty and jurisdiction over First Nations policing. And D, PSC commits to a true co-development process with clear timelines for introduction of a bill in the House of Commons. E, representatives from Indigenous Services Canada, Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs, and the Department of Justice fully participate in the co-development process to provide support to PSC and the AFN during discussions regarding the legislation, and F, AFN representatives meet regularly with PSC's federal, provincial, and territorial working group on First Nations policing to directly participate in discussions regarding the legislation. 3, direct the AFN to reject any proposed legislation in which funding for First Nations policing would flow entirely through provinces and territories. And therefore be it resolved 4, direct the AFN to reject any proposed legislation which would delegate federal authority to legislate over First Nations policing to the provinces and territories. We will now move to our mover. For your first opening remarks, you have 4 minutes. Microphone 2, please.
Gala Kessler, my name is Clarko Gala. I come from the House of Zisot in Mojit Muchlet territory. I can stand here and say I'm not an Indian Act chief. I'm a hereditary chief for my nation. We don't elect our chief and council at home. My English name is Jerry Jack, and I just speak briefly on this important resolution and looking for the Chiefs and Assembly for your support and help in this important resolution in the funding parts, because I get saddened when I used to go with my dad in meetings since the 70s, and I'm doing the same thing he did in the 70s, looking for everything and fighting the government for everything. But anyway, I fully support this resolution, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Chief. We will now open for discussion and move to our seconder, Chief Dylan White Duck. Microphone 2, please.
Chief White Duck, Kitigan-Zibi, Anishinaabe. I'd like to acknowledge Chief Lance Heyman, who was moving this resolution. Regrettably, he could not be here today. He is putting on the good fight against the government of Canada with regards to a nuclear disposal site. So he's doing his fight in the territory and protecting the lands, and he couldn't be here today. So I just want to acknowledge him and his fight, the good fight. As you know, policing is not considered essential still to this day. We've had a police force since the early 80s, 1980s, and they've been there ever since. It's always crucial when our members get into when there's an issue, they always call our police force first because they trust our people. They trust our officers in uniform who work and are from the community. And we should see that across the board for all of our First Nations when we see our members in uniforms representing their members. Essentially, policing is still underfunded. This resolution is going to continue the fight for AFN and for all of our police force to be funded properly and adequately. So I'm seconding this on behalf of Chief Heyman, and hopefully you could all support this resolution. Kichimigwech. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief White Duck. So now we'll open to discussion. I will head to microphone 1.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Cheryl Kazmar, proxy for Nasukan Chief Pierre for the community of Akam in BC. I'm speaking in support of the resolution. However, I'm just looking for a friendly amendment, and I think it's just to make it a bit stronger. In number 1, it says it's call upon the Government of Canada and Public Safety Canada to introduce federal legislation. I think we need to add to introduce co-developed federal legislation. And I know that it talks about it further in number 2, and it refers to that as a condition, but I think in order for them to see it up front, we're talking about co-developed legislation, not something they're going to do on their own. And I also think that it needs to be in keeping with the spirit and intent of the Declaration Act, where number 28 speaks specifically to the justice, what is it called? Sorry, I have to find it. Number 28 speaks specifically to a justice strategy, and it also talks about providing ongoing support for community-led work and initiatives related to revitalization and enforcement of indigenous laws and legal orders. So I think that if they've made that commitment in the Declaration Act, we need to always reference it and hold them accountable to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Proxy Casimir. If I can ask technicians to have it scrolled up to therefore be resolved 1, please. So I will turn to our mover. If you accept the amendment to introduce co-developed federal legislation and therefore be it resolved 1. I see we have a thumbs up, and I will look to our seconder, and we have a thumbs up. So the amendment is accepted. I will now go to microphone number 2.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Brian Hardlock, Prince Albert Grand Council Grand Chief, proxy for Rennie Chaboyer, Kimberley House, Cree Nation, kinoti tatamskat na, ogma, kogumay skuyok, kidos magan siga dangmina, tatamskat na, utiwina gutapag, yogotaskanak, the observers in the back. I acknowledge everyone here today. No, I didn't have any opportunity. First of all, I support the resolution. Very important area right now in our First Nations, in the safety of our First Nations. Chiefs, I want to commend, the nations that have their self-administered policing, and there are many, but I just want to commend them for what they have done. The initiative that they took. Also the nations that have reenacted their laws, their First Nations laws. I commend you for the work that you've done. I also want to commend, the provinces, I guess, that supported those nations that have their own self-administered, if there was support there. In Saskatchewan, where we're from, we have only one self-administered policing, and that's File Hills and Coppell. I certainly want to commend them for taking that initiative and not waiting for the governments. In Saskatchewan, where I work with the chiefs in the Prince Albert Grand Council, we are still policed by the RCMP today, with those challenges that continue with the RCMP. We all know about that, chiefs. But we're under what they call community tripartite agreements, and that's Public Safety Canada and the Saskatchewan government, the provincial government, with the First Nations. And many, many challenges. We want to get away from that, and that's a form of First Nations, policing from the early 90s. The province of Saskatchewan, you probably heard that they've created their own provincial police force, a form of provincial police force, and that's the Marshal Service that they have. They went ahead and did that without, our consent and without working with us. They went ahead and did that. And we all know what's that going to do. Prince Albert Grand Council, where I work, we have funding to work towards self-administered policing, and that's the work that we're doing with our First Nations. But again, that's controlled by the province. the province. But that's the area that we want to go. And we certainly, support, I guess, this resolution and also the legislation that's been there and making the Indigenous policing an essential service. And to get that funding that's really needed, self-administered policing flowing without that challenge. So I just wanted to say that I didn't have an opportunity to speak on this with the presenters there this morning. So I thank you. We have to make our communities safe. And the only way we can do that is self-administered policing and also community safety officers in our communities. And let's work towards that, Chiefs. Thank you.
Thank you, Proxy. Due to time constraints, I will be closing the speakers list to the 6 chiefs and proxies that are at the microphones. So we can continue with microphone 1, please.
Zoom in quenched and squenched. Cookstay. Chief James Hobart, Spuzzum First Nation, and I just want a really friendly amendment. I support this, and I guess in echoing what the last speaker said, he spoke of the community tripartite agreement, but didn't give the process, and I'm pretty sure that this is what he was meaning to do, is to say that lift. I think that they should have on there, instead of just rejecting the funding model, wherever it said, is to lift or release the dedication of the direction of the funds to the CTA agreements. The CTA, well, the A is the agreement, but somewhere on the therefore, it says to reject. I think you need to lift the directed or the dedication or release the dedication of funds to the CTA agreements, because even if we create something else, which we have tried in BC, they'll say it has to fit through the CTA funding, which obviously it can't. So if we could have somewhere where it says to lift or release the dedicated funding from the CTA agreements, like reject any proposed which delegates federal authority. The one above that, number 3, would flow entirely through the provinces. I think it should say including lifting the dedication of funds to the CTA agreements.
Perfect. Thank you for that proposed amendment. I'll look towards our resolutions committee to see if you have the language to add to point, therefore be it resolved 3, including lifting the dedicated, the release. I will look back towards Chief Gobart. So the proposed amendment, I'd ask if you could read on screen, including releasing the dedicated funding from the CTA agreements. Would that be what you proposed? Perfect, thank you very much. So I will look towards our mover for the amendment to add, including releasing the dedicated funding from the CTA agreements on therefore be it resolved 3. I look towards my mover. I see my mover and my seconder both giving me a thumbs up. So the amendment is accepted. I will now go back to microphone number 2.
Tansi. My name is Peter Beattie. I'm the chief of the Peter Ballantyne Cree Nation in Saskatchewan, one of the largest First Nations in Canada. We have 9 communities and over 12,500 members. So I'm speaking in relation to the draft resolution and in favor of it for the most part. But I just wanted to point out that right now in Saskatchewan, we rely on the CTA funds to provide policing on our reserves. And moving forward, I know what the gist of the resolution is in terms of code development of a process. And I think that's something that is very important that we need to work with with the Government of Canada, for the most part, for our on-reserve policing. We in Saskatchewan, through the Grand Council and through our own efforts as well, are moving towards getting sustainable funding for on-reserve policing. And we're beginning our process for community safety officers. And the province of Saskatchewan and the federal government have committed to sustainable funding of those community safety officers. So we're starting that process with the long-term goal of having a tribal police force. But when we have tribal police forces, you know, it has to be in conjunction with enforcing our own traditional and laws of our own Cree nations or our nations in Canada. So I think that's another thing that has to be considered going forward, is you have to have your own justice system as well. Because in my experience, I've been on council for 20 years, and I'm just in a new term, but I've been chief for 8 years prior, so I know how the justice system works. We have bylaws that should be enforced and prosecuted in the system, in the provincial system, but we've been told that that's impossible, and that we are to have our own prosecutor, our own defense lawyers, and essentially what they're suggesting is our own justice system. So that's something that has to be considered going forward by the AFN and also the regional chiefs as well. So I am, as I say, in support of the resolution. But, you know, in releasing the dedicated funding from the CTA agreements, I think would present a problem for us in Saskatchewan. And I think that's something that we'll see what the impacts of that are, but certainly just to make people aware that we rely on that funding for our policing on reserve in Saskatchewan. So hopefully it doesn't present huge problems for us, but I'm in favor of the resolution. And I'm asking now, ano skagado tagapiay, kagado minang pinto tamik, kagado gamawak, guminong tatuskiok, guminong ginawa pambaditsig, Mr. Speaker. I acknowledge everyone in the room. Tinigi. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief Beatty. I will head to microphone number 1.
Bonjour, Wakyan Kutnis Nikas, Makondotem, North Kamigoning Donji. My English name is Gary Tom, and I'm Chief of North Kamigoning in Ontario, and we're police by Treaty 3. And it'll be a year that I retired from there on July 31st. I had a career of 30 years of my dream job. I enjoyed going to work for my people. And we need that support from the leaders to move forward on the services being deemed essential, because they do the same work as mainstream policing, and they deal with family members and friends. Recently, we had one of our young ladies go missing. Skeletal remains were found. We're still trying to identify who that person is, but we have an idea. And this is the realities that frontline officers see day in, day out. They're drowning. They need support. They need more officers on the road. It takes an hour for police to get to my community because they're stationed in Kenora and everything's an hour. We got Grassy Narrows, Wapsimong. They're an hour away. Shoal Lake, 39 and 40. They're 40 minutes away. So sometimes it's too late by the time the police get there. Something tragic has happened. And we need to properly fund our police services. I know a lot of frontline officers that are there. They care. They enjoy working for our people. And we need to support them. This is one of the reasons why I ran for chief in my community, was to make some changes, positive changes in my community, in my treaty area, now nationally. And I want to be heard. We need to move forward on stuff like motions like this, because our people are dying. No epidemic with drugs, alcohol, no homelessness. So we need to do this right, and we need to do it now. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Gary. Next on our list, microphone number 2, please.
Good afternoon. Regina Crowchild, proxy for Chief Roy Whitney of Tsuut'ina Nation. You know, I agree that policing is an essential service. It is required. And like I said this morning, we, as a sovereign nation of the Dene Nation, we do not give authority to Canada to delegate authority to us as a sovereign nation. I've been saying this. So I'm wondering here, see, we retain the right to our own justice system. And it's even written in the written text, which we don't all agree with in some of the areas that we ceded and surrendered our territories. That's not true. But in there it says we're to maintain law and order amongst ourselves and others, which is talking about us retaining our right, our inherent right to our justice system, which includes policing. However, over the years, Canada has forced us, in order to provide the necessary funds for an essential service, is to go under the province's authority. They've coerced us. Now, we know better. We know we have inherent rights. We know our authority as sovereign nations. We are taking over our right to justice, which includes policing. So here, where it says, direct the AFN to reject any proposed legislation which would delegate federal authority to legislate over First Nations police into the provinces and territories. I agree with that statement. However, I do not agree that we're going to give Canada the authority to delegate our inherent right to our justice system to us. It was already ours. We already had it. We never surrendered it at treaty making. So, and we want our rightful place, and that's a part of our inherent right. That's a part of our treaty, protecting our inherent right. So, that's the intent, to ask Canada to legislate and give us authority, then I would respectfully ask the mover and the seconder to put in there, at the bottom line, that Tsuut'ina Nation is exempt from this, is not a part of this. This does not include Tsuut'ina Nation. I am strong on our sovereignty. I don't just talk it and then try one way or the other. We are the nations. We have the power. And it's time we take over that power and that authority that our Creator gave us and quit letting the state of Canada dictate to us. So if the mover and the seconder, if you agree, I'd like to put that there, because I'm not sure where you're going with this legislation.
Thank you, Proxy Crowchild. I would move maybe to a point of clarification with our mover and seconder with regards to the meeting behind. If I can have microphone number 2, please.
We had a discussion, myself and the chief here, who are moving this and seconding this, and we proposed making an amendment to number 3 keeping it as is, but creating a separate bullet directing the AFN releasing the dedicated funding from the CTA agreements. So because it's kind of going hand in hand, you still have your own decision if your nation does not want to opt in or opt out. You still have that jurisdiction of your own decision. Regrettably, we discussed the Tsitsinu request to be not included, but we do not accept that. We do not want to enter into putting single communities opt in and opt out. You have that jurisdiction and that decision as a sovereign nation to opt in, opt out as you choose with item number 3 and item number 5 that is going to be changed right now. So I believe that hopefully covers your worrisome and that we could all get this resolution going again. Miigwech.
So as I understand it, Chief White Duck, I just want to make sure we are removing on therefore be it resolved 3, including releasing the dedicated funding from the CTA agreements. We are removing that and adding a point 5, which says call on PSC to amend their funding models to release dedicated funds under Community Tripartite Agreement, CTAs, and funding for self-administered police services to support First Nations-led community safety models. Is that what you want?
Yes.
I see that the language is up. Thank you. We have 2 final speakers. I had already closed the speakers list after our microphone number 2, so we will have 2 final speakers. Microphone number 1, please.
Frank McKay. I'm Sachigo Lake First Nation Doji, and I'm from Northern Ontario, remote First Nation. And I just wanted to comment and also get clarification on the resolution. My comment is that, Sachigo Lake First Nations is a sovereign nation. And we never gave up our jurisdiction to the safety and the protection of our people in the community. They have taken every step, to protect them from the drugs that are coming in, the alcohol that's killing our people and destroying our families. So we were taken to court over that because they hired security guards, to conduct searches, just like in any other airports. We conduct the same searches, and that we go to homes where drugs are suspected, and so we undertaken to continue to exercise our right in that way. So we support the resolution in relation to having the jurisdiction in there, that we never give that up, and we should not give that up in any negotiations that we have with Canada and Ontario on that issue. So we support that. But the clarification I want is that we have a tripartite agreement, which the federal government provides 52% of the funding, and also Ontario provides 48% to our police force. And what we want to get clarification is, in this number 3, it says, direct the AFN to reject any proposed legislation in which funding for First Nation policing would flow entirely through provinces and territories. So the current arrangement we have is working. We have an agreement that gives us the funding resources that we need to have our police services. The problem we have is the recruitment. Recruiting the police services, police officers to come and serve our people. So we have challenges. So that's a clarification I need to do. What does this mean to our current federal arrangement and provincial arrangement?
Thank you, Frank. I will look towards our mover and seconder if they want to comment on it. I do believe, though, with the point 5 that was added that you can see on the screen, we say call on PSC to amend their funding models. So amend would be not completely closing them off, as was mentioned, but amending their funding models to release dedicated funds under CTAs and funding for self-administered police services to support First Nations-led community safety models. I don't know if that is enough clarification for you. If not, we can head to our mover and seconder to respond.
And also, just to get further information on that issue I'm talking about, is that we made an application to the provincial police public community safety act into the for our police services to come under the Police Services Act as a police service. Right now, we're just a program, and as a result of that, we just get yearly funding and so on, and we don't get guaranteed commitment year after year. So we are going into this to be recognized. Our communities supported, our police force to have the same standards as in Ontario and in Canada, a police force, to be recognized as a police force. So that's the reason why we are going under this provincial police service act, so we can access the resources, same level of funding, same standards, so that we can adequately police our communities. So, and that's why I'm saying that, I don't know how this is going to affect resolution if it's only going to flow. I don't know how it's going to flow.
I believe that, therefore be it resolved, one might address this. We say call upon the Government of Canada and Public Safety Canada to introduce now co-developed federal legislation that recognizes First Nations inherent treaty and constitutional rights. So that's the recognition part. And then over-policing and guarantees equitable funding to First Nations police services. So would that be enough clarification?
I guess, is that it? Yeah.
Good, that's perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
And our final speaker, we have...
I asked for an amendment, and the mover and the seconder said no. They can't pinpoint one nation. And I don't like the fact that because we have been coerced into Canada legislating over us, that we accept money from them. Canada prospers on our lands. Canada forces us into these legislations in order to take care of our peoples, including policing. And yeah, we're doing our own laws. We're covering as many jurisdictions as we can, and we're not going to stop till we're done. We even went to court, and we won in court that the province of Alberta has no jurisdiction on our lands, on policing. And yet, our own leaders are telling us, well, you accept money, and as long as you accept money, you're not going to be sovereign. Damn rights, and that's why we're doing our jurisdiction. And it's frustrating. We were coerced into going to tripartite agreements because that was the only way we could get the necessary funds to provide our policing. That's an inherent right that we have. And you put in those resolutions inherent rights and jurisdiction, and yet you're asking an alien government to give you authority. That's ridiculous, in my opinion. So I just said, that's fine. But I want to inform you, anything that deals with our inherent right and our treaty rights as Tsuut'ina Nation of Treaty Number 7, I put you on notice, you have no authority to undermine our authority. We tried a political process. We can't win in a political process. We have to reconsider how we're going to deal with this, with all of you, including Canada.
Thank you, Proxy Crowchild. And I would go to microphone number 2 for our final speaker.
Okay. Chief Lehman, Beaver Lake Cree Nation, Treaty 6 territory. Just real quick, I'm going to share with Chief Bonspiel as well. A friendly amendment so that funding would not flow through any other third party, including the AFN. Okay?
For clarification, would that be in therefore be it resolved number 3? Is that where you would
I believe that would fit in number 3.
So entirely through provinces and territories, and the language that you wish to add is including third party. Can you reread?
No other third party, including the AFN, that the money doesn't flow through. Should I read it again?
If you can read it again for our
sure.
Resolutions Committee, please.
A friendly amendment so that funding would not flow through any other third party, including the AFN.
So I'm looking to our resolutions team. So, and therefore be resolved 3 would be to add at the end, not go through any other third party, including the AFN, I believe is the language that was presented. So we have suggested wording here of direct the AFN to reject any proposed legislation in which funding for First Nations policing would flow entirely through provinces and territories, comma, or any other third party, including the AFN. Is the language correct for Chief Lehman? Chief Lehman, is the wording that you see on the screen okay?
I think the wording's good. I also think it acknowledges what Chief Crowchild just mentioned too, a little bit about that, where the funding all goes and stuff. So I think it encompasses all of the things we discussed here, and we're fine with this as well. Miigwech.
Perfect. Thank you. So just for the record, Chief Lehman gave a thumbs up, saying that he was okay with the wording, and we do have our mover and seconder that accepted. So if I could have the remaining time that was being shared for microphone number 2.
Tego. My name is Grand Chief Victor Algordon de Bonspiel from Gunnistadag and Mohawk Nations. My concern is the fact that my community is not policed at all. It's supposed to be policed by Provincial Police Force, Sûreté de Québec, who have been there since before the Oka crisis and after the Oka crisis, and then they were removed, but still patrolling the town of Oka, which is within our ancestral lands. And we had a police force in 2004 and 5, which was disbanded, who were basically there to police our own people and clean up our territory of our own people. So my concern is the fact that this provincial police force is being paid millions of dollars in what they call danger pay to police my community. And the fact is, they police it. They're there during the day, but during the night, you don't see them anywhere. And I spoke to officers of the Sûreté, and they said they're told not to go up there at night because they're afraid. And even during the day, they have to double or triple the officers within their squad cars. So they're basically putting a stamp on us as a rude or illegal people or a criminal criminals with intentions, which is wrong. My problem is that they're willing to fund millions of dollars to an outside force to patrol, but that they're not patrolling my territory, and refusing to sit down and speak with myself and my community about having our own traditional police force to police our territory and ancestral lands. So why will they not do that? I think something needs to be done about that. I think something needs to be done about the monies, of course, flowing into traditional or tribal police forces. They need that funding to keep going and protecting our own communities from outside forces, including outside police forces, who basically drag off our members, beat them, murder them, hide them, and then cover up their acts. So why isn't anything being done about that? I think something needs to be done about communities that have no policing, and it needs to be expedited, those discussions. Yeah.
Thank you, Grand Chief Bonspiel. We had closed the speakers lists already, so we will have to cut them off now. I'm sorry. With the amount of resolutions we have left, we already had the opportunity to speak. So I will now move on towards voting. So I will look for Draft Resolution 42, Support for Recognition of First Nations Jurisdiction over Policing. If there is any opposition to Draft Resolution 42. We have one, and it will be recorded. We've already started the voting. I'm sorry, Chief Miracle.
I would ask, is there any abstentions for draft resolution 42, support for recognition of First Nations jurisdiction over policing? We have an abstention from Chief Miracle.
Record the reason why. Could I record the reason why?
And you would like your reason recorded?
Yes. The CTA provision in number 5 doesn't take into account how policing is funded in Ontario. The province of Ontario funds 48% of the policing costs. Canada only funds 52% of it. And so we need it just throws the current funding model out the window. And there's no discussion if the federal government's going to be willing to assume 100% of that. And so I can't make decisions without adequate information. So it's just as tell Canada to stop funding the Solicitor General and give us the money. Where does the other 48% come from?
Your abstention is noted. Thank you, Chief Miracle.
This will not work.
Thank you. We will now move on to look. One final time, is there any abstentions? We have one noted. Seeing none. Draft Resolution 42, support for recognition of First Nations jurisdiction over policing, is adopted as amended. Thank you.
Cedric, I have two things I want to tell you. They are not in a priority order. The first one, I want to tell you that a wallet was found with that amount of money. And I'm kidding. No, I don't know. What I know is the family name of this. I'm not going to tell the whole name, but the family name is Clark. So, Mr. Clark, if you want to have dinner later, better come to the registration. So, yes, the wallet will be at the registration. Second, I would need a drum, like a drum with yes, so here it goes. So we'd like to acknowledge the presence in the assembly room of former National Chief Matthew Kuncombe from the Iwishi Nation. Yeah. If I remember correctly, it was back in the beginning of 2000 years, the beginning of 2000. So thank you for being here. And now we are going to deal with an omnibus resolution. So here we are, we have an omnibus package. Just for you to know, we're going to do this omnibus package number 1, lands and specific claims. And then we will have a short Indigenous Justice Strategy plenary, but it's not going to be a plenary, it's just because it's mentioned here on my sheet, but it's not a plenary. It's going to be short, but we will have time for this. And then after, we'll have another omnibus package on justice. So, going back to the omnibus package number 1, as you all know by now, all draft resolutions related to the same topic, which is now lands and specific claims, are grouped together by the resolution committee. And for that, we have a new mover for this omnibus package and a seconder for this omnibus package. So what I need to do, and it's going to be the same thing for all omnibus package, we will go through, I will read each title, I will mention each number and each title of the 4 draft resolutions contained in this first omnibus package. Then I will look for the mover and the seconder, and then we will read together the therefore be it resolved section of these 4 draft resolutions. We will then open the floor, invite the mover first, and then subsequent, and the seconder, and then subsequent chiefs and proxies. If there is an amendment, it will be very helpful to first mention which draft resolution you're referring to, the amendment, and we'll deal with one amendment at a time. And if there's a need to remove a draft resolution from the package, it will need to be proposed and seconded. So we will need a mover and a seconder for that, and we will vote on that. So, first thing first, we will read, as I mentioned, the four titles. So, the first one, draft resolution number 11, entitled Advancing Additions to Reserve Reform. Draft resolution number 12, I see that it can take some time for the technician, maybe. So draft resolution number 12, entitled, this is, okay. I'm going to open it on my laptop because it's too small. Okay, ensuring access to justice for specific claims through policy reform. The third one, draft resolution number 13, is entitled Urgent Support for the Repatriation of First Nations Lands. The last one in this omnibus package number 1 is draft resolution number 36, entitled Exercise of Inherent and Treaty Rights on All Treaty Crown Lands. This omnibus package number 1 on land and specific claims is moved by Chief Joe Miskokomon from the Chippewas of the Thames First Nations. Chief Miskokomon, are you present in? Yes, Chief, thank you very much. Seconder, Chief Dalton Silver, Sumas First Nations. Seconder, are you present in the room? Are you? I see you. Thank you very much. Good thing not to come to the microphone too quickly, because I will need some time to read all the therefore be it resolved section of these 4 draft resolutions. So let's begin. Draft resolution number 11, we will read it together. And just as a mark of respect, I would like to include some French, so we will read it together in French. Alors, le projet de résolution 11, je suis désolée, je dois aller dans mon sous-répertoire français. J'arrive. Alors, projet de résolution 11. Faire progresser la réforme des ajouts aux réserves. Pour ces motifs, les Premières Nations en Assemblée, 1, enjoignent à l'APN de participer à l'élaboration conjointe des réformes de la politique et du processus d'ajout aux réserves qui sont en accord avec les priorités des Premières Nations et qui répondent à la demande des Premières Nations de pouvoir utiliser un processus rapide et efficace pour ajouter des terres de réserve à leur communauté et de veiller à ce que ce processus respecte la diversité des priorités, des régimes fonciers et des situations régionales des Premières Nations. 2. Enjoignent à l'APN de continuer de discuter avec les Premières Nations des objectifs d'élaboration conjointe et de s'assurer que la réforme des AR, donc des ajouts aux réserves, respecte les normes minimales de la Déclaration des Nations Unies sur les droits des peuples autochtones. 3. Enjoignent à l'APN de s'assurer que la réforme des AR demeure une priorité fédérale de premier plan, y compris la nécessité de prévoir des investissements importants pour soutenir la mise en œuvre et travailler avec les Premières Nations à l'élaboration conjointe des réformes importantes. Nous allons maintenant au projet de résolution numéro 12, qui est intitulé « Assurer l'accès à la justice pour les revendications particulières grâce à la réforme des politiques ». Nous allons maintenant directement à la section pour ces motifs. Les Premières Nations en Assemblée. 1. Demande à l'APN d'accorder la priorité à la réforme de la politique dans le cadre du processus d'élaboration conjointe entre l'APN et le Canada visant les revendications particulières, en prévision du fait que le gouvernement du Canada cherchera cet automne à obtenir l'autorisation d'apporter des changements à la politique et au processus de règlement des revendications particulières. 2. Demande à l'APN de continuer à travailler conjointement avec le gouvernement du Canada en vue d'élaborer un processus de règlement des revendications particulières entièrement indépendant par l'adoption d'une loi établissant un centre indépendant de règlement des revendications particulières et de rendre compte de ses efforts aux Premières Nations en Assemblée. 3. Demande au gouvernement du Canada de travailler directement avec l'APN et le comité des chefs sur les terres, les territoires et les ressources, CCTTR, pour modifier la politique sur les revendications particulières afin de faciliter l'accès à la justice pour les Premières Nations, notamment en A. Officialisant les mesures de restitution provisoire en attendant le règlement final, en particulier pour les revendications importantes. B. Offrant d'autres formes d'instruments financiers qui pourraient être utilisés par les Premières Nations requérantes comme mesure de restitution provisoire en attendant le règlement des revendications. C. Éliminant les obstacles à l'indemnisation des pertes culturelles et des préjudices causés au lien unique qui unit les Premières Nations à leurs terres traditionnelles. D. Supprimant le plafond financier arbitraire de 10 % sur les coûts raisonnables d'acquisition de terres, de remplacement, qui empêche le règlement juste et équitable des revendications. Et on voit ici le dernier, il est résolu que le dernier, c'est un ajout. Alors, il est en rouge. Et on va le lire ensemble. Enjoigne à l'APN de demander au gouvernement du Canada de veiller à ce qu'un financement adéquat soit octroyé pour permettre à toutes les Premières Nations ayant des revendications particulières d'effectuer des recherches concrètes sur celles-ci, de les élaborer et de les régler. Alors, ce qui termine le projet de résolution numéro 12. Nous allons au 3e projet de résolution dans cet ensemble de résolution numéro 1. Et le projet de résolution numéro 13 est intitulé « Soutien urgent à la restitution des terres des Premières Nations ». Nous allons directement à la portion de la décision de la résolution. Pour ces motifs, les Premières Nations en Assemblée, 1. Soutiennent les efforts déployés par les Premières Nations pour promouvoir des approches de nation à nation fondées sur les distinctions de restitution et de retour de leurs terres, territoires et ressources, et demande à l'Assemblée des Premières Nations de soutenir ces approches dans la mesure du possible par des activités de plaidoyer politique et stratégique. 2. Soutiennent le projet pilote proposé par les Chippewas de la Thames qui favorise la réconciliation et la prospérité économique régionale grâce à la restitution de leurs terres. Cet objectif repose sur l'élimination ciblée et stratégique d'obstacles en matière de politique fédérale, tels que la politique sur les ajouts aux réserves AR et la politique sur les revendications particulières. Cette élimination contribuerait aux efforts en cours visant à redéfinir la politique et les processus fédéraux. 3. Enjoignent à l'APN de soutenir le projet pilote des Chippewas of the Thames et de demander au gouvernement du Canada de soutenir les approches novatrices de restitution des terres aux Premières Nations. Le dernier projet de résolution, le numéro 36. Projet de résolution numéro 36, intitulé « Exercice des droits inhérents et issus des traités sur toutes les terres visées par un traité ou appartenant à la Couronne ». Nous allons aller à la dernière section. Alors, pour ces motifs, les Premières Nations en Assemblée, 1, enjoignent à l'APN de demander et de réclamer que les droits inhérents et issus de traités des Premières Nations exercés sur leurs terres ancestrales, traditionnelles et issus de traités aient préséance sur toutes les autres revendications et tous les autres intérêts, et d'affirmer que les gouvernements fédéraux, provinciaux et territoriaux doivent obtenir le consentement préalable libre et éclairé des Premières Nations avant d'entreprendre toute activité susceptible de porter atteinte à leurs droits inhérents et issus de traités sur leur terres ancestrales, traditionnelles et issues de traités. 2. Demande au Canada de prendre immédiatement des mesures significatives conformément à l'honneur de la Couronne pour que les Premières Nations puissent exercer leurs droits inhérents et issus de traités sur leurs terres ancestrales, traditionnelles et visées par des traités. 3. Demande au Canada de créer des processus formels incluant les gouvernements fédéraux, provinciaux et territoriaux des Premières Nations pour examiner les approches actuelles en matière de gestion des terres de la Couronne et de veiller à ce que les prises de décision fédérales, provinciales et territoriales soient conformes aux obligations du Canada en vertu des traités, du droit international et du droit national. Le dernier, 4. Enjoigne à l'APN d'obtenir des fonds pour permettre à l'APN et à ses régions de participer pleinement à ces processus, y compris un financement particulier pour soutenir une mobilisation et une participation régionale. Ce qui termine la lecture des 4 projets de résolution dans l'ensemble de projets de résolution omnibus numéro 1 on Lands and Specific Claims. Ce qui nous amène maintenant à ouvrir la période de discussion. I will now open the discussion period on this omnibus package number 1. Sorry for translators. I switched quickly in English because I see that some have not their headset, but it will be quicker. So on that mover of this package, omnibus package number 1. So Chief Ms. Kokomon, would you like to address the Assembly? And you have, if you wish to do so, you have up to 4 minutes. Just a quick reminder, it's not mandatory to use the full 4 minutes. It's up to you, Chief. So microphone number 1.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I would just like to perhaps address the Assembly not by specific, but by a general summary, that ATR and spec claims are intricately intertwined with one another. And so these resolutions deal with how, in fact, to bring about policy changes that need to be effected both in the ATR and within the spec claim side, things that haven't been discussed before. As our panel had brought to the attention of the Assembly, there needs to be a radical reform within the ATR process and calling for a separate institution in which to take away the conflict of interest from the Government of Canada that's inherent both in spec claim and with the addition to reserve, because the government sees it as a risk management exercise, and they're attempting in many ways to mitigate and limit the amount of exposure that they may have. And so there's a number of processes that are required within those policies that are needless. They're time-consuming, they're expensive, and it just drags the process out farther and farther. And the ones that are being punished for it, of course, are the First Nations. Within the spec claim, there are things that they do in some parts of the country and not in others. As an example, we know, and we're in active negotiations now over a specific claim, that we know that there has been already several examples within Canada where Canada has advanced the First Nations money in order to acquire territory that has come up for sale. And it's not applied equally. And so when we ask those questions, we're denied answers by saying, well, we can't talk about somebody else's claim. We can't talk about the way the settlement was achieved. We can't talk about the specifics. When in fact, I pick up the phone and I call the chief and I said, hey, what happened here? And they're very clear in telling me how that takes place. We've given them options of saying, well, if you can't give us upfront money and advance us money, then can you give us an instrument of financial mechanism in which we could use on the markets for collateral. They can't do that. So it seems very, absurd that when a person is, the Crown has admitted to a crime of theft. They've admitted that, and then when you ask them for partial compensation, they say no. They've known about this claim since 1834. This is not new on the books. So when we ask for simple things like you want us to participate in the economy of Canada, of course they do. Well, when we get to that point, can you advance this money in order for us to do that? The answer is no. I see I'm almost running out of time, so I'll turn it back to you, Chair.
Miigwech, Chief. Microphone 1 was for the mover, and I will now look at the seconder of this omnibus package number 1 on lands and specific claims, Chief Dalton Silver. Would you like to address the Assembly at this moment? Microphone number 2, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Chief Muskokomin. This, I think, is very important to a lot of us, but there have been other instances that have been brought to my attention as well, and other things that have happened where land has been lost. And I think in these situations, when we're talking about specific claims, it's lands that were wrongfully taken away from the original reserves that were allotted to us. And even in that process, we don't forget the comprehensive claim, which others have expressed quite clearly here, that the land does belong to us. The assumption of title by the newcomers is something that is another issue that needs to be addressed. But I know there are instances in British Columbia and in some other places where our relatives upriver from myself have lost some lands through landslides, through floods, the floods that happened just over 2 years ago in our territories, and they're looking at getting land returned to them from the government. And I'm not sure I think that's a situation on its own, not part of the ATR process or specific claims, but I think, comprehensively, that's something I think we need to support as well, is the land back and the replacement of land that's been lost to nature itself. Thank you.
Miigwech, Chief. This was the seconder of this omnibus package number 1 on lands and specific claims. And we will now go to chiefs and proxies that wish to speak on that matter. Please mention, if you can please mention the draft resolution you're referring to. If you have an amendment, if you could please state it clearly. And we will go to microphone 1 and we alternate the usual. Thank you. Microphone number 1, please.
Hi, Chief Kelsey Jack from Cold Lake First Nations. I just want to comment on the specific claims. Maybe we should have a whole week talking about resolutions. I got called out. Chief should be here. But a lot of important events happen in my nation. But confidentiality is always a problem. Why can't we talk as nations together? Why do we have to be so secretive? And it's and why can't it not be used for loss and use and past harms? Removing any requirement for indemnification and final release. So that's a big problem, How does it affect our treaty rights? It's not final. It's our land. We didn't give up anything. No, we didn't cede or surrender. There's nothing in our language. We agreed on share. They talk about reconciliation. What about reconciliation? Masi.
Miigwech, Chief. Microphone number 2, please. Grand Chief, Host Nation.
Sego, Grand Chief Cody Daibo for Nawalge. So I'll go to Resolution 11 first, because I have for 12 and 36 as well. So for number 11, it's just for number 1, we feel that it's too broad, the mandate's too large for the AFN, that it should establish a process or a procedure for the rights holders to directly guide the policy reforms or sit at the tables and not give it solely up to the AFN. So
Thank you, Chief. We will deal with one amendment at a time.
Okay.
And on that, I'm just going to look at my partner, not partner, my best friend here. Okay, so we will work on the resolution committee will work on that on the wording. Okay. So we will go to the next and we'll come back. So the next, we will. Please stay there. I think you have other amendments you mentioned. So
yeah,
we will
12.
continue to the next one and we'll come back to the first one. But okay. I understand that it is in another
it's
draft
in another resolution. Yeah. So
okay. That's correct.
Okay then. So jumping to resolution 12, it was point 2. So we wanted to add in point 2. So right after it says direct the AFN to continue working jointly with the Government of Canada. What we want to add is add through engagement with First Nations, and then it can continue it to develop and so on. So simply to add and through engagement with First Nations.
Thank you very much. The usual, we will put the draft resolution 12 up on the screen. Resolution committee will work to update this draft resolution number 12 as proposed.
Okay. And then for resolution 36?
I'm sorry, maybe this one, I thought it was easier. Maybe we would. Are we okay to 12? Yeah. Are we okay? No. Okay, so we will keep going for your third proposed amendment.
All right. For the first, therefore be it, it's to change a little bit of the sentence. So in the beginning, it has direct the Assembly of First Nations to advocate and assert.
Oh, I'm sorry, Chief, Grand Chief. Are you still in which draft resolution are you?
Resolution number 36.
Oh, 36.
36.
Okay, so draft resolution number 36. And you are proposing something in the first.
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay, over to you.
Okay, so the beginning paragraph, we're asking that it starts off with declare and assert that First Nations, and then that beginning part, direct the Assembly of First Nations to advocate, to move it to the end of the whole paragraph along those lines. So it reads, for myself, it reads that it's the AFN that's advocating and asserting it, but it's the First Nations that have that sole jurisdiction to do so, and the AFN would be just the advocating.
Okay, okay, just a second, please. Grand Chief, did you communicate all your proposed amendments?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. So we will, please stay there because we need to make sure that we captured your language correctly. So we will now go back to draft resolution number 12. And I will now ask technicians, please, to go directly to the therefore be it resolved section number 2. If we can please have the English version up on the screen. As mentioned yesterday, we are in a position to entertain live amendments, but in English only. But it is much better than before. We were not in a position to do so at all before. So. Are we in the draft resolution number 12 at this moment? Okay, thank you. And okay, so we have the proposed amendment there. So number 2, we can see here that it is mentioned direct the AFN to continue working jointly with the Government of Canada and through engagement to develop a fully independent specific claims process through the enactment of legislation. Oh, sorry, it was not, the proposed amendment was still in progress. So is it completed now? Okay. So I will repeat it and correct what I said. Number 2, direct the AFN to continue working jointly with the Government of Canada and through engagement with First Nations to develop a fully independent specific claims process, etc. The rest stays as is. Microphone number 2, is this the correct language that reflects your proposed amendment?
Yes.
Thank you very much. We will deal once at a time. So I will now look at the mover and the seconder of this omnibus package. Do you agree with this proposed amendment on draft resolution number 12? This proposed amendment on number 2 of the therefore be it resolved section of draft resolution number 12. Mover, I'm looking at you, but you are not. Are you okay? Yes, thank you very much. Seconder, thumbs up for the seconder as well. So the draft resolution number 12 contained in the omnibus package number 1 is amended as proposed. We will now go to the second proposed amendment in draft resolution number I will now ask technician if you can please put up on the screen draft resolution number 11 and which one? Okay. And TBIR1, and we will look at it together. Okay, so we will read it together, and I will check with Chief, Grand Chief, for the proposed language. So 1, direct the AFN to continue working jointly with the Government of Canada and through engagement with First Nations to develop a fully independent specific claims process through the enactment of legislation to establish an independent center for the resolution of specific claims and to report back to First Nations in Assembly on these efforts. Final dot. Grand Chief, microphone number 2, are you okay with this proposed language on draft resolution number 11?
Looking like it's a possibility.
Final answer.
Okay, yeah, that's why I'm trying. Yeah. Okay, yeah, so it's saying specific claims, but it's supposed to be additions to reserve, so it's the wrong...
Good thing we check with you.
Yes. Okay.
Move to 36.
Yeah.
Okay, so...
Are we able to come back to it and
yes,
go with 36?
We will come back to this draft resolution number 11. So we will go to draft resolution number 36 at this moment. I hope I didn't lose anyone. So technician, it's the draft resolution number 36 up on the screen, and we will go to number 1, so to the first paragraph, and it reads like this. Affirm that First Nations inherent and treaty rights to their ancestral, traditional, and treaty lands take precedence over all other claims and interest. The rest stays as is. So does this reflect your proposed amendment, Grand Chief, at microphone number 2?
Yeah, simply we had at the end, we were just saying that direct the Assembly to advocate on that behalf, but I think that could be,
Pardon me?
Yeah, I think it's fine.
It's fine? Mover of this omnibus package number 1, are you okay with this proposed amendment to draft resolution number 36? Yes, thumbs up. Seconder, Thumbs up. Thank you very much. So draft resolution number 36 has been amended as just read. And now we will go back to draft resolution number. Okay, so I just want to be sure that everyone here, I just saw that your proposed amendment should now be complete. So before we will make sure that it is, so that this reflects your proposed amendment. So the resolution committee added, as you just mentioned, I am now at the third line of the first, therefore be it resolved on this draft resolution number 36. So it
should be at the end, that part. Direct the Assembly of First Nations to advocate at the very end of the paragraph.
The very end.
The very end of the paragraph.
Okay. So it is going to be at the very end. So at the end of this first, therefore be it resolved paragraph, it will read like this: and direct the AFN, the Assembly of First Nations, to advocate in this regard. Grand Chief, microphone number 2. Are you okay with this proposed language? Thank you very much. Just making sure that the mover and the seconder are still okay with this proposed amendment on draft resolution number 36. Mover, are you okay with this proposed change? Thumbs up. Thank you. Seconder, thumbs up. Perfect. So draft resolution number 36 has been amended as proposed. We will now go back to 12?
Back to
11? We will now go back to draft resolution number 11, if we can put it up on the screen. Sure.
Let's go to a different comment right now, and then we can go to the next one comment.
Oh, I would prefer, yeah.
We don't have the other.
Okay, so this is for 11?
We can go to microphone number 1.
Okay, is this not, look at, it's going, is it okay? There? It's in progress. Okay, so draft, this is 11?
Yes.
Okay. Draft resolution 11. Your proposed amendment has been captured like that. So, number 1, direct the AFN to participate in the co-development of reforms to the additions to reserve, ATR, policy and process, and establish a process and procedure for the rights holders to directly guide policy reform consistent with First Nations priorities and the need for a fast, effective, and efficient process. The rest stays as is. I'm looking at the microphone number 2. Is this okay with you? Does this reflect your proposed amendment?
So we're working on trying to get it to move up. It's right after 2. So direct the Assembly of First Nations to establish a process and procedure for the rights holders to be directly guide policy, and then go on into the.
It's just a question of where to put that?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Mover, are you okay with that proposed amendment? Yeah, but I can. And check Yes, seconder, thank you very much. We are going to move it up as mentioned, but it has been approved. So those two, we will keep it there up on the screen until the proposed amendment is correctly integrated. But we will go to our microphone number 1.
Thank you.
Over to you.
Regina Crowchild. I never give up on my treaty, even though people think Canada is supreme to us. My question is, you know, I don't have a problem with, we know we need a new specific claims process. I'm aware of that, and I agree with it. What I want to remind the people here is, see, in the current one, Canada put some of the promises of our treaty into the specific claims, cow and plows. And when you get those cows and plows, which they have never paid for, they put in a clause that now we are allowing Canada to discontinue that promise of treaty. That is totally wrong, because our treaties are here for as long as the sun shines, the grass grows, and the rivers flow. And then when our people are so vulnerable, they need the money, they dangle this money. Oh, you can have this money, but you gotta let us not continue this promise under treaty. I wanted to raise that, and I don't know if it's something in there where Canada is not allowed to put the promises of the Imperial Crown on our treaties into their legislations, into their specific claims process. I don't know if I'm asking that question, but it's important to us. And the other thing I want to ask is, where's the National Chief? Should she be here listening to the dialogue?
Proxy Crowchild. So I understand it's not an official proposed amendment. You're just asking them
Is
the
it
question.
appropriate to put it in there? Because, and this morning, you know, it really, I know we need a new specific claims process that Canada doesn't control. They're their judge and jury. That's got to get out of it. That's got to be stopped. But do we put that in there? That Canada is not allowed to put in the promises of treaty in exchange that we're getting in exchange for her people, her citizens to live on our territories. It's a treaty right. It's a treaty right. And why are they putting it into the specific claims process and to end their obligation that they were given the obligation to provide for those necessary funds? And that's why we get monies from Canada, because those are promises of treaty. And, you know, I don't know. I'm asking that question.
So
Canada unilaterally put it in there. We didn't ask for it.
Proxy Crowchild. So are you proposing to add a whereas, like Canada, something like Canada needs to respect the spirit and intent of treaties and the processes?
And not...
Microphone number 1.
And not to, I don't know, who are all the... not to stop the promises of treaty that were made by the Imperial Crown.
So what
I don't know, something like...
Thank
I'm
you
not
very
good
much.
at English. I can tell you in Blackfoot, but I don't know if you'll understand me.
Yes, so I will ask the resolution committee to go and see you to work on language, on proposed language on that. While we are doing that, I will just come back on draft resolution number 11, just for the sake of finishing what we already started, and we will read it together. So the draft resolution number 11 reads like this, as proposed by Grand Chief Daibo. Number 1, direct the AFN to establish a process and procedure for the rights holders to directly guide policy reform to additions to reserve policy, consistent with First Nations priorities and the need for a fast, effective, and efficient process. The rest of the sentence, the paragraph stays as is. So this, Grand Chief, this reflects your, this language is captured or has captured your proposed amendment.
Correct.
Oh, correct. Thank you very much. And the mover and the seconder already agreed with this proposed amendment. So draft resolution number 11 has been amended. Some language surrounding this draft resolution is in progress pertaining to proxy Crowchild comment at microphone number 1. So now I am going to go to microphone number 2. Over to you, if you can please state your name and nation.
Chief Amanda Lease, Cha'an Quechan Council, Whitehorse, Yukon. I have 2 friendly amendments. One is for Resolution 12 to add including modern treaties and self-government agreements at the end of the first, therefore be it resolved. I believe the Resolutions Committee already has it, the wording.
Thank you very much, Chief. I will wait for our great team of Resolution Committee to see if they captured your proposed amendment. It's what? So, do we have up on the screen? Yes, okay, I see the number. Draft resolution number 12, and you proposed an amendment to number 1.
To 13 as well. So that's 12.
Yeah, so we will deal with 12 first. And is it completed? Okay, so number 1, direct the AFN to prioritize policy reform as part of the ongoing AFN Canada specific claims co-development process in anticipation of Canada seeking authority this fall to enact changes to the specific claims policy and process, including modern treaties and self-government agreements. Does this capture your proposed language amendment? Sorry. Over to you, microphone number 2.
Yes, it does.
Thank you very much. So we are still at the draft resolution number 12. I'm looking at the mover. He's okay with this proposed amendment. I'm looking at the seconder to see if the seconder is okay with this proposed amendment. Are you still there? Where's the seconder? Oh. You move too fast. Thank you very much. So draft resolution number 12 has been once again amended as proposed. We will continue at microphone number 2 with the remaining of your time, and you have another proposed amendment. Over to you.
Shoni Thunge, the mover and seconder on that one. And so amendment number 13 is incredibly similar. I just want the new, therefore be it resolved, that mirrors Resolution 12, direct the AFN to implement this resolution in a manner that is consistent with First Nations priorities and the diversity of First Nations regional realities, government structures, and relationships with the Crown, including modern treaties and self-government agreements.
Thank you, Chief. I see that you already read your proposed amendment, and it is already up on the screen. And on that, I will look at the mover and the seconder. They are together at this time, and I will look at them to see if they are okay with this proposed amendment. On the draft resolution 13, yes? Perfect. Thank you so much. So draft resolution number 13 has been amended as proposed. Thank you very much. On that, I want to note something. I want to note that it's very appreciated that the proposed amendment was presented to the resolution committee before it hits the floor, because it makes this process easier, and it does reflect our rules of procedure. So I encourage you and invite you to please go and talk with the resolution committee prior coming to the microphone. It's really a better use of our time. So thank you very much. On that, I will go to microphone number 1.
Sorry, Madam Moselle. I just want to comment, make a friendly amendment to resolution number 13. Make it number 4. Direct the AFN to work with the Government of Canada to identify, implement alternative approaches to indemnification and finality and settlement agreements.
Oh, thank you, Chief. Just a second, please. A member of the team of the resolution committee will come and see you to discuss the proposed language for this proposed amendment. Microphone number 1.
I already talked to it, so we cleared it up. So that is the language, and I agree with it.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. So I'm sorry, I cannot read because there's a timer on the screen, so I cannot read it. I am going to go on my computer. I will read it. So, draft resolution number 13, paragraph number 5 of the decision portion of the draft resolution. So 5, direct the AFN to work with the Government of Canada to identify and implement alternative approaches to indemnification and finality, so to indemnification and finality in settlement agreements. Thank you very much. And the proposed, this is the correct language for the proposed amendment. I am now looking at the mover and the seconder. They both agree with this proposed amendment on draft resolution 13. Thank you very much. We will now go to microphone number 2. Over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hugh Breaker, proxy for Chief Ken Watts from Sashat First Nation. You'll be delighted to know, Madam Chair, I have amendments as well. The first one is, they're all in respect of motion 12. And the first one is under therefore be it resolved, paragraph number 2, in the second line, where it says through the enactment of legislation. We would like it to say through the enactment of legislation co-developed with First Nations, and then continue the way it does. The reason for that, Madam Chair, is that the original legislation, we've opposed the AFN's approach to this in tinkering with and amending this legislation. It was founded in racism, and we don't agree with tinkering with that, which should have just started from scratch, but we're going to try and improve the practice now. And paragraph number 3, in the first line of the last line of the paragraph, yeah. You want to do them one at a time?
It is being drafted as we speak, so is it okay? Okay, so we will deal with this first proposed amendment on, so draft resolution 12, therefore be it resolved, section number 2, and you propose to add at the third line, so after through the, so a fully independent specific claims process through the enactment of legislation co-developed with First Nations. So that does reflect your proposed amendment. Thank you very much. Mover and seconder, are you okay with this addition on number? Yes, thank you very much. So draft resolution number 12 has been amended as proposed. We can continue, Chief.
In the paragraph number 3 in the third line, for First Nations, comma, including but not limited to.
Thank you. So including but not limited to. Thank you very much. Mover and seconder, are you okay with this small addition to draft resolution number 12, therefore be it resolved number 3? Mover and seconder are in agreement with this, so we will continue. Over to you, Chief, and microphone number 2.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one last one. Our First Nation has 27 specific claims. And in negotiations with Canada, they use every tool they can to delay. There's been a change in the policies, there's been a change in, there's a new court case, and then they put us off for months. So I'm going to try to deal with that in a way a little bit. I'd like to add a section 4. This motion will be without prejudice to specific claim negotiations in process at the time the motion was passed. So I don't want Canada to say, oh, the AFN passed the motion, we better take a few months to delay and have a look at it. So this motion is without prejudice to specific claims negotiations in process at the time the motion was passed.
Thank you, Chief. I will look at my friend here to see if we got the correct language. Maybe, can I ask you to read it again, maybe? Thank you.
I can't read my own writing.
Oh.
I'll try. This motion is without prejudice to specific claim negotiations in progress at the time the motion was passed.
Thank you very much. So I will look at the resolution committee to make sure they captured your proposed language. Okay, on that, just before going to microphone number 1, I want to mention that the speakers list is closed. And so we have the last 4 speakers. So microphone number 1, please.
Good afternoon, Chief Wilfred King, Kiasagi Nishnabek, Gulby First Nation. Madam Chair, we've adopted rules of procedure at the very start of the meeting, and I don't want to come up here every time there is a breach of those rules and procedures. One I noticed is that the chair should only recognize delegates that are chiefs or proxies and usually show themselves with a red lanyard. There was a person that did speak at the assembly, and it wasn't on the resolutions per se, but it was on the question to the ministers. And I know that you have that authority to recognize that individual, and a chief can yield their time to that individual as well. But on a more fundamental matter, the mover and the seconder weren't asked if these resolutions were to be put into an omnibus resolution. I just confirmed that with both the mover and the seconder. It was you that made that decision. A lot of these resolutions are very important, and they need to be looked at, reviewed, and debated. To me, it's very hard to keep track of all the resolutions that were amended, changes that were made. Some were saying they're friendly amendments. I would disagree. They're not friendly amendments because they have changed fundamentally that resolution. So I think we really got to be careful in terms of how this meeting is going to be moving ahead forward, because I would argue that they're not friendly amendments because they changed those resolutions quite dramatically, and it's your job, Madam Chair, to ensure that doesn't happen. So I'm just want to caution the Assembly. It's very difficult to follow through, and I'm not in support of this omnibus resolution because there isn't the proper time allocated for discussion and debate. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Chief King. So first, very important comment. So thank you very much. I'm very into details and rules. I'm a lawyer, and this is very important. So very important comment. First. Second, I follow advice from the Resolution Committee. The Resolution Committee advised us on some omnibus packages that were grouped draft resolution that were grouped into omnibus packages, and this is really not my decision. And in our briefing meeting, we asked co-chairs if all the mover and seconders were aware. They all agreed. So procedures have been followed for that. And so I understand that you might vote against this omnibus package number 1, and it's okay. So on that, I will now go to microphone number 2. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Annie Ballantyne, Councillor for Mississippi Cree Nation, proxy for Chief Heidi Cook. I was wanting to add to Resolution number 11, number 1, at the very end of number 1 to add, not to interfere with other First Nation neighboring communities' land use plans, because we had a situation where there was a lake that was allotted to a neighboring First Nation community, a lake that we used since time immemorial, and we were not consulted. We were not informed that this lake was being assigned to that community, and we only found out after the postings were put up as we drove down to the lake. So they should be informing First Nations communities when land use is being allotted.
Thank you, Chief. So we got the correct language, and it's up on the screen. So this is draft resolution number 11. And it's number 1. So we will read it together. Number 1. Yeah. Okay. So direct the AFN to establish a process and procedure for the rights holders to directly guide policy reform to the ATR policy consistent with First Nations priorities and the need for a fast, effective, and efficient process to add reserve lands to their communities, and to ensure that such process respects the diversity of First Nations priorities, land regimes, and regional realities, and not to interfere with other neighboring First Nations land use plans. Chief, does this reflect your proposed language? I don't see. Okay, so I assume that this reflects the proposed amendment, and I will now look at the mover and the seconder. Do you agree with this, this proposed amendment on number 1 of the therefore be it resolved section of draft resolution number 11? I assume because the chief is not there, and I'm looking for her, and I don't want to delay the process. So,
you can ask her again.
Chief, are you okay with the proposed language up on the screen? Does this reflect your proposed change? Thank you very much. Mover and seconder, do you agree? Thank you very much. Okay, so draft resolution number 11 has been amended. So final speaker for this omnibus package number 1, we go to microphone number 2.
Yeah, Hansla, Lise Bahan, Chief Co-Order Band. Friendly amendment to number 11 on the first, therefore be it resolved, where it states an efficient process to add reserve lands. It should be to add reserve lands / replacement reserve lands. Yes.
Thank you very much, Chief. I will now look at the mover and the seconder, and they do agree with your proposed change. Thank you so much.
Final one is on 12.
So we will go back to a proposed amendment. The final one, it was still in progress, so we will come back to draft resolution. Sorry, 12. Draft resolution number 12. And on that, we will go to there was an additional number 5, so an additional paragraph to the therefore be it resolved section, and then we will read it together. So number 5, affirm that this motion is without prejudice to specific claims negotiations in progress at the time the motion is passed. There's a final dot missing there, but it's okay. It can be added. It's So I need to check with the chief that proposed this.
He's good. He's good with it.
Where?
He's good with it.
Okay, thank you so much. So we just got the confirmation that the chief that proposed this amendment is okay with the wording, and I now look at the mover and the seconder. Do you agree with this proposed amendment? So an additional, therefore, a paragraph to the therefore be it resolved section to draft resolution number 12. Yes, so no more thumbs up this time. So thank you, mover, seconder. Where is the seconder of this omnibus package? Are you okay with this proposed additional paragraph to draft resolution number 12? The paragraph number 5, the last one, is added as proposed. Thank you very much. So the mover and the seconder do agree with this proposed amendment to draft resolution number 12. So on that, no more chiefs at the microphones. We already closed the speakers list. So on that, I am going to call the question, and I will now ask the vote on the omnibus package number 1 on lands and specific claims. The first question is there any opposition to this omnibus package number 1? Any opposition in the room? If there's an opposition, please raise up your red lanyard so I can see it. And on that, I am going to ask for help, maybe, because it's difficult to see. Thank you. 1, no, 2. Okay, so 2 oppositions. We will continue the process because we're in the voting. So abstention, any abstention to be noted on this omnibus package number 1 on lands and specific claims? Any abstention in the room? Okay, so omnibus package number 1 on lands and specific claims as amended is carried by the majority. Thank you very, very much for your patience and cooperation, everyone. Thank you. Microphone number 1, please. A point of order, so I'm going to take it right now. Yes.
Chief Wilfred King, Gilbay First Nation. I'd like my name recorded opposing the resolution, and it's not so much on the content, but just the process. And perfect. I have a right to have my name recorded for the record.
Noted, Chief King. So on that, we will now turn the floor over to my colleague Cedric for justice.
So good afternoon, everyone. We will be having a short update on the Indigenous Justice Strategy engagement. After which we will follow with the omnibus package on justice. But first, I would like to invite up portfolio holder for policing and justice, Regional Chief Terry Teegee.
Thank you, Cedric. Just want to acknowledge the territory. I just want to acknowledge my colleague, Jesselyn Picard, who also is on this portfolio on justice and policing. Very quickly, in light of the United Nations Declaration Act, one of the things that we're implementing is an Indigenous justice strategy. We've put this strategy off. It was supposed to be developed by this spring, but we bought more time, and we are moving along with development of a strategy. The reason is that we don't want it written by the federal government, and we need more inclusion. Need to really compel more regions to come forward with their ideas on the strategy, and really a co-developed process with the federal government. So that being said, I do have one thing to say about policing. As you heard with the, search for our Indigenous women, and also in the policing issue, in British Columbia, the First Nations Leadership Council, the BC AFN, Union of BC New Chiefs First Nations Summit, as well as family members of those First Nations that died in custody are calling for an inquiry. And this is in line with really our Independent Investigations Office in British Columbia on why those police officers' cases did not go to court. So in particular, over the last 2 years, Dale Culver, a Gitxsan Wet'suwet'en man who died while being arrested. The two officers the charges were stayed, but 3 officers are still going through the court proceedings. Another Wet'suwet'en man, Jared Lowndes, the court proceedings aren't going through as the charges were brought away from the courts under recommendation from the Crown Prosecution Office. And in the case of Everett Patrick, my cousin, the charges were not brought forward under the recommendation from the Crown Prosecutor's Office. So the reason I bring this up is because this could be not just a BC issue, it could be a national issue, why many of these police officers are getting away with not going to court and being accountable for some of their actions using excessive force, not only killing our members, but also, and yesterday we also heard from the situation in New Brunswick of our people getting injured. So that being said, it is our portfolio between myself and Jocelyn Picard from Quebec, and that's one of the things that we should take note of because it's come up time and again. So that being said, I pass the floor on to Corey Wilson. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I will be speaking very quickly. As we know, everybody's been working really hard and we have more resolutions to get through. So I'm Corey Wilson, Pudladi from the Kwakwaka'wakw Nation, and I'm the chair of the BC First Nations Justice Council. And I really would just like to, if you don't know about I was going to go more into our justice strategy. If you don't know, British Columbia has a justice strategy. It was passed in March of 2020. You can find it online if you Google BC First Nations Justice Strategy. Please have a look at it. It is 25 strategies, 43 lines of action. It is something that we created in British Columbia, and we are responsible. The mandate comes from the 204 First Nations in British Columbia. So part of that gives me hope for the National Indigenous Justice Strategy, because we know that in British Columbia, which is one of the most geographically, politically, socially, linguistically diverse provinces in this country, if we can figure out a way to do it, we know that all of us together can figure out a way to do it. Our justice strategy also is not simply an exercise in administration. It is really a testament to self-determination. You know the statistics. We have heard the stories that people shared with us today around policing and the horrible stories we heard yesterday, murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls, all of these things. We know the challenges that our people face, and we know that we have to do something about it. So our justice strategy is a testament to doing something different and to trying to change that system. We're following a 2-track process process, one of which is amending the criminal justice system and making true, lasting systemic change. Track 2 is the one that's probably the most exciting for me anyways, is making sure that we revitalize Indigenous ways of knowing and being in terms of our laws and our systems of legal disputes. It's also our justice strategy is created, and we working together and honoring our ancestors and all that our ancestors went through to ensure that we are all able to sit here in this room. And it's important to note that our laws are not relics of the past. This is something that often gets lost. We know that prior to contact, prior to the arrival of the others in this land that is now called Canada, we governed our nations in very sophisticated, complex, merit-based, just ways. We have those systems. We governed very differently. Again, the diversity not only within British Columbia, but the diversity across this country. But we all governed in many of the exact same ways in terms of the principles and the foundations of how we governed and how we made our decisions. We know that there are differences, of course, in how we act and how we implement things. But we must remember that the foundation for a lot of the values and principles that we've seen are the same. I come from a nation that potlatches, very sophisticated, complex system of governance and laws, but again, very similar. I know my Mi'kmaq friends. I've learned about their system as well. Same foundations, just the way we do things are a bit different. It's also just a quick comment as well on legal pluralism. Often that's held up as something that is different. Legal pluralism represents French and English. We were legally pluralistic long before contact, long before the others arrived. We know how to govern with different systems and how to work together in those systems. So we need to remember that. Also, we need to keep the idea in mind that paramountcy, it doesn't have to be French and English. We need to move to a time and a place where the laws and the culture and the protocols of the people whose territory that particular law applies becomes paramount. So we've got to keep those things in mind. Again, if you don't know about the Justice Council, please have a look at it. But just very quickly, some of the highlights. We've tripled the amount of GLADU reports that we do now for the people in British Columbia. We've opened up 9 Indigenous Justice Centres. By the end of this year, we will have 15 Justice Centres that are holistic centres with wraparound supports. We all know that our people find themselves in conflict with the justice system, not for one reason only, but because of all of the determinants and all of the socioeconomic indicators, such as poverty, colonialism, intergenerational trauma. So we must make sure that the solutions are based and address all of the challenges that our people face, holistically wrap around our people. I know we've been talking about police reform. We're looking at establishing a civil litigation policies that will help and support this, creating and hiring family support workers to help families through the challenges that they face with the police system. We're also cultural competencies. One thing that we know for sure is data is absolutely important. So we're looking at the traditional ways that government requires us to record data, and we're working with an Indigenous data firm, as well as looking at our traditional ways of telling our stories and indicating success through storytelling as well. So we have a storyteller that will start to tell this story for us. We know that it in many ways is much cheaper to keep our people out of jail, and so in some ways we're really working to create a prevention system. We know our people won't have problems with the justice system if they don't come in contact with it in the first place. So in terms of the resolutions that are coming up on justice, we strongly encourage, and again, we are here to help and support. One of the foundations of our justice strategy is that we are open, transparent, accountable, and here to help and ensure that nobody else reinvents the wheel. You may reinvent the wheel and well, I was going to say paint the wheel. I guess you don't paint wheels, but you would spin the wheel in the way that works for your culture and your protocols and your nation, but you don't have to reinvent the actual wheel. So we're here to support with that, and I know I have my colleagues in the back that would be happy to talk to you. We know we can do this in collaboration, and so the creation of this new, as Regional Chief TG said, it's been delayed. It's been put off to November. It's very important that we get this work done. We all know elections are coming. We all know the challenges we face, but for no we've got to minimize the number of days our people are kept in custody and do what we can to make these and establish these changes. And if we honestly can do this in British Columbia, we can do this across the country if we remember why we're doing this work and remember what we're doing this work for. And remember that the government divided us into 634 First Nations. We didn't do that to ourselves. We all have the ability to honor our ancestors and to move forward and to ensure that our children have a better, brighter future than we have. We know that it has to be Indigenous-led. We know that the AFN has been given the mandate to do this work. We are going to be working with the AFN, and we encourage everybody to continue to contribute to this work and to ensure that we start getting something done, something on the books, something on the paper. We know this is difficult work as well. People have a lot of fears about it. I've heard people say, well, this is a BC solution. We haven't had enough with BC solutions. It is not a British Columbia solution. It is a solution to ensure that our people do not find themselves incarcerated and that our people do not find themselves in the child welfare system, that our people are able to follow and our children are able to dream and become self-determining. That it is not so in those principles, I think we all agree. How we've been implementing it in some of our territories perhaps is very regionally specific, but you can do the same in Saskatchewan, you can do the same in Manitoba, so we can do that together. So I'm just here to strongly encourage you to connect with us if you need that, encourage you to realize the extreme importance to advance these justice initiatives and know that it is possible to do this. We have already made systemic change in British Columbia. It is not easy, it has not been easy. It's not going to continue to be easy, but again, with open, honesty, bold and courageous conversations, we've been able to make these differences. So Gila Kasla and I really look forward to seeing the work that we can do in this area, and I know we can change the future for the next generations and for all of our children. Gila Kasla.
Who's ready for more omnibus? So as mentioned, we're going to go directly into our omnibus bill, I keep saying that, omnibus package on justice. We have 5 different resolutions to be included in this package. We have draft resolution 40, call for co-developed decarceration strategy and full implementation of the correctional investigator's recommendation. We have DR 41, call for renewed support of the co-development and implementation of the Indigenous Justice Strategy. We have DR 43, call for prosecution and enforcement of First Nations laws on reserve. DR 44, call for international collaboration on MMIWG 2S+ and rescinding support for Leonard Peltier. And finally, we have DR 45, call for acceleration of MMIWG 2S+ National Action Plan and calls for justice implementation. So I'll give a chance to our technical team to get ready for that. As I look for our mover, we had Chief Roderick Gould, who I see at microphone number 2, and seconded by Chief Joanne Miles. Chief Miles is with us too. Chief Gould from Abraham First Nation and Chief Miles from Flat Bay Band. So to introduce the topic and the first, or the omnibus bill on justice, I would go to microphone number 2, Chief Gould. Microphone 2, please.
Draft resolution 41, was that included in that? I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
We include 40, 41, 43, 44, and 45.
Okay, well, Nindel Louisi, Satmolo Gigusu. Monoswell Louisi, Ichka, Buzik. My name is Chief Roddy Gould Jr. of the Abraham First Nation. I don't speak my language very well, a little bit, and that's it. I'm a direct descendant of a Shubenacadie Indian residential school survivor, and I'm in honor of my father, Roger Gould, Loli Gigusu. I come before you today just to speak in a generality on the omnibus bill because I'm an advocate for justice. I'm an advocate for residential school survivors. I have been my entire life. I come before you today as a chief and somebody who wants to protect the autonomy of the Abraham First Nation and the autonomy of all First Nations is very important to me. This collective idea of us being able to come together and have things done, I'm very proud And I'd like to thank the chair and the executive for putting together a professional thing in which the youth can come to these gatherings now and be proud of what we're doing as a people. Be proud of the Chiefs in Assembly, because this is what it's about. I want to thank and applaud the Chiefs in Assembly for representing our people in a good way. Walalio. On the omnibus bill, what I'd like to do is present an idea that there are friendly amendments to this, and I would like to push back on some of the semantics. I do agree that it's important, that wording is very problematic. And I'm going to revert to yesterday. I brought with me some sweetgrass because this is my ceremony that puts me in a good place. We've all come from bad places. We all have bad stories. I have bad histories with my father, as he is a residential school survivor, and I have the legacy inside my heart is what I've had to deal with. So have all of our people. But when the Minister of Public Safety in this country stands on that table and he talks down to me, and I'm sitting over there and I can't get to the microphone to speak on behalf of our people, I have a problem with that. So today, instead, I got some sweetgrass for myself to put myself in a good place. There are smarter people in this room than I. There are smarter people who have put these packages together. When I see them and I look at them, I think my father would be proud of them, and that's why I will stand for them and explain why it's important that we do that. The minister, the federal minister of public safety, has not done his due diligence. He said, you want the right to self-govern, you want the right for sovereignty, you want to define your own laws of the land as who you are as a people. Go ahead. Go ahead. That's what he said to us yesterday. He said to me, you don't understand the complexities of dealing with federal and provincial policing? Excuse me, there are plenty of smart chiefs in this room with a lot of technicians that can back them up. I was insulted to hear them say that. I'm also insulted to say that I will not protect the sovereignty and the autonomy of the Abwood First Nation, because that's what I was elected to do. The chiefs in Assembly have the right to protect our people. It is not right to bury Indian residential school children in unmarked graves. It is not right for our people to be left behind anywhere. Anywhere. We should come together today in a day like this and support moving towards a better future for our children. Not the next 7 generations. I want to give my grandchildren that aren't born yet a better tool to do what we have done. I have tools right now to do a better job than my father has done. I love my father. I stand before you as a Mi'kmaq man that I'm proud of. I support this omnibus bill because I think it's something our people should unite behind. There are smarter people in there, and to protect the sovereignty and the autonomy of you as a First Nation, you have to unify yourself. And I'd like to thank the executive, and I stand here today and I'm proud that this assembly is in a way, it is a good way. And to see all the chiefs here, I am proud of that. This is what I'm proud of, to be in the room full of chiefs in assembly. Walalio.
Thank you, Chief Gould. Before we go to Chief Miles, I imagine our technical team had the time, so I would ask to pull up the therefore be it resolved for Resolution 40. We will read them into the minutes and then we will go to our seconder. So for draft Resolution 40, therefore be it resolved that the First Nations in Assembly, 1, call on Public Safety Canada to fully implement all recommendations from the Office of the Correctional Investigators, OCI, 10 years in Spirit Matters Report, OCI report in parentheses. 2, direct the Assembly of First Nations, AFN, to advocate in support of the OCI's recommendations in 10 years since Spirit Matters to, in parentheses or in quotations, redistribute a significant portion of the current resources within the federal correctional system to Indigenous communities and groups for the care, custody, and supervision of Indigenous peoples. 3, call on PSC to fully implement all of the relevant national inquiry into missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls calls for justice concerning justice, policing, and corrections. 4, direct the Assembly of First Nations, AFN, to advocate and work with the Minister of Public Safety and all relevant ministries to urgently co-develop a strategic framework to develop and implement a national First Nations decarceration strategy to address the overrepresentation of First Nations individuals in federal custody. And 5, direct the AFN to seek out appropriate funding and resources to advocate for a national First Nations decarceration strategy. For the therefore be it resolved for DR 41. TBIR 1. Direct the Assembly of First Nations, AFN, to continue working with Justice Canada and the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada in the co-development and implementation of a national First Nations justice strategy that will be incorporated into a broader Indigenous justice strategy. 2, direct the AFN to draw from the report AFN recommendations for a First Nations justice strategy to guide the co-development of a national First Nations justice strategy, which will include A, regional and demographic considerations that recognize the diversity and unique situation for all First Nations in Canada. B, reform of the current criminal justice system aimed at helping to reduce or slow down the negative impacts of the justice system until revitalization work is established. C, revitalization of First Nations traditional laws, creation of First Nations laws, support for the administration of justice, and enforcement of First Nations laws within First Nations. And D, consistency with the minimum standards in the UN Declaration and legal commitments of the Government of Canada in the UN Declaration Act. Therefore, be it resolved 3, direct the AFN to seek funding for the co-development and implementation of the National First Nations Justice Strategy, which includes supports for the Chiefs Committee on Justice and support of regional, community-based, and self-determined holistic approaches to justice that are grounded in First Nations principles, protocols, law, and traditions. If we can have draft resolution 43, the TBIR is on the screen. Thank you, Tex, you're doing an amazing job. For DR 43, therefore be it resolved that the First Nations in Assembly call upon all levels of government to work with First Nations to enforce and prosecute First Nations laws and bylaws across Canada in a way that addresses the specific needs and concerns of each community to ensure the safety and security of Indigenous communities. 2, call upon the federal government to allocate necessary funding and resources to support the enforcement and prosecution of First Nations laws, including the training and deployment of enforcement personnel within these communities. 3, direct the Assembly of First Nations to create a permanent collaborative table at the federal level to monitor and advocate for the enforcement and prosecution of First Nations laws and bylaws on reserve with representation from First Nations and all relevant government entities, including but not limited to the Department of Justice, the Public Prosecution Service of Canada, Public Safety Canada, Indigenous Services Canada, and the Ministry of the Attorney General. And 4, direct the AFN to monitor and report on the progress of these initiatives, ensuring accountability and transparency on all levels of government. We will now move on to the therefore be it resolved of draft resolution 44. Draft resolution 44, therefore be it resolved that the First Nations in Assembly 1, rescind previous support for the extradition of Leonard Peltier to Canada, including Assembly of First Nations Resolution 29, 1987, Return to Canada of Leonard Peltier, and Resolution 26, 1999, Justice for Leonard Peltier. 2, call on the Government of Canada to review mechanisms used for international collaboration on cases of MMIWG2S+ that occur in the United States and to improve communication with survivors and families of those who have experienced gender-based violence while in the United States. And 3, call on the AFN's Women's Council and AFN 2S LGBTQIA+ Council to establish a sub-working group focused on international collaboration to develop strategies to address MMIWG2S+ survivors and families of those who have experienced gender-based violence while outside of Canada. And the final resolution in this package, DR 45. DR 45, therefore be it resolved that the First Nations in Assembly call upon the Government of Canada to provide stronger leadership and act as an intervener with the provinces and territories for coordinated action and commitments to advancing the calls for justice. 2, direct the Assembly of First Nations to continue monitoring activities and implementing the calls for justice and co-draft a National First Nations Canada work plan to accelerate implementation. And 3, direct the AFN to seek funding to support research and data collection to help identify the resources needed to support the national framework strategies outlined in the report, Breathing Life into the Calls for Justice. So the therefore be it resolved have been read into the record. As I see some people coming to the mic, I just remind you that if you can bring your amendments, the wording for your amendments to our resolutions committee, it would help out with the process, knowing that there are 5 different resolutions and going through each can be more complex. So if you have the language, please bring it to our resolutions committee. As mentioned, we will now move on to our seconder, Chief Joanne Miles, if you want to address the floor.
Hi, Chief Miles. I do agree with the resolutions that's put forward. The Assembly of First Nations recently released a 5-year progress report on the calls for justice, which found that only 2 of the calls for justice related to First Nations were fully implemented, and that over half of the main calls for justice for 2S LGBTQ+ specifically called had made no progress, and that's over 8 years. There are 2 resolutions in this package that helps advocate and advance the work that MMIWG2S+ is working on. We need to continue to move forward and implementation of all these calls for justice and keep the survivors and their families at heart as we are doing our work. Walalan.
Thank you, Chief Miles. So we will now open up to discussion, and I see we have someone on microphone 1.
Hi, I'm Chief Hopeworth Achardinico First Nation of Fort Liard, Northwest Territories. I'd just like to hand over my speaking time to Jennifer to speak on the Indigenous Justice Strategy.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Jennifer Duncan. I'm an Indigenous lawyer, and I'm a member of the Bedziadaw First Nation. Thank you for resolution number 41. I'm very pleased to speak to that resolution and to support the resolution. I don't have any amendments. I would just like to echo the sentiments within that resolution, especially with respect to the calls for more First Nation healing lodges. Indigenous people represent 5% of the population in Canada, but 32% of people in federal prisons and 50% of women in federal prisons. The mass incarceration contributes to the ongoing genocide of First Nations people. Sections 81 and 84 of the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, which allow First Nations people to serve their sentences in healing lodges and communities, are underfunded and underused. Indigenous-operated healing lodges are restricted by Correctional Services Canada policies, and less than 1% of CSC's budget has historically been devoted to healing lodges, despite Indigenous people representing about 30 to 50% of people in prison. Since 1992, Canada has been making commitments to create Indigenous-led healing lodges, yet today there are only 6 Indigenous-operated healing lodges with only enough beds for 2% of the incarcerated Indigenous people. Over the past year, I've been working with the BC AFN, UBCIC, the First Nations Summit, the BC First Nations Justice Council, and Prisoners Legal Services to secure recent commitments from Canada. And in March 2024, Canada, during its 4th Universal Periodic Review at the United Nations, committed to investing in First Nations-operated healing lodges over the next 4 years. So today, I strongly urge First Nations governments and organizations to approach Canada to implement 2 measures. First, First Nations-led healing lodges, so that we can have more healing lodges operated by First Nations to get our people out of colonial prisons. And 2, to advocate for adequate funding for those healing lodges. The time is now for First Nations governments and organizations to insist that Canada end the mass incarceration of Indigenous people by shifting 1/3 of CSC's $3 billion annual budget, so to shift $1 billion annually directly to First Nations governments and organizations to create more healing lodges, to decarcerate First Nations people in a manner consistent with UNDRIP Article 5. And if anyone has any questions or would like to speak to me further about how to implement now more First Nations-led healing lodges, I'm happy to speak with you. And I also have a report which also provides more information directly about how to implement and seek that adequate funding for Indigenous-led healing lodges. Masi.
Thank you, Chief. And Ms. Duncan. I will now move to microphone 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Cheryl Kasmar, proxy for Nasukan Pierre.
In relation to Resolution 40, I note that in therefore be it resolved number 1, it's calling on Public Safety Canada to implement all of the recommendations from the Office of the Correctional Investigator. Yesterday, we also heard from the National Chief that there were 2 recent Auditor General reports. One was on housing and one was on policing. If you take a look at the one on policing, it talks about how the amount of, or the budget for Indigenous policing had increased significantly. However, those funds were not expended. They were not put into community. So my point is that if we were able to have access to those funds, we would be able to take care of, we would be able to address policing and safety and well-being in our communities. We would be better positioned to do so and be more successful. So I was wanting to include that where it ends with report, also including the Auditor General report on policing recommendations.
Thank you. Prox Casimir. So what I understand is at the end of therefore be it resolved 1 for draft resolution 40, you wish to add also including the auditor. Can you reword, give me the wording again?
The Auditor General report on policing recommendations.
Auditor General report on policing recommendations. I will look towards our resolution committee. Perfect. So as we're getting the wording perfect with our resolutions committee, we will move to our next speaker with microphone number 2, please.
So back again. In resolution 41, so there's just an addition into the whereas part, and then it's restated in the therefore. So in the whereas, it would be E. There are also First Nations who have developed their own independent and interdependent First Nations justice systems and court systems. And then in the therefore, so after 3, so a new bullet point. Number 4 would be direct the AFN to ensure that the work with the First Nations justice strategy does not adversely impact existing community-based justice systems and court systems. And it's been given to the resolution
Thank you, Chief, for those 2 amendments. I will look towards my resolution committee, and thank you for giving the wording. Resolution committee. Aaron's giving me a thumbs up. Is that good for you? Is this on? And we will continue with microphone number 2 for a third comment as we confirm the language with our resolutions committee. Okay. Chief 2. Microphone 2.
Kwekakina, Lisa Nadijna Cosmong Dodem, and Sagayan and Ojaba, Chief Lisa Robinson, Wolf Lake First Nation. I'm here to add a friendly amendment to resolution number 41. So in terms of therefore it be resolved number 3, I'd like to add the context to, do I need to read the whole thing or just what I want to add? Okay. So in terms of therefore it be resolved, point number 3, following the self-determined holistic approaches, I would like to add N regional strategies. Perfect. Miigwech. And then I'd also like to add another therefore it be resolved. So it'll be number 5, I believe. In this case, it would read, direct the Assembly of First Nations to work in collaboration and support regions developing their own First Nations regional justice strategies. So, miigwech.
Thank you, Chief Robinson. So we have 2 proposed amendments for Chief Robinson for DR 41. One of them that I see is on the screen, which is in therefore be resolved 3, adding and regional strategies after holistic approaches, as well as the addition of a 5th in this case, though the numbering might change, TBIR, which would say direct the AFN to work in collaboration and support regions developing their own First Nations regional justice strategies. That is the wording. I will look towards our resolutions team for the 3 amendments that were proposed.
We're going to go back to 40 and we'll get back to that one. We're going to go back to 40.
So we'll go to our first one. Perfect. So we'll return to Proxy Casimir's proposed amendment, which was for DR 40. If we can have our technicians turn to DR 40. So the proposed amendment is to add the language in therefore be it resolved 1 at the end of the phrase, also including the Auditor General of Canada's report on the First Nations and Inuit policing program. I'm looking for Chief or Proxy Casimir. Proxy Casimir, is the wording correct? It's on the screen now, as you can see in TBR 1. Microphone number 2, please.
I was shown something different earlier, so we're just going to pull that up first. 1 second.
The complexities of multiple resolutions.
It's part of the fun.
Yeah.
So, Proxy Casimir, are you?
He's going to try to get the language up. I mean, the intent of my recommendation is reflected in this language, but we've got better language that should be coming up shortly. Thank
All right,
you.
so we'll return to it. So we will now go to DR 41 in the whereas section. There was a proposed amendment to the whereas E in the whereas for our staff, our technical team. Thank you. So the wording that is proposed is, in whereas E, there are also First Nations who have developed their own independent and interdependent First Nations justice systems and court systems. I think that was Chief Jocko. The wording is correct. Thank you for the confirmation. We also have a second amendment that was proposed for, therefore be it resolved 4, which the wording would write, direct the AFN to ensure that the work with the First Nations justice strategy does not adversely impact existing community-based justice systems and court systems. I look to confirm the language. I have a thumbs up, thank you. And since we're here, we might as well look towards the other brought by Chief Robinson, therefore be it resolved 5 in the same resolution. 5, direct the AFN to work in collaboration and support regions developing their own First Nations regional justice strategies. So I would look towards our mover to see if these amendments are accepted. Microphone 2.
Yes, I'm in agreement as the mover for these friendly amendments.
Thank you, Chief Gould. And I would look towards our seconder.
I'm in agreement as well. Thank you.
Agreement as well. So all 3 amendments for DR 41 are accepted as presented.
Go back to 40, TBIR 1.
We will now return to, or we have Chief Gould.
Chair, sorry, if I may, there's another amendment that we'd like to, Resolution 40, the next.
Yes.
We'd like to read into direct the AFN to consider developing, incorporating, and aligning the First Nations decarceration strategy into AFN's work on the Indigenous justice strategy.
Is this the addition of a new TBIR?
Yes, yeah.
So it would be a TBIR 6?
Yes.
And has that language been shared with the Resolutions Committee?
Okay, we just wanted to make sure it was shared here in
Perfect, thank you.
Full transparency.
Thank you. So as that language is getting to our team, and thank you for your collaboration, everyone, we will return to Proxy Casimir's proposed amendment. So we had in therefore be it resolved 1, at the addition at the end of the sentence, and direct the AFN to advocate in support of the recommendations in the Auditor General's report on the First Nations and Inuit Policing Program. So first, we have confirmation from Proxy Casimir, and I would look towards our mover. We get a thumbs up, and our seconder, we get a thumbs up. Thank you very much. So that is accepted as well. We are now going to look at, in DR40, the proposed wording for a 6th, therefore be it resolved, which would be direct the AFN to consider developing, incorporating, and aligning the First Nations decarceration strategy into the AFN's work on the Indigenous Justice Strategy. Is the wording correct? I look towards our mover. All right, yes. I look towards our seconder. Get a thumbs up too. Perfect. Is there further need for discussion? Seeing none, we will move towards the vote. So is there any opposition to the omnibus package on justice, which includes draft resolution 40, call for co-developed decarceration strategy and full implementation of the correctional investigators' recommendations, draft resolution 41, call for renewed support of the co-development and implementation of the Indigenous Justice Strategy, draft resolution 43, call for prosecution and enforcement of First Nations laws on reserve, draft resolution 44, call for international collaboration on MMIWG 2S+ and rescinding support for Leonard Peltier, and draft resolution 45, call for acceleration of MMIWG 2S+ National Action Plan and calls for justice implementation. Do we have any opposition? Seeing none, do we have any abstentions? We have 1 abstention and 2 and 3 abstentions. 4 abstentions here. 1 final call. Do we have any other abstentions? A 5th. Seeing, and a 6th here. This is the real final call. Seeing no more, I can now say that the omnibus package on justice, as amended, has been adopted by majority. Thank you.
Thank you, Cedric. Okay, so here we are. On the agenda yesterday, we adopted an agenda, and you agreed to deal with draft resolution 35 today. Earlier, we were looking for a mover and confirmation of the seconder. This has been done. We have a mover and a seconder. So, chiefs and proxies, we will now put up on the screen draft resolution 35, and it is entitled Creation of a Chiefs Committee on Treaties. This draft resolution 35 has been moved by, I think there's a change in the mover. So can the mover please come at the microphone? Chief King, are you the mover or the seconder? I'm not sure.
I was the seconder, now I'm the mover.
Okay, so the mover, Chief King, is at the microphone number 1. Thank you very much. The seconder, where is our seconder? He's running to the microphone and he's just there, so microphone number 2.
Bonjour. Tim Catchaway, proxy for Chief Harley Chinji, McLeod Lake Indian Band, Treaty Number 8.
Thank you very much. So on that, we will now read the therefore be it resolved section of this draft resolution number 35. Therefore be it resolved that the First Nations in Assembly 1 direct the AFN to seek resources to create a Chiefs Committee on Treaties to discuss implementation of pre-Confederation treaties and treaties number 1 to 11. Number 2, direct the Chiefs Committee to create terms of reference which include the preamble of this resolution to ensure implementation. Number 3, direct the AFN to create an opt-in mechanism for First Nations that want to participate in discussions around national treaty work to do so, and to ensure that any work undertaken shall not affect any First Nation who chooses to opt out of national discussions. Number 4, direct the Chiefs Committee on Treaties to provide advice to the AFN Executive Committee and First Nations in Assembly and facilitate information sharing on the actioning of AFN resolutions related to treaties and to provide support to First Nations upon request in order to uphold their treaty rights. So this draft resolution number 35 has been moved, seconded, read and entered into the record. We will now open the floor for discussions. It is now 4:33. We have a maximum of 30 minutes to deal with this draft resolution because it's going to be 5 p.m. in 30 minutes. So on that, I will now invite the Chief King, the mover, to introduce this draft resolution. You have up to 4 minutes. Microphone number 1, please.
Bonjour. Gima, Ogima, Nijnakas, Kias, Agin, Donji, Ogishkamin, and Isi, Meze, Ne Dodem, Chimiguich, Kanawea, Chief Wilfred King from the Gull Bay First Nation. I'm moving this resolution and hoping to get the Assembly's support on the resolution. I just want to speak, I know I have 4 minutes here. I want to talk a bit about the 1850 Robinson Superior Treaty. I'm in full support and understand the recognition that our treaties are international instruments. I understand the significance of those instruments and why those treaties were signed with the British Crown. Our community is a signatory to the treaty. There was a really important court case just recently that we argued at the Supreme Court, and it was in dealing with the annuity case. This case was started in 1996 by the late Chief Doug Sinaway from the White Sand First Nation, north of my community. Doug was a member of the Gull Bay First Nation, although he was chief of another community. That case was very significant. In fact, when we presented evidence at the Supreme Court and the lower court, one of our expert evidence was done by Joseph Stiglitz, which is a Columbia University economist and Nobel Prize winner, and also advisor to the World Bank and many United States presidents. And he testified on our behalf, stating that what was past owed to the Robinson Superior communities was between $90 billion and $120 billion that was owed to us by the annuity clause. And that was agreed to by the Trial Division Court, the Court of Appeal, and now we're before the Supreme Court. What's important about this is that we have to have that discussion on treaties. I'm not sure how we're going to do that, but also I think what's so important now is that we have a system in Ontario called MLAS, which is the Mining Land Administration System, which right now is being orchestrated by the provincial government in terms of allowing third-party interest to Crown lands, which I don't agree with in the first place, but for lack of a better word, that's the term that's being used. Those MLAS systems, and there's court cases in British Columbia, Yukon, and one pending in Quebec, basically extinguishes your treaty right. So it's really important that we have to get the agenda on treaties on the table. And once these third-party interests are secured by a third party, your treaty rights are extinguished. So I think it's really important that we have to have a mechanism to start dealing with treaties. There was another decision by the Supreme Court, and it was a case out of the Alberta case dealing with Jim shot both sides. And basically it was the Blood Tribe, and it was basically, they lost the case based on the 6-year limitation period, and their case was statute barred. And that was Canada's position. And basically what the case stands for is that treaties were enforceable prior to 1982, and as such, the Blood Tribe claim was statute barred because it was commenced after the limitation period. So we're caught in this issue of limitation periods. So and although they did get a declaration, that declaration is non-binding. So I know I'm short for time here, but I just want to make it really important and known that we have to start addressing treaty issues, folks, whether we do it politically, legally, or so forth. And I'm hoping that we could start this dialogue so that we don't end up in court and get a bad decision. And I think it's important that those First Nations that are covered by treaty, if you're looking at additions to a reserve and so forth, if there's a third-party interest, you'll never ever get that land. So miigwech, and the resolution speaks for itself. Thank you.
Miigwech, Chief. Mover has spoken. We will now turn the floor over to microphone number 2 for the seconder. Over to you, Proxy Catchaway.
Miigwech, thank you very much, Madam Chair. I have very brief comments on this. This resolution does speak for itself. I'm very happy to move it on behalf of Chief Chinji, on behalf of Chief Chinji and McLeod Lake, treaty number 8. And yeah, I'm looking forward to the discussion that's going to be happening here, and hopefully we can get this support from the Assembly, get this Chiefs Committee on Treaties established, so this national table can happen where these talks can happen at the AFN. So I look forward to the discussion that's going to be had here momentarily.
Miigwech, Proxy Catchaway. So the floor is open for discussion. We have 20 minutes before us still. So microphone number 2, please.
Yes, Regina Crochell from Treaty 7. I will not support this resolution. And I'd like to know when the pre-Confederation treaties came to talk to treaties 1 to 11 to ask for a Chiefs Committee on treaties. They never came to me, and I'm representing our nation from Treaty 7. They never got our consent. And this other chief, they didn't. So where's this respect? Sudina did not give the authority to AFN or to any other chief to address our treaty or to set up a mechanism on how to deal with our treaty. And I'd like to know where you got that authority. And I'm speaking on behalf of the Nakota Nations from Treaty 7 and Sudina. I got that authority. And our nation had given a resolution to AFN that they do not have our consent. We have not given you authority to address treaty on our behalf. And you set up a committee of chiefs. You know, when you have your chiefs committees, you appoint so many people. How many of those members come to our reserves to ask us or to get our support or to get our opinion on what is going on? None of them. Those committees cannot come back, and they make decisions. They cannot come back and say, this is what the process is. This is what the treaty peoples want, because none of them ever come to our reserves. And we have treaties 1 to 11. Now, if any treaty member wants to go and be under AFN, to give them authority to address their treaty issues, that's up to them. But I'm certainly not giving you my consent as directed by the chiefs of Tsuut'ina Nation, the Nakota, and the Nakota tribes, 3 of them. So that's 4, and that is the majority of Treaty 7 chiefs. So I totally against it. We don't want our treaty under the umbrella of AFN. We are the rights holders. We will speak to our treaty. And I did talk to other treaty members, and they were not in agreement to turn this over to AFN. AFN is not a rights holder. AFN speaks for all First Nations chiefs, whether you have pre-Confederation treaties, whether you have domestic treaties, or you don't have treaties. And we are certainly not ready to give our authority to an organization who has no authority or is a treaty rights holder. So that's very plain. And I know if I say I want to put in there to exclude these 4 nations, and they probably say, no, it's an opt-in clause. But it's an opt-in clause, but they already include treaties 1 to 11 in there. And I don't know when they got the authority from treaties 1 to 11 to give them this authority to set up a chiefs committee. So thank you.
Miigwech proxy. Just a reminder, I'm sure everyone is aware, but those resolutions, draft resolutions that we entertain on the floor that are on your packages, they all come from the First Nations. It's chiefs that present these resolutions, and these don't come from the AFN. So over to microphone number 1, please.
Nanaskamau Kutawino, Nanaskamau Kigawino. Again, thank you to the Creator and the Great Spirit, and thank you to Mother, all mothers, mine, yours, Mother Earth. I guess this is just going to be a conversation from myself to the chiefs that are here in attendance. Treaties 1 to 11 and pre-Confederation treaties were signed by our ancestors to ensure that we are going to be here. They put the terms and reference, even though so vague in our opinion, to our advantage. That's an advantage. Now we sit here and we have, a resolution that is supported by 2 chiefs for sure. They put in their names on it, and they're very, very sure that this is something that Treaty Number 8 potentially needs to enhance our recognition in Canada. But myself, as a chief of Horse Lake First Nation, I do not believe that I need a resolution stating that I need a terms of reference developed by chiefs that I don't even know. We're going to put our faith into a chief's table and a chief's committee. We will know one maybe. I bet I won't know anybody. But I'm here again as a way to speak to the chiefs in attendance and in the audience. This is going to ultimately be your decision here. From what I hear from Mr. King's announcement there as for his resolution and his package, it was more on an economic development scale because of the coal mines that are happening in his areas and his territories. So that's his area, that's for his people. And I understand that we need to protect each other and be there in solidarity. But yet to develop a terms and reference for Treaty Number 8, I don't have the coal mines in Treaty Number 8. If Mr. King would want a resolution that is more suited, then maybe the wording in his resolution should not include treaties number 1 to 11, and that if each treaty wants to develop a terms of reference, then each treaty should come here individually and present a resolution to the AFN. And also, I believe the AFN is a tool of support. They are our workers, and that's what their job should be. Again, I'm going to have to, reach out to the audience here because it will be your vote by the sounds of it, because there has been somebody here who has made the motion, and there has been a seconder from Treaty Number 8, and also, is this an economic development initiative and a motive to develop a terms of reference? Because that's how I understand the messaging that I got from Mr. King, Chief King here about 3 minutes ago, well, about 10 minutes ago. So that is what I want to maybe put out on the floor, that this is what that may potentially be. There's nothing wrong with that. Economic development for all of us, we do need that. The resiliency for our people is based on economic development. For us to train our people, for them to have the education, how are we going to do that? We do absolutely need funding. We're short-funded. That's not an argument. There's things that we can agree upon here as chiefs. We do, and I always say, have the cookie-cutter issues. Suicides, homelessness, not enough housing, water shortages, not enough money for education. But again, if we're going to utilize the AFN here, let's utilize it properly. I would support Chief King's resolution if it did not say treaties 1 to 11 in the resolution, but it does. So I'm going to have that there, and also I'm going to also ask if we have quorum and ask for a quorum count. But thank you, chiefs, for the microphone and the time.
Miigwech Chief. So, Chief, I just want to make sure that was it a proposed amendment or comment to strike a part of the draft resolution 35? So just want to check with you, to verify with you, Chief. So Chief at microphone number 1 is not microphone number 2 to answer my clarification. So
to strike treaties 1 to 11, if Mr. King feels that he has the power and authority to make terms of reference for pre-Confederation treaties, I will leave that to him in his motion. But to strike treaties 1 to 11 off of the resolution, in its, yeah.
Thank you very much, Chief. And the second thing that you ask, it's a point of order. It's you requested to check if we have the quorum, and honestly, here on the stage, I can confirm clearly that we have quorum. So we have quorum to make decisions. The quorum today is 55. As you all agreed upon on the first day on the draft resolution number 2, so the quorum is counted at 9 when we call or when the chairs call the meeting to order, and I think I called the meeting to order at 9:12, and then we received the quorum. And so I'm looking at my co-chair. Do you also confirm we have a quorum here? Yeah. So this has been addressed. First, second. Let's deal with your proposed amendment. Thank you, Chief. So I am now looking, but first let's follow the procedure. So an amendment was proposed by Chief here at microphone number 2, and I want to make sure that the resolution committee received the proposed, the correct language. Okay, thank you. I assume it's going to be amended up on the screen. A live amendment. Okay, thank you very much. So that does reflect your proposed amendment, Chief, at microphone number 2. Yes, thank you. Thank you. So I understood the yes, the answer yes at microphone number 2, please. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, my microphone is on now. And again, I would also like to add that for pre-Confederation treaties, if you do have members in here, I don't believe that you should support anybody who wants to do terms of reference for your confederations. But I'm just going to put that there.
Thank you for your advice, Chief. I am now looking at microphone number 1 for the mover. Do you support this proposed amendment to draft resolution number 35 in the first paragraph of the therefore be it resolved section? Over to microphone number 1.
Chief Wilfred King, Gulbey First Nation. First of all, there's no coal in my territory, so I don't know where that came from. We don't have any coal. Secondly, it's not an economic development resolution. For me, it's the protection of our territory, and that's what it amounts to. As I stated in my statement, right now, anybody from China, United States, could go on the MLAS system in Ontario, register a claim. That claim is deemed to be a third-party interest, And it doesn't matter what my treaty says. The courts will say, no, I'm sorry, you can't have that land anymore, Chief King, because there's a registered third-party interest. It's about protection of treaty lands. And I just don't know what the mechanism is for us to deal with that. Yes, we do have a right to a constitutional challenge down the road, but that time hasn't crystallized yet for Gull Bay First Nation to pursue that. There is an opt-in clause and an opt-out clause. And again, this isn't an AFN resolution. This is a resolution that's coming from a community that wants to look at a process, begin a process to start examining these issues. I don't speak for Treaty 1 to 11. Obviously, I don't. I can only speak for my own community. And I've seen the lack of discussion on treaty issues at this assembly, even within our own region. And that's all we're asking for is somehow, how do we get to the table to start addressing these issues? Now, the late Queen Elizabeth sure didn't come to my community and say, I want to speak with you, Chief King, about our 1850 treaty. The Governor General hasn't come to my community and says, I want to speak to you, nor has the Prime Minister or even the Minister of Indian Affairs. So we got to rely on the courts, unfortunately, but it's a lot of money, time, and again, we could get a bad decision. So I'm just thinking, is there a better way to have that dialogue of reconciliation with this government? And again, for the most part, I'm not speaking for any treaty. I'm just saying this is a position I would like to see entertained, at least set up a process where we could begin these discussions. So, miigwech.
Chief King, if you can please just stay nearby the microphone, because I would need to know the answer, final answer to the question. Do you agree or you disagree to the proposed amendment on the floor? Don't want to presume your answer. Microphone number 1.
Chief King, Gull Bay First Nation, I talked to the seconder as well. We're going to leave the resolution as it is. And
so the mover wishes to keep the draft resolution 35 as is. Seconder, do you agree or disagree? Just for the record, what? Oh, I'm getting confused with thumbs up here. So maybe yes, if you can please confirm your position. At the microphone number 1, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Tim Catchaway, proxy for Chief Harley Chinji, Cloud Lake Indian Band, Treaty number 8. No, we've discussed it. This resolution has been put together very thoughtfully by very sharp minds. It's broad. It's not pigeonholing anybody. There's an opt-in clause. There's an opt-out clause. It's not a top-down approach. This is coming from communities. It's requesting a table to discuss these things at the AFN, which currently does not exist. And that's all we're asking. And I spoke to the mover, Chief King, and I know there's going to be a lot of requests, friendly amendments, and we have agreed that we are not going to amend the resolution as it's been submitted and read into the record. So any amendments, we're not going to entertain them. We're prepared to go to a vote at any moment. So that, hopefully the speakers can understand that we're not going to be amending the resolution as it's written into the record. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Miigwech, proxy Catchaway. So on that, so the proposed amendment is rejected. I want to come back on a few things. The distribution had time to make a formal count. Just want to confirm that 143 chiefs and proxies are present in the room. First. Second, I mentioned a bit earlier when we started how long we would have for the discussion period. So 4 minutes is still available for the discussion period. So as you all know, our customs, we thank for your understanding, but we won't have, it's not because you're at the microphone that we will have time to get to you within the time allowed for this period of discussions. And on top of that, we just heard the mover and the seconder, they will not accept any proposed amendments. So I understand that this draft resolution number 35 is conflictual. One of the rules in an assembly is to make all efforts, best efforts to reach a consensus. If it's not possible, we will have to put the matter to a vote and arrive to an agreement. So a general agreement. So on that, I want to remind you as well that this draft resolution was supposed to hit the floor in previous assemblies, and so a lot of time was available for discussions between chiefs and proxies and nations. So on that, based on that, I will thank you all, but we will put this matter to a vote at this time. We will go to the question. We don't have any question has been asked as well. We take it as a recommendation to the chair, so I understand there's a strong recommendation to go to the question. So microphone number 2, where you go, I cannot go to everyone at the microphone to check what you were going to say because the discussion period is over. Did I hear? Oh. It's going to be the vote. So microphone number 2, I just want to check with you if I just want to make sure that I'm okay with you. Just want to hear you. So microphone number 2.
Chief Gary Lehman, Beaver Lake Cree Nation, Treaty 6 territory. No amendment. Just I want to make it clear that Beaver Lake Cree Nation rejects this resolution, and we don't put their I was elected, and I have a responsibility to Treaty 6 for my people, and I don't put it in the hands of a corporation. Okay.
Yeah.
Just a little bit of time for.
On that, there's no more. The discussion period is over. We will put the matter to a vote. It's 5 o'clock now. So thank you very much. I understand that the vote will speak for your position. So I will now call the question on draft resolution number 35, which is entitled Creation of a Chiefs Committee on Treaties. On that, I will need help from distribution. Any opposition on the floor for draft resolution number 35, please raise up your red lanyard and keep it raised, please, until such time as I tell you. A bit of exercise with your hands because we need to count. Distribution, I'm counting on you. This is why it is important to be here when a vote is taken. Thank you for your presence at this late hour of this second day. And trust me, I will tell you as soon as I know that you can lower your hand, but now it's not the time. Oh, I got a thumbs up, which means you're okay. You can relax now. Thank you. I will now ask for the abstention at this moment. So any abstention, please raise your red lanyard, please, up so we can see it. And I will also ask for help from distribution for that, for the whole vote. Please keep your red lanyard if you want to abstain to this draft resolution number 35. As soon as I have the go from distribution, I will let you know. Abstentions have been counted. You can lower your red lanyard. Okay, at this time, it's very important. I want to see I'm asking the question, anyone in favor of this draft resolution number 35, please raise up your red lanyard. Thank you very much. I will need a count as well. I want to make it very formal. Please keep your red lanyard up until we have finished to count the votes. I think it's good to finish the day with a bit of exercise. Thank you very much. So you can lower your red lanyard, and I will now wait for the results, the official results. Where is the drum? Da-da-da-da-dum. It's coming. Acknowledge that someone at the microphone. I just want to finish this process. Oh, that's good. But please just wait. Stay tuned. I just want to announce the votes first, and then. Do we have the votes? The results of the vote? Okay. So microphone number 4, we have an agreement that it's going to be very positive. Okay. So microphone number 1, and I'm not entertaining any other proposition at the microphone. So over to you.
My name is Andre Bear. I'm a proxy for Okanese First Nation. And I just wanted to bring some education on Treaties 1 to 11. And there's a document online published by, I think it's Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs. And in 2006, they tried to form a structure for Treaties 1 to 11, where they named a treaty spokesperson for every treaty territory in the numbered treaties. And Ovid Mercury was named the spokesperson for all of them at that time. And I've talked to Ovid like 2 weeks ago to ask like what happened, and I guess they had political differences at that time. They're having another Treaties 1 to 11 gathering in August 26th, Cold Lake, Alberta. And I think that would be a wonderful time for the treaty chiefs, the numbered treaties, to go back to that discussion. If the AFN is not the place that you want to discuss Treaties 1 to 11, then we need to create that space for ourselves, for our treaty chiefs and our rights holders. And I think it's really time that we become united on that front, and that we start having those important discussions, how to revitalize those structures in a meaningful way that's going to help protect our treaties. So thank you.
Thank you, Chief Bear. You're a trustable person. So, what about the results? I think it's coming shortly. Stay tuned. Thank you for your patience. It's raining outside, so it's better to be here. Thank you. Okay. So, the votes. 4, 20, abstentions, 15, opposed, 103. So, the draft resolution is defeated. Draft resolution 35 is defeated, not carried. Thank you very much, chiefs and proxies. It's been such a long day, a lot of work. I just want to turn the floor over to my colleague Cedric for some announcements. If you still have, please, a minute, you'll have some announcements from Cedric. Thank you so much.
So good evening, everyone. I know we're ready to get going. Just a reminder that there is a host event from the Assembly of First Nations. They're hosting a banquet at the Marché Bon Secours, which is in Old Montreal, with the theme First Nations Women, Builders of Our Nation. They have a welcoming and exhibition from 6 to 7, and the banquet itself starts at 7. We have a sunrise ceremony tomorrow morning, 7 a.m. here, and we are starting again at 9 for our final day. So have a great evening, rest up, and see you guys tomorrow.